got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more.
Motherland, be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now, yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now, hero, I could be your hero. Something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul, yeah.
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pen. to bring me round, to pull my hair from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my hair from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make
met you in the club that night. The moment you arrived, it was more than nice to meet you. I know, baby, that you're one of a kind, with a body perfect and divine. Oh, so come and let the music play, so we can move our bodies. And girl, no matter what you do, just do it hot and naughty. We drink the bar 'cause we don't pay. Tonight nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life. Finally, baby, we've been up all night. The sun's about to rise, and it's nothing but a feature dancing, moving slowly out of sight, feeling vibrant and alive. Oh, let's do a thing and celebrate. Cruising a Ferrari, let's live it like it's the last day and head for the next party. There's nothing they can take away from me. Yeah, 'cause nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life. I can feel it now.
On the floor, baby, you and me. It's so easy like 1, 2, 3. I don't care if it's day or night. We together make me feel alright. It's a feeling that you can't describe. We don't stop till the morning light. Please, I know what you want and to set you free.
Starts when the sun used to set and the night is drawing me closer, right at your side. You're calling my name and you're shining your light down on me.
It's so easy like 1, 2, 3.
Pushing me, spinning me, turning me round.
It's all the way up, we gonna make it. The party won't stop until we break it. I head for the top, we gonna take it. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? We want it all, we cannot fake it. We're standing tall, it's time to break it. We go for the cups, we do the kingship. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul and the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul and the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go. The vodka is up, come on and drink it. The moon's in our cup until we sink it. I head to the club, come on, get wasted. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? People won't stop and girls are tasty. We're over the top, girls getting hasty. Still not enough, we make it big time. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul and the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go.
Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. of our own world, of our own world. expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette. Hush, hush, to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. Time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. Of our own world.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down.
信号だとしてももう止まらない、理解不能のスピード100倍速い、地横なんて哀れよね、ねえ聞いてよね、負けの準備でもしておきな、 Come try me if you down、 悩んでもやめないわ No more、 苦い思い消えてよ、この街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー、全力で追い越してよさ、ドライビングモード始めよう、安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだから、あんたの後悔楽しみだわ、すげた気づいてよマジでベイビー、一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening、 地横なんて哀れよね、ねえ聞いてよね、負けの準備でもしておきな、 Come try me if you were down、 悩んでもやめないわ No more、 苦い思い消えてよ、この街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー、全力で追い越してよさ、ドライビングモード始めよう、身も蓋もないわねマジで、メール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて、細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way、 ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね、赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく、騙されたなんてめめしいやつね、通報するならすれば罪深いの私よ、この世のクズどもよ 髪がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ビールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねブー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねグー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars that hit all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah. You know I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Michael, a chap on the ting. I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
session. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me. 'Cause much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it, I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Butchables. I'm joined by Alk Battery as we head into our games today. And Alk, we've got some absolute bangers on the lineup today.
Yeah, we've got a lot of fun games when we're looking at our slate today. I mean, even yesterday was a lot of fun. I'm sure we'll get the recap package after this, but yesterday's games are pretty hyped, and hopefully as we're getting through to the end of the season, I think we should be getting some pretty good stuff.
Yeah, everything on the line for the standings here. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday in the LPL, as definitely an exciting day of games. And we'll be able to take a look at some of the action as EDG, I know, having a bit of a mare out of it over against TT, but starting off with NIP versus RNG. And I feel like this is, you know, Angel versus old team here. This is a bit of a grudge match, and NIP coming out on top.
I love that we got to see Angel pop off in a couple of these games, especially in the back half of the series. I saw, obviously, Game 3. He was having a lot of fun, but this Game 3 was just so incredibly hyped. I mean, Shadow was playing out of his mind. Surprisingly, this time on the Maokai, not a very aggressive pick that we've known him throughout the season for, but Invincible, yet again, one of the most promising top laners so far. He has just been really incredible to watch, and this game in particular was honestly just beautiful.
Yeah, and then WE versus Weibo, an absolute brawl, an absolute fiesta of a series, but WE actually coming out on top, and again, Weibo kind of leaving a lot to be desired. I think a lot of players at this point, a lot of fans of Weibo, because believe me, they've got a lot of fans,
yeah,
quite disappointed.
I remember looking on Twitter in the morning and seeing a couple of not great messages. I kind of dismayed. Obviously, Weibo, you have so many great names on that roster, and really feels like we're in the back half of the split. They really need to get their act together as you go into playoffs. This match, however, EDG versus TT, I mean, you saw it in the reactions at the end of this game. Yukao popping off. they really wanted to get it hyped about this series.
Yeah, they really did. It was, I mean, look at the kill score at the end of it,
Yeah.
23-22 as the game finished out. EDG versus TT going the distance. And again, another upset. WE upsetting Weibo, then TT upsetting EDG as well.
It felt great. It felt good for all the TT teams. Like, obviously, TT, you look at the record, 2-9 before this series, 3-9 going in. There's so much hype around EDG, and I think they are still trying to figure out what is going to work the best for them as they go into playoffs, and they are one of those bubble teams. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm certainly, you know, I'm a believer in Uzi, but this roster does need to start getting some wins on the board if they want to look good in playoffs. They're 6-6 right now, as we can look at our standings. They're currently tied with RNG. It feels like going back to 2020 where RNG and EDG really struggling in the middle of the table at 6-6. We've got 3 teams there tied at 6-6 in 8th to 10th position. An exciting time in the LPL where I feel like we've got 2 clear-cut top teams and then an absolute brawl for the rest of the spots.
Yeah, you can even take a look at it in our standings. You see at the top there, BLG and JDG already locked for playoffs, already ready to go. And then I think that 3rd through 5th slot, TES, LNG, OMG, they're all kind of showing that they are a top 6 team. And like you were saying, it's that bottom kind of half going into when you're going to be making playoffs and what the cutoff is, that they are just all brawling out. You can see they're all at 6 wins. They're all trying to make it out, trying to get as far in as possible to make it, you know, maybe a convincing run into the double elim section of the bracket. After that, I think it just becomes the Wild West of, can we make playoffs, yes or no?
Yeah, it feels like as well, those teams on 4 wins, anyone under 10th place right now, still 2 wins away from even tying with 10th place. And we're going to see one of those teams fighting it out today. In fact, 2 of them, FPX and Ultra Prime, both on 4 wins, desperate to get another on the board, but up against heavy favorites today, right? JDG looking like arguably, in fact, the best team in the league. I think the only one that's comfortably able to beat BLG, and then OMG up against Ultra Prime. And then the final matchup of the day, speaking of BLG, they're going to be up against Top Esports, which will be our match of the week. You know that one's going to be a banger. Like, there's no world where you want to miss that final series. Let's talk about the first one of the day, though. As we're coming into this one, I feel like obviously JDG going to be a heavy favorite, but I want to talk about the AD carries here because we've got 2 absolute legends stepping in, 2 world champions in LWX against Ruler.
LWX, I mean, we've seen it throughout this season. We saw it in the last season as well. LWX is one of the key factors for this team to win. He has been one of the franchise player coming into this roster for the last couple of years as well. And going up against Ruler, it's funny, actually, when you see JDG play, you're like, oh my god, Ruler's so good. He's surviving all of the ganks. He's, like, outplaying everybody in team fights. But statistically speaking, Ruler's damage percentage is actually one of the lowest in the league, which is just, like, mind-blowing. If you're just, like, a stats crawler, you're like, what's happening over here? You're going to miss out on so much context that's happening in the game.
Yeah, I think that an important thing there with Ruler's stats is in damage percentage, he's 20th in the league. But in damage per minute, he is 6th in the league. And a lot of that is a testament to how insane his solo laners are, how insane his jungle is. Like, we get Velvet out of Kanavi. Yeah, your damage percentage is going to go down in that kind of scenario. And then, I mean, you look at his laning stats, they're absolutely absurd. 2nd in the lead for CSD, for gold difference, for XP difference. Like, the guy is popping off. It's just his team is also popping off so hard that I feel like Ruler has the hardest job out of anyone in the league of trying to top damage percentage.
Especially when you look at Knight, who is almost 30% of his team's damage share. Like, Knight is having yet again another banger regular split. We'll have to see if he can carry that into playoffs, where across from him, Care has, unfortunately, I think, as fun as we get to see some of those awesome picks like the Kiana from him and even the Yone like we saw earlier in the season, it has mostly just been put you on Annie, put you on Ahri, which can be the case for most mid laners, but he is definitely a really big setter for this team, especially when you look at the top side, Xiaolahu and Hacker.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Xiaolahu has had some good moments across the course of the split. I feel like each of these players on FPX can show up. You know, we have seen good games from all of them, but it doesn't often feel like everyone's showing up in the same game. So see what kind of form they're in today. And, you know, I feel like coming towards the draft as well, this should be quite a fun one because we've got Care bringing out things like the Kiana pretty consistently at this point. And on the other side, we've got Kanavi, who he's on one. Like, he's been playing Rel, he's been playing Ivan, he's been playing Belveth, a bit of Rek'Sai in there. Like, who knows what he's going to bring out on the stage today.
I'm so happy because it feels like Kanavi gets to at least express himself a little bit, right? Like, junglers in this meta have really just been saying, early game, we're not going to do a lot. We're just going to be looking for full clears. We're getting to level 6. We're going to see what we can do maybe around the first Rift Herald at 8 minutes. And Kanavi is just, like, completely throwing it out the book. He's already won, obviously, this year multiple times. So he's like, going into playoffs, let's try some new things. We're such a good team that I think that we can kind of tweak our drafts, get a little bit experimental, like you were saying, picking up the Rel. The Ivor one for me, I think, is just so fun. It is such a different champion than literally anything else in the jungle. There are no real enchanters in the jungle, and so being able to see him pick that up definitely felt like, okay, we're getting some exploration as to what Kanavi finds a little bit of fun.
We'll have to see what he's going to pull out. And like you say, whether it's experimentation, looking towards playoffs and extending their styles, or whether it's, you know, a little bit of flexing, we'll have to see over the course of today. As you can see on your screen as well, we're in that beautiful Beijing arena. This is JDG's arena, so they'll have the home crowd advantage. Not to mention, this roster, pretty popular, I think it's fair to say. So even in Shanghai, I feel like they probably have the home crowd advantage.
Spring season, spring playoff winners, MSI champions, that tends to get you a few fans.
I mean,
I would say
even before that, right? Like, look at
Sure,
this roster.
yeah.
You got Ruler, you got Knight in here, 369. These are three of the most popular players in the world. Never mind just in China.
Yeah, for sure. And Kanavi, obviously no slouch. It feels weird because we're like naming everybody, and then there's Missing. But Missing's been, you know, doing pretty well for himself the past couple seasons. So, I don't know, hopefully he can kind of make his name there this year and, you know, build up himself alongside a roster full of huge names in League of Legends.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Both Kanavi and Missing, I feel like, are, you know, famous in their own right. And I'm certainly not talking about quality of player here. I'm talking about sheer fame. But I feel like Knight, 369, Ruler, these guys are in that upper echelon of, like, absurdly famous. These guys are superstars.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Which
they're the ones where you can... They're the ones you can say to, like, North American fans, and they'll just, like, they'll know who they are.
And the thing is, like, Kanavi, I don't feel like he's a huge fan favorite for some reason, and I don't know where that is. This is totally just, like, anecdotal. This is totally off of my vibes. But I love Kanavi more than most because I came in 2020, that year where he was really popping off. You know, that was his year where he really made a name for himself in LPL. But I don't feel like he has gained the same level of fame as some of the solo laners often do. But I feel like he deserves it, absolutely. And hopefully this international tournament, it wouldn't surprise me with the way that things have been going, the way that carry junglers seem to be coming into the meta. Like, Kanavi could look towards like an MVP later on in the year, maybe in playoffs in LPL, maybe at an international tournament, depending on, you know, how everything goes and how the meta goes. Like, I feel like Kanavi's in form for it, definitely.
I could see it. They're definitely... That just means come, like, international events, Munch, if you're able to get out there, you need to be making some fan signs. You need to be the leader of the Kanavi fan club.
Well, if I can get over there... To be honest, like, when it comes to Worlds, Kanavi's going to have fans, because Worlds is in Korea. He's a Korean player. Like, when JDG is playing, a lot of the Korean fans, I believe, will be supporting Kanavi there. You know, he'll be sort of waving that flag for them. And Ruler too, obviously. I mean, Ruler just has fans wherever he goes. The man's
literally though.
You know, like God's gift to the role. And at this point now, I just love that Ruler is like on his arc where people are like, okay, Ruler might be the greatest AD carry of all time. People are starting to make that argument now. Before, it's pretty much always been Uzi. And now Ruler is like kind of stepped into that conversation with the recent MSI win, and people are turning heads. He's like speed running every major championship. All he needs to do now is LEC and LCS, and he's got the whole lot.
Oh God! Oh no! No! Please do not ruin my league with that.
But the thing is, as Ruler is on this like crazy hype train and, you know, getting all these trophies and becoming in the conversation for greatest of all time, Uzi now returns to the league, and while EDG may not be looking that good, like, Uzi's actually looking insane. Like, mechanically speaking, Uzi is on fire right now. I feel like he heard the whisperings about Rumor at MSI. He was like, right, time to defend my title.
Yep, yeah, he heard people, you know, maybe someone got in his ear, maybe showed him a couple of like the fan comments online, and we're like, all right, we got to break in the keyboard. We're coming back in. Obviously coming into the league, he had that interview where he was like, it feels right that I'm coming back in, that I'm able to play on this stage, that I'm going to be a professional player. But now it's like you're on EDG, who isn't as stacked of a roster as it has been in the past couple of years. And you look over on Ruler, and he's just like, he's set up for success everywhere he can go, and himself is performing excellently, like you were saying. So
Yeah.
it's like the golden road at this point. Like, can he actually do it? Something that Uzi maybe got a little bit close to, but wasn't able to really clinch.
Yeah, it was IG ruining that for him. I don't feel like he's still going to be thinking about that all these years later. But let's see how this one's going to go down as FPX filing away the Rakan from missing Jason. Vi taken off the board as well. As K'Sante removed, Tristana removed. That leaves us open for quite an interesting draft here.
Yeah, just speaking about draft a little bit, Aphelios is the most picked for FPX. They prioritize it so heavily for LWX. It is most played champion by far. And Rakan, same thing on the opposite side. Rakan is just massively popular after the nerf of the Holy Trinity in Yumi, Milio, and Lulu. So lets you get away with a lot of engages, is definitely a much more engage-oriented champion. And obviously in the LPL, they definitely would prefer to play that than the Enchanters. So glad to see that those things are taken away. I think the J-Span is pretty interesting, only because Knight has obviously looked incredible on this champion. I think it stands head and shoulders above like one of his best champions alongside his Syndra. And to take that away, maybe I think sets up Care for some fun stuff. You already see the LeBlanc taken.
Yeah, weirdly enough, it's only Knight's second Nico game this split. Like, he's really lent on the Annie and the Ari for a lot of their series. But that Kai'Sa has kind of been the story of a lot of series recently. Kai'Sa taking over the bottom lane meta, as it will be answered by LWX and Chocho. Go for the Aphelios, and then Alistair as well, and again, a champion that has kind of snuck in on this most recent patch. Despite no nerfs to him directly, it feels like he's really coming into his own.
All of the supports right now are just looking to engage. We talked about the Enchanters being gone, and you look at what's left, people have really started to gravitate towards Nautilus even when the Enchanters were available, and so more and more people are starting to pick this champion up, and obviously FPX was one of the first people to really kind of bring it in. We saw that in their series versus OMG, like this was their R5, and they did it again in their most recent series, so I'm excited to see what people can do with Alistar, but it does mean we need to start thinking about other, tankier supports, specifically the Braum, which for missing I think would be really, really good in being able to protect Ruler, who has been the focus I think for a lot of teams and try to get behind early.
I'm a little disappointed to see Kanavi going for the Viego here. He's played 13 unique champions so far this split, and I was kind of hoping for a 14th. I was hoping he was just going to continue going for some craziness, but no, locks in a carry regardless. Has a lot of power coming out from that jungle role, but Lee Sin Kha'Zix banned away, trying to make sure the Hacker cannot have the early game power he wants.
They might even be trying to tailor this around a specific matchup, as Hacker I think probably is going to feel comfortable with picking up the Jin Zhao here. So thinking of other top lane matchups, maybe they try to go a little bit further in this. They obviously are saving pick for their mid and jungle, or their top end jungle here. And thinking of what's left available and what we've seen from Hacker so far this split, especially with the Lee Sin gone, that's where my mind is at right now.
Let's see if it comes on through. I love the Ornn ban as well, like 369. There's not that many Ornn players in the league right now. I feel like 369 is absolutely leading the charge on the pick. 10 games played. It's tied with his K'Sante games, forcing out Ornn bans. Who would have thought it? The Nautilus, though, locked in. Let's see what FPX are going to do here. Hacker has been quite happy to play the Sejuani throughout the split. It's alongside that LeBlanc, so you would hope for a solo laner in the top side. It's a bit more melee. Perhaps a Jax could come out for Shallow.
I would have liked that. I think when you look at this team, you're definitely lacking a little bit of physical damage. I would prefer something that does have maybe some tank stats that is able to get in there. You are going to be going up against the likes of a Nico, the likes of a Nautilus. The Jax, like you were saying, going to be working pretty fine there. Now for JDG and for 369, I think he still has a plethora of options. We've been seeing him kind of experiment a
Gragas
little bit.
angle.
He's obviously been playing that. The Gragas is possible, yes. There's also been the Renekton that's been growing in popularity. I think also he may want to try his hand at the Malphite again. Didn't work too well against anyone's Legend. Okay, then.
Ooh. Okay, I'm here for it. 369, like, has been relegated to tank duty basically all split. He's got 10 games on Cassante, 10 games on Ornn, then he's played Sion, Gragas, Malphite, and just 2 games of Jax. Now bringing out the Kennen, which we know he could play. I'm not saying, like, just because he's not playing it this split, he won't be able to play it. Like, we know 369 loves the carry. But hey,
Yes.
JDG and Coach Hobie, like, finally letting the leash a little bit loose, allowing 369 to participate in the game too.
He got R5 and he's like, "Can I please pick Kennen?" And they're like, "All right, man. You get one game. You get one. If if you're able to pop off, if we do well, we might think about another one. We might even let you play Fiora if we're feeling very nice." But when we look at these compositions holistically now, JDG, huge team fight setup, huge resets, and I think big part of this game is going to be on Kanavi. We're already talking about how he has the Viego, he's played a ton of it before. I think when you look at how much damage is set up on this team, you talk about the Nico, the Nautilus, this is all looking for all of those resets, and I think we should be looking at I don't want to call it too early, but this is a game where Kanavi, I think, can farm MVP votes.
Okay. Well, Kanavi set up for success with that CC chain, and I mean, like, everyone can just dive in, right, with this composition
Yes.
from JDG. On the side of FunPlus Phoenix, with a Sejuani having a Jackson in the top lane, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Hacker put a little bit of focus up there, which is kind of surprising to say in this season. I feel like the entire season has been all about junglers just focusing on the bottom side of the map. See where Hacker decides to focus as straight off of the bat, early shenanigans. They do have an Alistair at level 1, which is not really a champion yet, but it is just going to be Vision for that.
We'll have to see how both of these supports are going to be getting out of lane. One of the things that kind of was a byproduct of how many enchanters were in is their ability to actually make plays going into other lanes was definitely hampered. And when you look at what JDG can actually do in the early game versus something like a LeBlanc, they're really going to have to commit a lot of CC. So I'm looking at missing, if you are going to be roaming, it is on you to be able to land some pretty critical abilities. Otherwise, FPX come later game, they do have the possibility of going for, a bit of a split push. You have the Jax who's there, and if Care is uninterrupted in mid lane with the static Shiv build, I think there is some threat for them to be able to play, maybe even Care sitting in fog waiting. They can try to make a surprise play. Well, you should have seen the hook there. You see the missing pinks come out. He's like, what is going on?
Wait, why can they see the hook there? Hang on, FPX though, 5 stack to block this invade. They're moving in. Knight will walk away with his life. Here's Kanavi, goes for the camps, but look at that, double knock. He's more than just a minion. His missing flashes over the wall. Do they actually get away with this? That's insane.
What? And I mean, Kanavi gets 3 of those. He goes straight under their turret and escapes to his side of the map. How did no one die there? There was a lot of summoners used, and Salahu actually TPing back top lane. So I think this is a win for JDG. Like, you got everything I think you could have wanted.
It's absolutely a win, right? They managed to get the Raptors away. Nobody dies somehow. Granted, missing both summoners. Heal comes out from Ruler as well. But, I mean, cleanse from LWX, Ignite from Chocho. It's not like there was no summoners expended for FPX. And in the meantime, Kanavi gets a CS lead as the hook comes down on the level 2 spike here. Chocho, the target, taken low already as LWX being bullied out as well now. But yeah, I mean, in the meantime as well, 369 gets a CS advantage up top and gets to keep his TP.
Oh, it hurts so much. And I think now for FPX, you're looking at what Hacker can do. He has very limited options. We talked about maybe seeing him go towards topside, but with now where all of his camps are, he is going to have to clear back down into this bottom side and will be playing for this. Where you look at Kanavi, he took the Raptors, cleared onto his top side, and he's going to be able to match Hacker here, which is not what you want on the side of FPX. So looking pretty good. You're getting massive trades just across the lanes, and if it's not going to be a CS disadvantage going over to FPX, it's JDG fighting you on every single minion. Ruler missing, already doing great.
And honestly, this feels similar to like 2020 JDG, the way that they would play is LWX forced to flash here. Chocho gonna knock Ruler away, but Missing already so tanky in this lane. It feels like, oh
What?
my god, he lands another hook, and that's first blood. Missing and Ruler just dominating the bottom side, and now Kanavi moves in as well. Chocho, no summoners available.
Oh, no.
Knight's even gonna flash over the Crux wall. Oh, JDG, they want blood. Chocho falls. Hacker is next. It's a clean old dive at just 3.5 minutes as Care. He's gonna look for something, but has to just leg it on out.
All right, there you go, Munchables. You asked, can we get some early shenanigans coming out from either of these teams? JDG are supplying that in full and in bulk here already. I mean, Knight immediately just says, I'm going to just flash over this wall. I don't care about this. We're going to try and make this play. We're going to cut FPX and LWX, who is the biggest carry for this team, out of the game immediately. We hop into this replay. I mean, even with missing, not landing the hook, like, he is not putting any relevant damage down on a missing. And the fact that this hook lands is just, as an AD carry, I'd be very upset. I'd be like, all right, well, this game's done.
Yeah, missing so good at, you know, using that lollipop effectively. And the fact that, you know, Ruler gets 1 kill and then Knight gets the other. Obviously, Ruler getting the first on the 2v2 as well. Like, the carries are set up so well. You got 3 winning lanes across the board here as 369 going to be pushed by Hacker, but he's still got his E. He'll be fine. In fact, he can walk towards Hacker. He's 2 levels up on the player. And Xiaolai, who has to sit under his tower.
Oh, no,
In the meantime, no summoners for the bottom lane. They surely go down her. At least one of them is Chocho. Sacrifices himself to protect the AD carry.
All right, well, we are 5 minutes in, and it is almost a 4,000 gold lead here. I am very afraid, guys. What happened? JDG are just stomping everywhere, man. Like, top side, you saw Hacker. He's level 3 up against a almost level 6 369 on this cannon. Like, what are you supposed to do? It'll turn into an early dragon for them. More and more kills. LWX is almost wholesale out of this right now.
I mean, they've brought their Costco cards with them because this is wholesale domination, and they're buying it by the bucket load right now. It's like you say, 3,000 gold lead at 5 minutes with a Drake as well. And I just love watching this team because they never go, oh yeah, let's take it slow, let's play, you know, a safe game. They just go in. They're just so confident that they'll win every single fight, and they do because their movements are clean around the map, their mechanics are all absolutely insane, and it feels like obviously just dominating the 2v2, but then Knight and Kanavi both moving down for the earliest dive you've ever seen, and it just looks so clean every time.
They're making sure to punish on every angle. Some players, some teams, they obviously won't play on every single wave for one reason or another, but you see that missing by getting all of these trades, by landing all of these hooks. It sets up for these kinds of plays, and I love the fact that the way that they're doing them is not only through by poking, but by waiting for crashing waves. You saw there that FPX, they couldn't do anything. There's like a wave and a half that's stacked against them, and they have to just try to get something away now. Care.
That's a nice pop blossom from Knight. He doesn't have the damage to finish the job off, but denying the aggressive trades that Care has been going for, using that level 6 spike. He's 20 CS up.
He even got out of this lane. I will say, the 20 CS can be matched just a little bit by the fact that Care was able to get a play in the mid lane, so able to equalize that a little bit, but it's just not going to be feeling any type of good. Kanavi searching for that level 8 mark. He is he should be right on the cusp. 48 is the magic number for most junglers to be able to get away with that. Hacker now trying to find a gank onto Knight. We'll meet Kanavi here.
Oh, here we go. Knight's in trouble here. Pop Blossom's on cooldown as well, and Knight goes down. Nice bit of play coming out from FPX as Kanavi chased out. Still not level 6 either, so can't finish Care off. Nice play from FPX, finally punishing one of these overextending lanes.
Getting it on the board. That's all that matters sometimes. It's just that one that puts you right back into it. You're saying, okay, we're a little bit dizzy after this game. It has just been hit after hit after hit. FPX now should be able to calm down, take a breath. Care will be able to finally get that recall, as Knight has been unrelenting in letting him have any of this. And now, as we get to pan over to the top side, as we've kind of moved from lane to lane in terms of the action, 369 is now enacting the legendary freeze. The wave is going to be pushing back Shalao, who is actually still experiencing some of that CS deficit, and you see who is on his side of the map. Kanavi can finish this clear, and now Shalao, who's just like, well, what do I do? Because now I just sit under my turret. There's a potential dive coming. He sees Kanavi on this ward. early Herald here, missing, did roam up there and was able to put down some vision, but they really want to keep control of this bottom lane.
Oh, good engage coming out from Hacker, though. 369 could use his ult. Flash away. Move over towards Kanavi. Knight's back on the scene as well. And that should be the end of the play for FPX, as Kanavi at least will be forced off the Herald. No TP here available for 369 either. But he's going to respect the potential dive. Will back away as Knight. Very aggressive trading coming on through here, as he finds a bit more damage. Good, does get rooted up by the chains, but Blossom comes in. Knight! What?
Okay, so what happened was here, the first 4 minutes JDG got to play, and then FPX decided, all right, enough. You don't get any more of those. No more freebies. We're going to take away your ability to punish. JDG maybe feel a little bit hypey. In particular, Knight getting punished now twice, which will give Care the ability to push out this lane and even look for potential roams later on. We're going to take a look at exactly what happened. I think Knight maybe just over-indexing into how much damage he actually can do.
Maybe just underestimating how much Care was bringing to the table. He literally just gets autoed down. Like, the flash forwards to the Pop Blossom while dying, perhaps a little overzealous from Knight, and you know, it happens. It happens. FPX, though, they're going to take advantage of the fact that the two solo laners, like Knight dying solo in the mid lane, while 369, you know, the gank from Hacker removed some of that pressure. Does mean Herald goes the way of FPX now. In the meantime, though, Ruler building that lead in the bottom lane. The CS advantage is still absolutely massive in every single lane.
It makes it very difficult for FPX to actually make any plays in the bottom side. You look, the summoner spells are back and up and available for JDG. Dragon spawning in the next 30 seconds. It is a very tough time. We're going to have to see what FPX can do with their mid jungle here, as Care TP backed in. Should be looking to try to contest on the wave. Already has the static shiv available. Feels like it's going to be Care versus Ruler right now if they are going to fight for this. Hacker, though, he's straight up leaving this. He has the Rift Herald. They might be looking for a play now that 369 does not have his flash.
Could be the answer, trying to play opposite to the Drake, because I'm not sure this is something you can... I mean, look at the difference between AD carries, right? 20 CS lead, but also like a Kraken Slayer versus a Noon Quiver. That is not a fair fight at this point. So Hacker, rightly so, playing towards the top side.
Good wave.
Big wave crashing. Oh, look at this. Preemptive ultimate coming out from 369, clears the wave and keeps himself safe for now.
That river dot brush having a ward there told 369 where Hacker was going to be going. So excellent vision placement coming out from JDG, stops the potential dive, and like you were saying, will now potentially even be delayed. Care's moving over. There's some missing pings as they don't know exactly where Knight is. 369 has to be careful.
He does, but he's got reinforcements on the way. And I think Hacker realizing that the play is done. Beautiful bit of play from 369, the preemptive ultimate, the information gathered by the rest of his team, given over to the top laner. They get the Drake, and they keep their top lane alive as well. They deny the Herald play from Hacker. So huge bit of map play coming out from JDG. At least Care will get himself a second plate in that mid lane.
Oh no.
They're going back up to the top side again. This time, no ult available. Flash on cooldown. 369 will go down. Hacker grabbing it with a balmy cinder.
I love how Hacker just stayed resolute. He said, I'm going to continue on with this gank. We have to make something happen. We've already lost the first two dragons, and we now have this Rift Herald. Let's try to play towards our Jax, because right now, bottom lane is just not it. And I wanted to show a little bit of attention. Is Kanavi going to continue for this?
Is he going to win the 2v1 right here? He does get stunned up as Hacker moves forward with Shallow, who takes a huge chunk. Care's moving in as well. Kanavi, no ultimate, but he does have his flash available here. Stun comes out. Shallow, who you can't go back for that one. And now a TP's coming through as well. 369 back on the play. Shallow, who to fall. And Care, you can juke around, but there's just nowhere to run. Knight even moves in to help finish the kill off. Pop Blossom to force it back into 369's arms.
They just overextended there. JDG, great punish. I thought originally it was actually going to be missing making his way over, but he said, nope, the play's going to be over. I need to be able to be there for Ruler in case they want to try to dive him. Obviously, the Aphelios and Alistar, however strong they may be, can still force a summoner spell disadvantage if they can find something. And right here, this is when this play is over. You already have Care. He's moving on. You guys got your plates. You just can't stay here. Even with all this damage onto Kanavi, you have to be wondering, like, okay, like, how much can we actually overextend here? And just great punish coming out from 369. He's respawned. They should have been tracking this timer. Just a great punish coming out from JDG.
Fantastic from JDG. FPX finally making a positive play on the top side, but instantly JDG answer it. And now Triforce picked up for Kanavi. His ruler gets some solo time on the tower on the bottom side as well. That's 3 plates already taken. And I feel like, you know, theoretically, FPX are trading, you know, gold in the bottom side for gold in the top side. But actually, Shala, who's still behind, he's 20 CS down and a couple of kills down as well. 369 has that ultimate. If Hacker tries to make this dive happen again, I'm not sure it'll work out.
He has ultimate, does still have the flash, and Knight can respond, but doesn't have a lot of mana left. So would be, I think, a pretty tough ask and a pretty big win for FPX if they can even get that summoner out by themselves. Hacker, yet again, I think realizing that their only play is to try to overforce. You cannot be going even. You cannot try to go for the 90-10s, the 80-20 kind of plays. You need to overforce. You need to be making what look like overforces to try to get advantages. Because right now this game is untenable as it is. It's rule of threes, right? Top lane, up by 30. Jungle, surprisingly enough, like Kanavi's getting to 60 plus, and that's on jungle. That feat alone is incredible.
Yeah, that is absolutely monstrous from Kanavi. There we go. Ultimate comes out as Hacker just focuses on the tower. They'll finish it off with the flash on Hacker's ultimate. 369 surviving the 2-man play on the top side, and it means that Kanavi can respond on the bottom side instead. Knight dodging away from the stun. The Pop Blossom is in. The stun to follow it up as well. Shalahu low and taken down by Kanavi. The leap strike out of tower range, and it will be a trade of objectives.
1-for-1 on turrets, 30 seconds before the dragon as well. They put a lot of effort to try to get this turret down for care. But Xiaolahu doesn't have the ultimate, and now without Grandmaster's Might as well, it's pretty tough to actually sit in the side lane. We were talking about, hey, FPX are making some hits back, you know, they're throwing some punches, but it just feels like glancing blows, really, for FPX. As JDG, they feel nothing. They feel no pain. They feel no fear going up against them. They're going to take this turret. They're going to cut them off from actually walking into the mid lane. And while Hacker's starting up this Rift Herald, I'm wondering if maybe JDG, their bot lane, can go over. You obviously still have that dragon, and we're at 16 minutes, and this is third Drake. JDG are playing at blistering speeds.
Yeah, I mean, JDG coming into this one knowing their favorites, and you know, oh, Care's been found. Is he going to pop the ult? No, okay. Actually, Kanavi just blast cones over, forces Care out of the jungle. Their Drake is up, and they're like, hang on. Everyone's going to be playing opposite right now, so let's take a red buff too. Let's take everything we can away from FPX. 369. He knows his weak side in this game. He's got to try and make some kind of miracle happen. Here we go. TP coming in as well, but no ultimate available for 369. Chocho happy to tank this one as Knight has to dash away. Pop Blossom still just on cooldown for another moment or two.
This thing has ultimate.
Comes out. Wait a second, this Ruler gonna go underneath the tower.
What?
Of course he is, it's Ruler. LWX survives. Uses the Moonlight Vigil with the Severin, but the Q comes back in, and Ruler with the heal just finds a solo kill under the tower on LWX. Knight now manages to clone away from the ultimate from Hacker. Wait, no, he went down. It was the clone that escaped. Missing that charge down. And actually, this is huge from FPX because the Herald's still here. They're stacked up, and they'll be able to get an in-hip tower.
Those are 2 turrets, and it's objective bounties here for JDG. So like you were saying, gold in their back pocket. No teleports available to them. There's no flank TPs either. It looks like they're going to try and slow chase them out. See if anybody's going to be greeting for a recall. Shalahu, got to be careful here.
I love how
calls the
Kanavi and 369 are like, what, 2v4? I like those odds.
They can win this.
I'll take a 2v4. Give me that fight. As he charges up forward. Making sure that nobody can leave. Flashing for the stun of Shala, who flashes out himself. 369 has the ultimate available. Won't be able to close the gap in the end, forcing everyone away, forcing summoners out as well. LWX, Hacker, Shaolahu, all no flashes for the next fight. Same can be said though for missing Ruler and Kanavi.
I was very worried there. As soon as Kanavi missed the ultimate, I was like, all right, they don't have lethal. They don't have lethal there. But that was a great play. Still keeping the gold even, but it feels like despite all of that, you look at where all the items are actually completed, and this game, is nowhere near close. That gold, you see the gold at the top? It's a lie. Don't look at that. That number is fake. You look at Ruler, 2 full items. Already has his mythic completed, a Navori ready to go. Like, the fact that he's solo killing LWX under this turret is surprising enough. He lives, but I think it's the Kraken Slayer auto attack that he primes on some of these or some of these minions. Gets the supercharger as well with the Q, like, and it gets the flash out of him. That is not great if you're FPX, if you're looking for a game plan through your AD carry.
Uh-oh. Speaking of, the AD carry's in trouble here as Knight is chasing for a little bit more, but LPX will walk out with his life. Just about 3 Drakes, because another one has been taken in the meantime by JDG, and like you say, blistering speed at which they've taken over this game, and 369 is just gonna one-shot Care. What is that damage? He's only got 1 item.
Well, there you go. That's going to be 369, 11th solo kill here, right in front of you. Just what an insane play. And we're just getting a TP. They want to give them no quarter, no ability to actually come back into this game. 369 shouldn't have lethal without ultimate, but he could just chase him down here. Okay, decides against it. But I did want to touch really quickly, because we do have 2 minutes before the Dragon. We have Baron spawning in 30. Look at how the game has been set up here. JDG, they have some of the best Dragon stacking in the league, with Dragon percentage being 2nd best here. But it is FPX. We saw how they got both of those Rift Heralds. They tend to play towards this top side, tend to play away from LWX, because he will just be able to farm, because he will be able to kind of be that late game insurance. But this is not great. This is not what you want. You want LWX to be going even against his opponent, not down 20 in just CS alone, and almost 2.5, like an item and a half at this point.
Hard to go even when your opponent is Ruler and he's laning with missing, because even before the presence came out from Knight and from Kanavi, they were dominating the 2v2. Absolutely insane performance today, as you expect from JDG. I mean, this is JDG, for God's sake. This is the best team in the world right now. Dominating MSI, dominating Spring, and looking dominant in Summer as well. At this point, heavy favorites, I'd say, to win the whole thing here in the LPL. And we'll see how they finish this one out. Because the thing about JDG is, like, obviously they're all just very confident in their own skill and very happy to just charge on forwards. But also, the speed at which they play, like, most teams play off of like item power spikes and things like this, or like someone gets an ultimate and that's the power spike you play off. I feel like JDG, they play off a hand stiff power spike that is a permanent power spike. Like, whenever you're watching JDG playing, it feels like they're playing on a power spike. Even when they're down in items, even when your opponent is on a power spike, it still feels like JDG are playing as if they're the stronger team. And a lot of the time it turns out to be true, just on mechanical differences.
That is just a really great understanding of the game, really great understanding of what your opponent is able to do and how you can outplay that in that situation. So I love that we get to see that kind of level from JDG, because it means that they're just that much more threatening, as Zelahu is going to invest here. We see Care sitting in the side lane, trying to protect him. Does have the hull breaker, but I'm a little bit afraid. Zelahu, you have to escape. You cannot be here anymore. There are multiple members. Good job from Care to poke them out. 5 seconds before this dragon spawns. And this is going to be Soul Point. You've now pulled FPX over to this side of the map. Jax is going to have to teleport. They do not have many flank wards. And those guys are actually going to be fighting from the bottom up and try to pincer with the Jax. They have no idea where Knight is, though.
We might just be 50-50ing the Drake, though. Hacker moves in. Kanavi still on the scene. The Pop Blossom is huge. Soul taken. Looking for the fight as Ruler. Just 1v1s FPX LWX again. As Chocho chased out Hacker next to nobody even going down for the side of JDG. Xiaolahu next target as the multi-kill stacking up here for Ruler. It's utter domination today from JDG, not giving FPX a second to breathe.
There is nothing they can do. No CC is able to land on the Ruler in the first half of that fight. He is playing some of the best AD carry in the entire world right now. He is the best marksman in contention for just everywhere, global. He literally ults right in the back line, provides threat onto LWX, misses and dodges Chocho's ability to actually go in. They're going to take the Baron during this replay, and we can see what actually happened here. Just eyes on Ruler. Perfect play there, and it's a great smite. Hacker was trying to get in the pit. Care and the solo laners from FPX just unable to do anything.
And huge from Knight as well. The 3-man Pop Blossom actually sets Ruler up to go for this dive, right? The Pop Blossom is the CC that gets the Kai'Sa passive online. Beautiful bit of play from the carries. Great ultimate from 369. And in the meantime, Missing and Kanavi just locking everyone up, making sure that nobody can move. Kanavi winning his smite fight. There's really very little you can criticize on the team of JDG. And it feels like every single time I cast this team, I feel like I'm just like the head of the JDG fan club, because what can you say negatively about them? With the way that they play at the minute, like, it feels almost impossible to criticize. Aside from sometimes, you know, like Knight completely sprinting at 1v1 against Care sometimes, and, you know, 369 sometimes gets a little excited in the top side. But generally speaking, even with those moments, it doesn't ever seem to matter.
Yeah, it turns out when a team is winning a lot, not only do, you know, they get fans from the, you know, the audience perspective, but also just people on the broadcast. They're playing so well. When you're winning, obviously, we're going to talk about your accomplishments and how well you're doing. So, you know, feeling a little bit of that. You are part of the Ruler fan club, so it's fine. It's totally okay for you to be able to make that your possibility. I mean, they're having some happy moments for sure, though.
I think as well with JDG, it's one of these teams where if you're, it's like Samsung Galaxy White back in the day. Like, if you're a fan of like really top quality League of Legends, you cannot not be a fan, because they are just so immaculate with the way that they play. They are so damn good at the game that if you truly love this game being played at its highest level, you can't not love JDG right now.
You're going to be looking to them. I know a lot of people are waiting to see JDG drafts, how they play, so they can bring it into the scrim room the very next day and be like, okay, this is what we should be trying to emulate. Everybody feels like they're trying to copy the style, the formula that we've seen from JDG. And all right, that's Ruler.
It's a huge bit of play from FPX to try and turn this game around. Ruler down at the start of the
Hold
fight.
up
Didn't
now.
have the damage to keep this one going as a double kill coming through for Care. And JDG, I've gushed a little bit too much. I've cast a curse as FPX immediately take down 3.
No punishment onto LWX there, and he just lets it rip with the ultimate. They find Ruler immediately, doesn't have summoner spells. So now JDG, you've had your fun. It was your turn to take all of those turrets, take all of that damage, but you do eventually have to relinquish some control back to the opponents. It's a dance on the rift, always. Sometimes you're just going to be leading most of the game, but, you know, there is a portion of it that you actually have to give up to the opponent. So let's take a look as to what happened here. All right, so just everybody was going on to Chocho and turned right into a big fight.
Yeah, Ruler hit by the ultimate there from Hacker as well. Nice little play on the Sejuani. And, I mean, the rest is just kind of a chase down, isn't it? One thing I will say, this fight is kind of a testament to how far ahead JDG were, because Ruler just died, gave up 1,000 gold, still has a 300 gold bounty.
Yeah, that's one of the fun parts of having objective bounties, is you're so far ahead that you can continue to have one even after you die, like you're saying. Also, just has a very natural item advantage, so it's going to be feeling pretty strong. Hacker doesn't have flash, is barely going to be able to escape back into his base gates, and they're just waiting to siege on this mid lane. There's nothing for FPX to do. There's no waves for them to play for. Top side is pushing in thanks to the inhibitor. Like, Xiaolahu is actually going to be building the Zonias, so I think his build is in a bit of flux, as you obviously went for the Hullberger to try to go for a split push, but need the Zonias to play for team fight.
See if he can finish that item off before the game ends, honestly, because the siege is continuing. Who needs Baron? Say JDG, as they continue to try and push in the mid lane to set up for 369, pushing down in the bottom side of the map. Elder coming up in 50 seconds, and I've got to be honest, I don't know if JDG really want to entertain that as an objective, because especially if Hacker can get anywhere near, that becomes extremely risky in the grand scheme of the game.
That is a free comeback mechanic for FPX. We'll see how JDG are actually to set this up. They're going to recall instead, which will give time for FPX to walk in, put down vision, start to push. You already see that Xiaolahu is actually doing a fantastic job of shoving this lane up, trying to cut it as high up as possible, so they can potentially have this as a, hey, you have to attend to this lane, even if there are super minions. You see that 369 is going to attend to this. So we'll see if FPX are actually able to get in. Look for what vision they're actually able to get in, because all of these wards are going to be so important if they want to try to find flanks.
I saw Kanavi farming there, and you can see his components. He's close to a GA. I wasn't sure if he was going to try and reset. I'm like, this is not the time. GA or not, please do not reset right before Elder. We're actually going to fight over this one. JDG, believing in Kanavi's smite, I guess. Is 369 trying to pressure in the side lane. Xiaolao, who fighting for mid prio, but it's not a fight as he's winning, is JDG. Posturing, it's 4v4 here as Care gets a huge chunk on tonight.
Wow.
Forces him away. This is bad news for JDG. TP in from 369. FPX back away as the Elder resets a little, but not fully. 369 on the scene now. His ultimate could be massive, and that blast cone in play could change everything. Care moves in for a bit of damage, but answered by the Q coming out from Ruler.
It's so tense right now. Their top side is pushing in. FPX, they needed to make this play now. It's too late, though. JDG can take this, and they can just find a kill.
Yeah, they don't need to actually go for the Elder. They just need to stop the recalls. Knockups coming up across the team as LWX forced away. Cho down. And Knight wants a little bit more as Ruler just charges forward and 1v1s LWX while his teammates watch. That was brutal from Ruler, and now charging into the base.
I think Kaisa is just one of the most fun AD carries. If you can see some beautiful skill expression come out from one of the best AD carries in the entire world.
No.
I'm just gonna throw up the salute. You tried. I love the attempt. Your team, your base is falling. JDG, they're gonna very handily take game one here. Send us right into the second.
I will say, fair play to FPX. Like, pushing them to 30 minutes off of an insane 5-minute lead. Like, they were, what, 3,000 gold up at 5 minutes?
Yeah.
To manage to make this a 30-minute game, to manage to win that that fight in the mid lane that LWX mispositioned, Ruler mispositioned and instantly punished by Hacker. Like, fair play to FPX, showing up at least a little bit in this one, but I mean, JDG are just insane.
It's what we come to expect, right? This is our purported, like, obviously the best, one of the best teams in the world, the ones that are winning everything right now. They're second in the standings just because they've played one less game than BLG. Whatever. The fact is that, like, we are expecting for JDG to win. FPX getting any kind of win is a huge upset, so kind of going to expectation, but I'm glad that we're getting to see some of the parity between some of our LPL teams, even if they are lower in the standings.
I think, honestly, the big takeaway from me here are two things. Number one, 369 is playing weak side out of his mind so far this year. Like, even on the Kennen, we've seen him on tanks most of the time, but the Kennen here today, playing around Hacker very, very well. Did get caught a couple of times, but in the grand scheme of the amount of pressure that was being sent to that top side, he did extremely well. But also, when it came to Elder, JDG not just being willing to flip the objective. Like, we see so many top teams just flipping objectives like Baron and Elder and, like, losing games off the back of it, and you're just, like, pulling your hair out watching, like, what are you doing? JDG approaching that appropriately, using the pressure from the super minions instead of just trying to, you know, flip the game on a dime. That's definitely not the way to play it. JDG know it.
No burger flips allowed here. They just said, nope, we're going to take care of business. We're going to make sure it's nice, it's clean, it's to our level. FPX, I liked what they were doing. They obviously knew that they were in a bit of a pinch, that they have to force for the Elder, and they just watched as their entire base bled out. JDG kind of putting them in a really tough position. That's what we want to see from the top teams, is how do they not only, you know, accentuate their gold leads, but then force their opponents into forced errors. It's just one of the great things when we have such a amazing team here in the LPL.
Yeah, it's like, don't do the Elder, just stop them doing the Elder.
Yeah.
We don't actually need the team fight right now. We just need to stall them and stop the recalls. Great stuff from JDG. And honestly, Ruler as well. Just like, I think he took LWX, like, actually locking in a champion and spawning on the server as a personal insult in this one, because every time LWX, like, peeked his head out of a brush, Ruler was there, like, killer instinct, and just annihilates him. Like, that was one of the most one-sided AD carry matchups I've seen in a long time.
That felt pretty tough. Aphelios is definitely one of the champions that if you are going to be a little bit behind, it does feel a bit tough. There's not a lot of agency you can have. And when you're going against a champion like Kaisa, who is definitely one that can operate by herself, she has all of those ultimates, and a player like Ruler who is going to take that to the nth degree, it is almost nigh impossible to not always feel like every wave is a threat. can he kill me on this wave? Is he going to dive me under this turret? We saw it under the mid tier 2. He took that very literally. He's like, I'm going under that turret. You are not farming this wave without me taking at least some of your summoner spells. So glad to see that. LWX though, probably going to be looking for maybe a better matchup, and hopefully coming into game 2, FPX can kind of tailor their draft a little bit more for their bot lane.
So my question to you, Alk, is who gets MVP in this one? Because I feel like we had multiple pop-offs across the team of JDG. Like, who's your MVP?
All right, well, first of all, I want to apologize to all the Ruler fans for me saying that Kanavi was going to get MVP potentially at the beginning of this game. That did not happen. Unfortunately, Kanavi got outshined by, I think, in my opinion, it's either going to be Ruler just because of how many awesome plays that we saw from him, and obviously how excellent his mechanical play was, or 369 for having pretty big hero moments in terms of just playing weak side and letting the rest of his team scale, letting Kanavi take all of these camps away from Hacker, letting Ruler and Missing do their thing in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think 369, like you say, fantastic weak side performance, still looking like a strong side despite the lack of presence from his teammates. But I do think Ruler will probably get it just with an insane scoreline like that. Him and Missing dominating the 2v2, and then if there's one AD carry that can use a lead on Kai'Sa, it's Ruler right now. We're going to jump into a break, and I will find out what FPX have up their sleeves, because I hope it's something. I hope we get a little bit more out of them, or at least we get some shenanigans from Kanavi. We'll have to wait and see after the break.
Oh, we're getting a
we're on the
dive.
tower here. What is going on? JDG! They're just trying to flex all over NIP here. Kanavi goes down for a second time as Shadow has arrived. You get 2 kills for Ruler. Angel's here now too. And we got chaos early here, Kitty. As Knight's trying to make it away, does get Vault Breakered in the end. Angel has died to Ruler. One more auto. No, he heals. It's not enough. The fadeaway shot, and Ruler now has 3 kills out of seemingly nowhere. A magician with his hat. Can Shadow shut him down? No! Give him a 4th kill, because why not?
Yeah, we're getting to the point now as well where Uzi, 4 items on the Ezreal, like, this is an absurdly fed carry with an Ocean Soul as Uzi flashes away from the Pop Blossom. Here comes Ning on the back line. I don't know if he has the damage to kill him. Uzi manages to kite it out. That was gorgeous play. Triple kill for Uzi as he looks for more. Fofo stealing the multi-kill, but EDG stealing the crowd here today. What domination in game 2.
Are kind of in a very similar boat where they have to wait. Oh boy. For a long time.
Hung's just going to get brought back there. There's nothing really he can do, but he's still taking up a storm. Is going to get the flash out. Not able to get it as Uzi, but Hope is going to take the brunt of Uzi's ire. And Uzi comes up big. We got to get him cut out here, though, as Iwandi's trying to take him down. He's healing a lot. He takes out another, and that's huge for EDG. He can't get the 3rd, though. Mako on the other side of Dodge, but it doesn't matter because WE have crumbled to dust.
The players as Ultimate's popped in the bottom side, and LWX is here as well, but the Shy just jumped on top of him and turns him to pieces. The Shy is an absolute monster in the 2v1.
I mean, Cube, right? Guys, I'm complaining about Cassante, but Cube has still put on a clinic. Like, there is still a part of this game that Cube is still nailing. As LNG forces TP from WE to get around this dragon. It's going to be dragon number 3. We begin with another 5v5 in a 32-kill game, as that was a blind arc to stop Hung. Gets him to the backline, though. That's only onto Hung. But the jungler's burnt down. Seeker running in. Needlework. Number 1 doesn't get X, but it's an AoE. The kinematic fusion scout knocks him away so that he gets his own kills. Gala flies in. Flushes over. Quadra kill. Gala is legendary. You know, it's Penta time for one of the best ADs in the damn business.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch a drop before you get old. I my mind.
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever.
我觉得这赛季我们可能就输了一把之后，后面就比较顺利吧。但连胜的时候我也没有什么波动吧，还是就继续想着进步吧，也没想着会那种松懈。我觉得面对范帕的话，我们就注意他们的中野吧，因为他们中路选角还是比较偏刺客的，感觉只要中在这就行了。我觉得凯尔是一名很正常的中单吧，但他英雄池还是和别人比不太一样的。面对他的话就正常玩就行了。今年自己最大的进步可能心态方面吧，还有自己的状态管理，就整个都比较好吧。
Yeah, we're back and we're ready to jump into game number 2 here. Knight, talking about his mentality there, I think that's really interesting that his biggest progress personally is like mentality. I think you could see that in the fact that, you know, goes to MSI, has a great performance, like looked really good on the international stage, which he's been criticized for in the past, which I still think he looked decent in previous years, but certainly not to the level of domestic dominance. So interesting to hear him talking about that in an interview. But our MVP is not going to be Knight because he sprinted it twice during the laning phase. Our MVP is instead going to be missing. Down in the bottom side, setting up Ruler with that huge advantage he was able to leverage. He grabs himself an MVP.
Rightfully so. You know, some people, they may argue that you know, Ruler was popping off on Kaisa. You know, really intellectual, high IQ support players will say, that could not have happened if I did not land every single hook. Even the ones that missed looked good. The one against the wall, he hits the passive onto LWX, and it's looking good. This one was the one that opened up the lane. It opened up so many ganks. It opened up for them to make dives onto this bottom side. And Missing is just loving the idea that the Nautilus hook has reduced cooldown when it lands on someone. So just doing a fantastic job here. This ultimate actually right here. So obviously he cleanses, he gets the ultimate right onto LWX, sets up for Ruler like we were saying in that last fight. We were talking about this during the break, but it feels like for JDG, almost every single game, you could put a dartboard on the wall with every player's like name and just like blindly throw it and they'll just get an MVP every game.
Yeah, it does feel like a bit of a raffle, doesn't it, with the MVPs when your team's performing like this? Except for Knight, who again sprinted it twice in the laning phase. I will not let him get away with that.
Okay, fair.
But I think the thing is, like, for me, when Ruler's making plays like that, like when he's solo diving LWX to the mid lane, like, I get that Missing set up the laning phase. I get that he landed some hooks, but also, like, when your Kai'Sa is popping off and literally just 1v9ing in fights like this, like, I do think that that's an MVP performance. Maybe I'm just biased because I'm an AD carry player, but I feel like this is a Ruler MVP performance. I feel like he was playing out of his mind.
Look, me too, man. I love AD carry. So the fact that we as a community for marksman players, we're obviously the loudest when it comes to being the most vocal. So
we love a wine.
Hopefully, yeah, exactly. So Missing, you can take this one. You know, everybody gets one. Everyone gets a couple freebies. We'll give you this one for how well you did this game. Let's see if you can turn it up for game 2. If you can get a game 2 one, then, you know, maybe we'll be in the conversation. We'll start. Our people will contact your people.
Yeah, okay, we'll see. We'll see. And also, we'll see who's going to get MVP for game number 2 as well, because looking at this one, I feel like, you know, after game number 1 and after the entire year so far, it's pretty clear that JDG are favorites to be 2-0 in this series at this
Yeah.
point. So now I'm looking towards, like, do we get a bit of happy gaming? 369 and Knight both came over from Top Esports, who are notorious for winning game number 1, happy game number 2, and then finish things out in game number 3. I would love to see more shenanigans from Kanavi. I would love to see more, like, just see JDG enjoying themselves a little bit on the stage. I feel like it's all very drilled and very serious at the minute, but we have seen the Ivan, we have seen the Belveth. Like, I want some more of that.
All right, Much, do you know how many series JDG have gone to 3 in regular season for summer?
Off the top of my head, I would say 1.
Oh, okay, you're really wrong. 3. We've got LNG in week 1, LGD in week 2, and then Anyone's Legend in week 3. So they're a little prone to it. They've had some games. The AL one was definitely, I think, a weird game because they were ahead for most of it, and then we actually saw the backdoor coming out from ZDZ. So some people might write that off because there's been a lot of games where we've actually seen top laners just backdoor. I'm looking over at you, Invincible, on NIP. There's been a couple of them, and you were gonna say.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because like, you mentioned that AL game. Like, I'm trying to remember how that early game went, because statistically, JDG still have a 100% win rate with a lead at 15. So they must have been at least like 100 goal behind at the 15-minute mark for that statistic still to exist in that game, and AL to then win it. So I feel like I might go back and watch that VOD after this one and figure out what actually happened there, because my memory is that they were ahead in the early game too, but I don't know, apparently not at 15. So maybe want to go back and watch later on today. But we're into the draft for game 2 between JDG and FPX. Kasante, Sejuani, Nico. It's Tristana LeBlanc and Rakan banned by FPX. They don't want to go against that LeBlanc.
Interesting. They don't want to first pick the Nico either. Something that we saw them actually take as a response. And prioritizing the AD carry matchup, Ruler has really been loving this. We've been seeing the rise of these kinds of champions. I was hoping that maybe we might see Kayazaya Trist start to pop. Oh, Munchables. There you go. Here we go. Game 2, happy game. We get to start off with an Ivern here for Kanavi. Never mind.
It's the fact that not only is he locking in the Ivern, he's blue wanting Ivern. Like, I'm not sure this was necessary.
Yes.
I don't think Hacker was going to contest this pick in a big way. He's certainly not played it so far this split. And like, it was possible he played a tree, but if he was going to do that, it'd be Maokai.
Yeah, wrong tree, but same forest, right? Hacker actually probably wanting to pick up something very aggressive. You see how he's cycling through a lot of these picks. His Lee Sin, I think, being a little bit more potent. When you are playing up against Ivern, there's a lot of damage in Daisy. This is the patch where Ivern is Mondo broken, and this is going to be the only patch where he is that broken, because he gets immediately gutted the next patch, unfortunately. So I'm trying to get in as much Ivern as I can possibly can, because after this, he's just gone.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there are some believers out there still. I know Molecule is a big Ivern enjoyer.
Yes.
But we'll see how Ivern does post-nerfs. Right now, though, in a great spot in the LPL, as we've got our solo laners locked in as well for 369 and Knight, the Renekton and Ari, setting up for big damage in each of the solo lanes.
So, good priority coming out from them. Expect for JDG to have a lot of Rift Herald priority thanks to this Renekton. This is what you pick this champion for, to get you early move into that Rift Herald so you can make a play for it. And now AD carries need to be kind of looked at, because we've gotten rid of Tristana here, which we saw Ruler even in the highlight package trying to pick up. Varus, a champion that he actually hasn't been able to play since his debut in spring here in the LPL. So thinking of other AD carries he can kind of pick up here. It looks like they might be trying to force him into Aphelios.
Do you know who it is? Who the pick is here? It's Neela, isn't it?
Give it to me.
Because Neela is actually in a really good spot right now.
Okay.
And if there's an AD carry I trust to bring it out on the big stage and show up on it, it would be Ruler. He's got an Ivan to set him up. If Missing goes for some kind of like a Nautilus or something like this to set up these fights, I can believe in it. I don't think we'll see it, but I'm just saying there's an angle.
Samira is definitely also available. We've seen that this champion kind of start to be picked up. It's mostly Abel, but we also saw LWX in that series. Oh, no.
It do
we
be
wanted
like
some
that.
happy gaming. Yeah, I was gonna say we were kind of ignoring the rest of the actual like good AD carries. I know you brought up Neela. I've played a little bit of Neela. It's okay on the 2v2 arena mode. That's it. That champion is still pretty cursed.
I feel like Neela is one of these champions that a lot of people haven't put the time in to actually get good. Like the passive is so insanely cracked that I feel like if you spend enough time to really get good at the champion and you pick it in the right drafts, it can be absolutely insanely broken. But it is extremely situational to be able to go for that one. As Missing going to go for the Alistair alongside Desire. And FPX final lock-in could be the Rel. We've seen a lot more Rel coming in. I do still like Nautilus. I like Kai'Sa Nautilus. Is just such an insanely consistent combo that I think this is probably the better lock-in.
They're picking. They're trying to see which one they actually want to go for. If they do pick up one of these two, I think Magic Resist is going to be name of the game here for JDG. Picking up every single form of Merc Treads that you possibly can is going to give you extremely good value here. And Hacker, I feel bad because he doesn't have a ton of great targets here. Are you going to be ulting Ruler? Probably not. At least he's going to be using the Featherstorm. Are you going to be trying to going for a Knight? Well, that's going to be able to have him force out his ultimate. And so you're really looking at what FPX can do in the early game to destabilize Kanavi on this Ivern. This champion is incredibly squishy. We've talked about how fun this champion can be. Obviously has to invest a lot of HP to actually clear the camps. So we'll see what FPX can do. You have this set up in mid lane from Care on this Annie, back on one of his most picked champions in the split. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, let's see. Let's find out. I'm excited to see Ruler on the Kai'Sa as well. Even though it wasn't one of the super spicy AD carries we were talking about, it's still Ruler's Kai'Sa. Zaya, sorry. It's still the champion that he's got the skin on. You know, it's still the champion that he won the World Championship with. So still hyped to see that one. And Ruler, very unlikely to actually use his own skin here. He said in an interview that he only ever uses his skin in games that are like really, really important when he needs that extra boost of power, apparently. So we'll see if he feels like he needs a boost of power in game number 2 here against FPX. Didn't feel like he needed any power to me in game 1.
I think it'd be really funny. He's actually using the
using
skin.
it.
Now, okay, I think
he needs that extra power.
It would be very funny if Ruler said that to kind of like be a little like troll a little bit and then just like uses it in very random games. I remember the last time he used it, I was like looking at this match, I was like, do you really need the extra power versus like a 10th place team here? Like, do we need it? Do we need like the extra 15% coming out of the skin? I don't think so, but if Ruler thinks he does, then who am I to say up against the best AD carry in the world?
Equally, maybe sometimes he just wants that extra bit of swagger, you know? Like,
true.
If I had a world skin, I'd lock it in every single game. You absolutely know it. We'll see how this is going to go, though. We did get some jungle shenanigans, like we asked. Kanavi on the Ivern. So let's talk early game jungling here. Hacker on the Vi. You know, very, very proactive, can be a very aggressive jungler that wants to get in those lanes. How do you play this out as Ivern? Like, how do you approach the game?
Well, first of all, it's by getting early vision, which you can already see Kanavi has done. They know exactly where Hacker is, and so being able to avoid Vi is going to be the most important part. We'll see if Hacker does anything special. A level 2 gank would not be completely out of this world, and I love that Kanavi is showing a little bit of expertise with some of the Ivern clear, showing that, you know, you have to, you know, do some pre-baking of the kind of jungle camps, get back to them later. Hacker, though, especially going for the press the attack build, wants that upfront damage, upfront DPS, so you can find this burst. I mean, lanes you're really looking for is maybe looking towards bottom lane, especially since you do have this Rel. Mid lane is going to be very easy to do before level 6. And you're already on this top side. I think maybe trying to get a flash out of 369 is not the worst idea.
All right, maybe a play up towards that top lane. It would be very early on, usually. Most junglers in the LPL tend to do like at least either a full or a partial clear before heading into a lane, trying to get that level 3 is Kanavi, like you say, pre-baking a lot of these camps, and now he can just waltz on through and take. I mean, how satisfying is this? Watching an Ivern just go and one-tap every camp, it feels good to watch.
And it's so cool to watch this because he did the Raptors, so they're already starting to get cooked here in the Ivern oven. and he comes back, clears his top side so that he can end his clear on the bottom side, which again is going to be matching Hacker. He doesn't actually have to interact with Vi. He just has to make sure that his bottom lane is not getting ganked, not in a bad position. And that's something that we prescribed for JDG in the last game. It's not necessarily about doing the 100% best play or trying to do the objective before the opponent. Sometimes all you have to do is deny it their ability to be able to take it.
Oh, great play from Missing. Forces the flash out from LWX. It's a good headbutt as Kanavi moves into the lane, and they might just look for a little bit more as well. The cooldowns are still fairly long for Missing this early on, though. A Scuttle Crab Prio, Ping 4-4. Kanavi has actually finished his entire clear before Hacker can, so he's in a fantastic position at that level 4 mark as he moves over to try and contest this Scuttle Crab. Smite unavailable for both junglers.
Not going to do much either because Knight did take that small trade in mid lane, but it is Care who has first say. I like what Kanavi was trying to go for, which was move in a bottom side, try to get an HP trade so that their bottom lane can move first as JDG. But instead, it's not able to do that, and it's just going to be covering. And instead, Hacker didn't go over the war, but that's still free information for JDG to know that Vi has a very high likelihood of going for this bottom side play. But Hacker's going to finish this recall. Now they have to be very careful on the side of LWX and Chocho. This wave is coming towards them, and at any minute there could be a very easy Ivern gank. I wonder if he's actually in vision because of this cannon minion.
Doesn't seem to be. No ping. Like typically in LPL, you can tell because there's a massive spam of pings as soon as a player is seen. So he's getting away with it for now. I feel like Kanavi, you know, hoisted by his own petard here, as he's cleared the jungle too fast. He can't actually go for the re-clear yet because they all went down too quickly for him. And he's just been hanging around in this bottom side as Hacker back on the top side of the map, beginning his second clear.
Ivern jungling is so, like, funky just because you don't actually tend to build a lot of basic components going in. It's usually just back, wait until you have enough money for boots, and then you're in the waiting zone. You're kind of picking up whatever items you can here and there. You are going to be going for the enchanter build. I don't know how much of like solo lane Ivern you've played on the past couple patches, but I played a few games. And, okay, that champion is dumb. This champion is just not okay. There's no reason to give Daisy all of those on-hit procs, and Kanavi just dealing so much damage. Gets the burst seed there, like. Ugh. I love this champion so much.
Like in the 1v1 and the 2v2 in the bottom side as well. LWX in so much trouble and taking down the feathers. Find him. And I don't think Chocho is long for the world either. Flash available, but Ruler's blocking his entrance. The headbutt denied, but it does not matter. Double kill. It's traded for a kill for Chocho, but I mean 2 kills on Ruler versus 1 on Arel. I think you'll take that as JDG.
I love seeing the player cam there. Ruler just like kind of doing a little bit of a chuckle, noticing like, I'm playing this great. Like we're doing totally fine. The fact that Missing goes down there is a bit of a prize over to FPX as they're able to go 2 for 1, but they'll take that. Ruler gets 2 kills. He gets alone time with this turret. Probably won't be able to get the wave or be able to get the plate. We get to see exactly how they started. Oh no, Missing. LWX, he tanked the turret. Great job from Missing.
Missing is playing out of his mind today. Love seeing the Alistair in the LPL. We've got so many incredible Alistair players, and Missing showing that he's very much in that list. As a root in the jungle, Chocho found as Missing doesn't overcommit to the play. Care trying to move in. Tip is available, but the shielding is so good. Missing now, knocked up, trying to buy time for his team as knocked back is Hacker, and actually saved. Missing goes down, and it's beef for dinner for FPX.
What a small bit of interaction there. Obviously, with the lance coming out from this Rel, it does break all the shields. It does crush all of them. So Missing kind of playing around the fact that, oh, I have like about 150 or so extra HP thanks to the shield. Boom, it's gone, and they find all that damage. Glacial Augment is not available. There's no ultimate, so Missing some damage resistance there. Good job from the side of FPX to punish. They even grab the dragon off of that and bring the gold back to parity.
So what you're saying is Serpent's Fan Kaiser from LWX incoming. Is that the angle we're going with?
That sounds really awful. I'm going to be 100% honest with you.
Yeah, fair enough. I just thought I'd throw it out there. Just in case he does build it, now I'll look like a genius.
No, yeah, exactly. You've set yourself up. It's a win-win for you. Like either, you know, we got a pretty funny moment talking about Serpent's Fang, or he builds it, and I look like a fool. Here's the kill on
Knight.
Knight.
He's not having a great day, is he? He goes down again. Flash and Spirit Rush were both available, but the CC chain from Hacker and Care finding a kill. And so far, so good for FPX. 3-2 on the scoreboard and a minor gold lead.
Coach Munchables is about to ream Knight after this. You're going to be in the locker room. You're going to be like, brother, man, what happened? Like, what? Let's talk about the laning phase. Goes down there.
I've already
Hacker.
unbuckled my belt. I'm ready.
Okay. Okay.
Going
All
full
right, fair
tablet
enough.
on this one.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Look, when you are one of the best teams in the world, you have to be able to keep up that consistency, and it's something we saw in their interview, right? Like, being able to level up their performance. When you are at the top, it is pretty tough to actually continue to find bleeding advantages. So, for the time being, FPX will experience a small gold lead over JDG. We need to now see them actually leverage that into objectives. Xiaolao, who will be able to push in this top side, and there should be the Rift Herald going over to the side of JDG. I mean, Missing's recalling now. He's going to be pretty late to this play, and even with Ruler coming as well, I think that this should just be FPX's advantage.
You say that LWX is actually committed to that bottom side, so even with the recall being late from Ruler, he could still move over there. Missing, headed towards the play. Care having priority in the mid lane, though, should buy space for FPX. Even with Missing moving over, the Herald has been started by Hacker. Let's see if there is any contention from the side of JDG. It wouldn't surprise me to see them try and make the play anyway. Herald at 6k, 369 underneath his tower, but now looking for a flank from the top side.
We need to see that hands diff that you had prescribed for this team. Can they actually make this play a winning one? 4 for 4.
Oh, they've found the knockups onto Care. He's removed from the play. Is 369 shredding the health bars as well. It's working out for now as it's a double kill on the Croc, and he wants a bit more for dinner. Beautiful fight from JDG and 369. It's all 9s today.
I thought that the Cannon ult was going to light up JDG, but it is just a full-on, like, cracked light bulb. They're just not able to do anything.
Oh, my God.
LWX.
LWX might get a kill here. He can finish this one off, but
No,
the shield comes out
no!
in a second. Oh my Daisy actually gets away with it. And Daisy will finish the job onto Chocho. Should be chased down here. The wards give Kanavi so much vision here. Daisy on the chase. Chocho trying to get away with his life. And he might, oh wait, Ruler's going to do it again. Ruler's going to go for a solo dive. Again, the Featherstorm out. The Feathers pull and the Flash as well. This guy is the GOAT.
Okay, well, it looks like Hacker, he's going to not let that slide. He's going to try and get one more kill, try to go even in the trade there. Pretty good shutdown for him, but, I mean, now look at what's happened. The entire map is destabilized. LWX wasn't here to catch this wave. It'll be more gold in tonight's pocket. It'll be gold now missing here for Care as well. Fantastic stuff from JDG just across the board. They took what was an even game there for a little bit, and they took that personally. They wanted every single bit of that smoke coming out from FPX.
I mean, 369, this is why you lock in Renekton for early skirmishes like this, and Knight ends up going down, but you've got a Renekton that has an Alistair to CC everyone and an Ivan to shield you up and buff you. Like, what can they do? He just has such a whale of a time of that. I mean, Ruler just no cares in the world.
Oh, and he even predicts the flash. He's able to get that great reaction coming out from him. Bit of a fancy play. I don't know if he needed to do it, but he definitely felt good while doing it, right? Like, that kind of play, you go 1 for 1 and you actually miss out on a wave, but it's about, like, the message that you sent to Care. You're saying you're not allowed to step up. Every wave, I'm going to contest you on. Every single minion that you think you're going to be able to hit, nope, 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 you're losing HP for it. So, good job from Ruler to instill the fear of God in FPX.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful here, Missing. They have vision that this is happening, so he knows that if he walks up that there's going to be a Rel Vi.
He's kind of baiting it, I think. Kanavi's here. They'll move in. Chocho gonna be knocked up here. The CC chain should be able to come on through. Hacker dives in, but Kanavi and Missing, they'll tank all day long. Chocho down, and it's beautifully baited here. FPX, they thought they had the play, but it was all JDG the whole time. Kanavi maybe looking for more into Hacker as well as LPX finds himself alone under the tower.
Oh, Knight
flashes away from the engage. Knight gonna look for a charm, but he won't find his angle here. Is now a fight in the top side as well. It's just carnage across the map from 369 as he jumps on in and gets himself a solo kill. That's 4-0 for 369.
That's another solo kill. I would not be surprised by the end of this series if maybe he's starting to get tied for solo kills in the League of Top Laners. So all of that, he's playing with 0 resources up there, and now he is 4-0, like you're saying, already finished the Gore Drinker, should be getting really close to finishing whatever second item he wants. Now FPX, they will grab themselves, or at least attempt to contest for this dragon, but it feels like if you're not able to get this objective and you maybe lose another kill, they're torn. Like, Kai'Sa wants to go mid, LWX wants to try to farm all of this, and with the indecision of this, it will turn into a turret here for JDG, and now they can have their say over this dragon.
So I just double-checked the statistic as well, and you're absolutely right. Now tying with Bin, 4 solo kills up in the top side, both on 13 at this point. If I'm not mistaken, he got 2 in the first game, and now 1 here. So was on 10 at the start of the series. Fantastic stuff from 369, and it had to be the BLG top lane, didn't it, that he's contesting? Yes. It had to be those two going toe-to-toe in the way that only they can. JDG now starting the Drake, and it's been a very slow start to the Drake. They've, like, slowly but surely postured FPX out of it.
It's because they just brought 369 down. He's using all this topside advantage. He's like, okay, guys, I'm 4-0. I'm just going to walk in, and they actually just can't do anything versus me. This is literally illegal for them to try to go for anything. KR's actually going to teleport, saying this turret is already a lost cause, or the dragon is anyway, so let's just try to get some meaningful damage. But that turret is almost untouched for the most part, so Jalahu actually wasn't able to touch it just because of what's happened in the top lane. It means that KR will get some turret damage, but not a lot. He won't actually be able to finish this objective, so now FPX kind of looking at a loss here. 4,000 gold down. The dragon sacking is really not going to actually be a win condition for you. Where are you looking for an actual way back into this game? You're hoping that maybe LWX can have a pop-off fight, or Hacker, KR, really anybody. They're just so far behind.
I mean, it's a tough one, isn't it? And even 369 denying the grub from Xiaolahu. Nothing for you, he says, as he takes the grub away. Letting Xiaolahu doing all the damage as Kanavi actually flashes underneath the tower. The shield keeps him safe, and the roots come through. This Ruler gets another one, and now chasing onto LWX. Ruler, you've got to be a little cautious, although, do you? You are playing Xayah, and you've still got Featherstorm, so I don't think he's going to be careful. Chocho forced out of the fight, realizing quite how much damage Ruler has in the tank, and 369, he wants a bit of the action as well. JDG, this is just decimation.
I like the idea behind the play, but Kanavi still has flash. Hacker, you don't. The idea is try to get some damage down so that you can feign potentially JDG not being able to actually play for this Rift Herald coming up. But now you've been over 2 kills. It's going to be another objective. Try to make this pick onto 369. That's 1.
Well, they've got him. They've certainly got him. Tibbers, or in fact, it wasn't even Tibbers. It was just the stun coming out from Annie. Oh, wait, no, it was Tibbers. I looked at the interface, and Tibbers is not on cooldown, but it's because Tibbers is still on the map. I just had a bit of a brain fart. But
it happens to the best of us.
Yeah, 2 ultimates used, and 369 doesn't even get to move. Even with the Merc Treads, didn't get to move throughout that play because of all the stuns coming out from the Lightning Rat and the Fire Girl? I don't know. I love the Shiv coming out from Xiaolahu as well, as if Kennen didn't have enough lightning.
I'm trying to think, because I know on our stats sheet it's like all in Mandarin, and I've had to like Google Translate a few times to see what Annie's name is. I can probably ask one of my friends. They'll definitely give me the translation, because currently my browser is not giving me the in-game. We're seeing this replay. I mean, we kind of saw this. Chocho was looking for something, and I think with how Ruler was positioning, we could have seen him with care going for the flash, trying to find that. Cleanse just comes out. We talked about it. Still had the Featherstorm, so it's going to be 2 kills. Though I guess the silver lining is after this they do get a kill onto 369, and maybe another one here.
They say that Dominus comes out to keep himself alive, and he actually goes in for this one as Night now arrives. I don't think there's enough damage there on the Nine-Tailed Fox. Maybe 369 thinking the Gore Drinker and his Q would keep him alive for a little bit longer. But goes down, and that means TP used as well, but Herald taken in the top side. I just want to quickly mention as well, Kanavi 2 items at this point.
He's going to be doing so much for being able to buff up Ruler. And again, there's no champion like Ivern currently in the jungle. There's just no enchanters, something that allows you to buff up the best player, one of the best players in the league, in general. And so being able to give Ruler all of these free stats, the kind of free care to say, do what you want, I'm going to just point you in a direction and you're going to win us a game. Hey, you'll take that any day of the week. We got Dragon spawning in about 1:20, and FPX, you don't necessarily have to contest this one or the next, but you really need to be looking at how strong are we going to be looking at our items. Like,
are they gonna just kill Hacker here? I think they actually
Yeah.
are, and the Wolf
Oh!
even survives, so Kanavi can finish that one off. The Shaola who gets a TP in from Care, flashes forward for the stun on 369, but I have to say a bit of a questionable flash.
I like the build. We've actually seen this Kennen build start to pop up even way before when Static Shiv got first introduced. I think it is Dundun over in LCK was kind of picking this up as maybe an answer into some of the tanks that we're starting to see. But this is definitely for a split push. Like, you're just trying to whittle away your opponents. The all-in is not as strong.
Might have to hold that thought as JDG taking in Hip Tower. They won't push for more. I wasn't sure if they were going to just try and force this one. Shaola who and Care stuck around in the top side a little too long, and if there's one team that will punish you for that, it's JDG.
Okay, and they're just going for their recalls. They're picking up gold. FPX now, they can use this time to put down Vision to try to pick up a little bit of gold. I think this is about as strong as we're going to see FPX right now. And 369, this is the third time now. We saw it in the beginning of the game. It was all 9s. Can you escape? Doesn't have flash. Dominus coming up soon.
1v4 here. If he can survive this one, it'll be impressive. Gets into the brush here, but will be taken down in the end. Knight now trying to answer. The charm is good onto Hacker. The trigger seeds coming on through for the damage, as well as Kanavi gets the kill. Charging forwards, LWX the target as he dashes back out again. This Chocho will be left to the Wolves, taken down by Knight. I guess left to the Foxes. As now LWX slowly but surely chased down. It's Daisy pretty much killing him at this point. He falls. Shaola who trying to escape as this is all happening as Baron spawns onto the map as well.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel as dominant and kind of as fast-paced as Game 1. But this is just good old-fashioned JDG. They just completely stomp their opponents. FPX have zero recourse. Even with 369 going down, he is still so powerful. I think some of that early game that we saw from him, that 4-0 lead that he had, is definitely buying him some leeway. They finished that Baron incredibly quickly. It is 2025. So they did that in less than maybe 10 seconds, 10 to 15. Hacker, you cannot step up. Ruler is just fearless.
Oh my god, Ruler. I mean, he's 3 levels up on Hacker.
Yeah.
He's 5 levels up on Chocho. They try and contest the Raptors. He's like, get out of my jungle. This is my territory. Ruler, he just has no fear whatsoever. He's such an insanely talented player, and he knows it.
He wants to make sure that they know it as well. That you can't just turn off nameplates coming into the server. You know that it's Ruler that you're playing up against. We can see the start of this play. They use all of their spells here, at least from LWX, to try to do this. And I love how much time 369 actually buys. FPX just look off kilter, off what they actually wanted to do. Care was walking back towards mid. LWX and Chocho are finishing this wave. Like, what was the play here? What was the intention here for them? It felt like three different individuals wanted to do different plays. And JDG just split them apart, continue to amass their gold lead. And they're just going to take this as a 2-0. Like, this game feels pretty chalked. And I'm sure that even the gold lead is going to lie 6,000, almost 7,000. But you look at the level advantage, like you were saying for Ruler, it's going to accentuate way more than that.
Yeah, plus an entire tier 3 item lead for Ruler. Like, he's got a reasonable lead. He's doing pretty well for himself down in the bottom side. And we'll see how this one's going to pan out for FPX. They do still have some late game power, like Kennen all across the team, LWX flying into the backside to try and find the 1v1. I just wonder whether or not he'll be able to actually find a 1v1, because it's just like you said with the Vial earlier. Kind of same applies for LWX, where can you find Ruler? Probably not, because of the Feather Storm. Can you find Knight? Probably not, because of the Spirit Rush. And no one else is really a very good target. Kanavi tough to kill because of all of his shields. Daisy missing, looking for an engage onto Chocho here. Oh, the charm lands, the Everfrost is in as well. Hacker coming into enemy lines here, but Care's already gone. LWX got onto the back line and just got shredded by it. Hacker falls. And JDG not meaning to stop anytime soon. The Spirit Rush from Knight as he looks for Xiaolahu as well. Flashing forward, Xiaolahu trying to dodge, but the charm just never even comes out. Nothing to dodge. He CCs himself with his own movement. And now JDG break open the base.
I love how they just completely skip the inhibitor turret. They're like, step 1, kill one of these members. Step 2, chase them into their base. Step 3, whatever. Step 4, take a Nexus at this point. It's going to be 23.5 minutes. And JDG, they're going to be the expected favorites. They're going to move on to 11-1 here in the LPL. And FPX, do you anything on this repeat? Like,
the answer is no. The answer is no. Chocho's going to go down here. Ruler's still untouched as he just decimates LWX and Care as well. Why not? Give him a triple kill. We'll just get some bonus frags on as we finish it out. 22-9. Absolute decimation. Like you say, 20-minute Baron that they finished off in like 10-15 seconds. Like, the Ivern as well. Not just a pick that Kanavi's playing for funsies. You know, this isn't just for giggles. Like, that Ivern looked actually insane. It looked so scary.
I felt like there was some thought behind it, which I think across the world, as we're starting to see some other regions start to pick up Ivern, they definitely aren't as well practiced, definitely not putting all of their thought into how to do a particularly different clear than what we've seen from most, but glad to see that Kanavi is at least expanding his jungle pool. He's been mostly on the Wukong this split, and probably maybe getting a little bit sick of playing the same champion. So I'm glad that they're expanding, and this now becomes an actual credible threat, right? You talked about how this isn't just a one-time flash in the pan for the Ivern. There's now 2 separate games on it, and you have to wonder, going into playoffs, as a team that we are expecting to make a repeat run all the way to the finals and potentially win it all again, how many different looks are we going to get specifically from this one player?
I mean, that is the question, isn't it? It feels like Kanavi, one of the most flexible junglers in the entire league. I mean, I mentioned it earlier in the first draft. 13 individual jungle picks across the course of this split so far. 13 different champions brought out by Kanavi. And I mean, JDG looked good no matter what. I think the big question for JDG is a question that won't be answered until very late in playoffs. But it's like, what do you do when you don't have 3 winning lanes? Because it feels like every single game we watch, JDG have like 3 winning lanes. Even when Knight is dying, like, he still seems to be winning the lane. He still seems to find prio. He still seems to like impact these skirmishes. Like, you know, Knight had a bit of an off day, I think it's fair to say. He didn't seem to impact the greater scheme of the game. Like, I feel like we need a stronger team to challenge them during the laning phase so we can actually see what JDG looks like if they start to fall behind.
You know what we do? We actually have to invent time travel so we can bring JDG from World Finals back to now so they can beat JDG now, and then we can say, like, oh, they lost. Okay, cool. We've seen it before. If you are going to find weaknesses in JDG's armor, I think that it doesn't come necessarily from trying to attack bot lane. I think you actually should be looking for maybe some carry top laners. 369, we were talking about it, doesn't get a lot of resources, definitely tends to survive, but if you can blow up top lane very early on, I think there is some route there. We've seen them lose certain games in between the series. We obviously talked about it before. LNG series, the LGD series, going up against anyone's legend. There are ways. We have seen them lose games. At the beginning of the season, they lost to Weibo. But I think a lot of people would attribute that to a lot of the MSI hangover coming in as a champion. So it seems like they're finally leveling up. They took some time coming in for the first couple of weeks, but we're in week 6. We're getting really close to playoffs at this point. This is the perfect time, I think, for JDG to continue to ramp up and make that run.
Certainly is. And on the side of FPX as well, you know, it's a tough loss to take. Obviously, like, it's not going to be fun to lose this one, but I think this is an expected result. It does put them 4-9 on the standings now. That's a tough place to be. You're now relying on other teams also getting 9 losses. You're relying on the top 10 not being at that 8-8 score mark, which usually the bottom team in playoffs is on a negative win-loss. The bottom team usually is 7-9 ever since we expanded playoffs to include 9th and 10th place as well. There's been a tiny little bit more leeway. So it's still possible for FPX, but it feels like a little bit further away.
Not impossible, but like you're saying, it requires their fate is out of their hands at this point. And we did talk about it a little bit before the show, but like the people who are directly in front of him before Ultra Prime and Rare Atom, they lost to them very early on in the season, so head-to-head is not going to be favoring them in that instance. And you're looking at the rest of their schedule, going up against EDG some part later this week. Then next week it's NIP and WE. So you need to take wins off of the rest of these teams, as well as expecting Ultra Prime and Rare Atom to have some falter. I think it's going to be a tough road to playoffs if they are going to make it, and they still, even if they do make it, then we're looking at an entirely different beast, right? You're looking at them actually play in playoffs. We'll leave that for if it actually happens. I'm obviously worried, and I think a lot of people who are fans for FPX, people who have come to love and know some of the names on this team, they're looking at this like, is this season, maybe, is it a little too late to try to turn it around?
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I hope for a bit of resurgence from FPX, but at this point, it is feeling like, I mean, we talked about it when the standings came up earlier on today. Like, there's that 10th place mark, and everyone 10th and above is on neutral or positive win-loss and has at least 6 wins. And then there's like a 2-win gap there. There's like a clear divide between playoffs teams and non-playoffs teams right now. And for me, teams like Ultra Prime, teams like Rare Atom, they're the ones that are going to potentially show up and try and contest that. I think FPX now, being on the 9 losses, does really make it a lot more difficult. Anyone's legend maybe could try and make a run, but it really does have to be a big run at this point. For any teams that aren't 10th and above, they need to show up. They need to seriously level up over the next couple of weeks to be able to make playoffs and upset someone like NIP. And that's the thing you got to think about, is it's not just you have to do a bit better yourselves. It's like, think of the teams that are going to be knocked out if someone else gets into playoffs. It's WE, it's RNG, it's EDG, it's NIP. These teams are good teams. These are teams that you really can't turn your nose up at. So it's a level up that has to be very significant from your Ultra Primes, your Rare Atoms, your FPXs, if they do want a chance of making playoffs.
And we're also going to be seeing Ultra Prime later today. So you're like, if you're an FPX fan, you're praying. You're looking at that matchup. You're like, please, Ultra Prime, please lose, please lose, please lose. We need you. We need this loss so badly right now, please, because again, they're looking at other teams to actually help them along in that road to playoffs. We saw it last weekend, but JDG, they're locked. They're ready to go. We're seeing them at the top of the standings. You need to make. I mean, looking at the actual standings, I have them like pulled up. It seems like the number you're kind of looking for is, like, in terms of individual games, is like 15 to 16, and they're currently at 11. They are not looking. They've got a lot of games to make up if they want to be able to make it up there.
Yeah, still a long way to go. We'll see if they can make it happen. JDG though, comfortably first seed for the time being, and I don't anticipate that changing anytime soon. Ruler gonna grab himself an MVP. He's like, look, I've soloed everyone on the Kaiser. Game number 1. This time I'm bringing out my Xayah. I'm bringing out my world skin. And I get it now. This is what he needed the power for, was to dominate even harder and grab himself an MVP.
This was he pulled out anytime he pulls out the skin, it's just because he wants MVP, because they know we're going to talk about that in an interview. He knows he's playing the audience, he's playing the long game, but I respect that coming out from a world champion and someone who has been had a long tenure in multiple different regions. So excited for him, excited to see that Ruler grabbing this. He played excellently. It feels like maybe a little bit of carryover from game 1 even, right? Like, we're going to see him solo killing Care. Moments like these are why people talk about him in the way that they do.
Yeah, I mean, he's just so insane on the Xayah. It begs belief, honestly. It's just, like, it's the confidence that he has as well. Like, most Xayah, you lock in Xayah to play defensively, right? You lock in Xayah so you can't be dived on the backside most of the time. Ruler doesn't. Ruler locks in Xayah to dominate in the lane, to dominate in the mid game, and to dominate for the entire game, basically. It's a different pick when Ruler locks in. There's a reason that this guy has a skin for the champion. And, you know, I'm here for it. I'm here to see more of it. I'm curious, if they do win Worlds, what on earth skin is he even going to go for? Because Kaiser's got one, Xayah's got one. We'll have to wait and see. I'm getting ahead of myself. They've got to win LPL first. Then,
yeah,
then we can talk about Worlds. We're going to jump into a break there. That'll be it from myself and Alk. We will be replaced, regrettably. But it'll be Ultra Prime versus OMG coming up next. And then we get our match of the week. It's BLG versus Top Esports, 2nd versus 3rd. You don't want to miss it.
很多上单的玩家偶像都是泽赛吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样打得那么强势。
一个地火阿比爆炸了！
就我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，如果有机会我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次我要复仇他。
你能打得过吗？你能打得过吗？就是死！阿斌打到第5个人头。
我最渴望的肯定是赢吧。不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人。
BLG， 新年快乐！
而是说我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。我记得我看的第一个英雄联盟比赛就是一个 S3的全明星赛吧，好像。然后当时我看到的是 LPL vs LCK 的一个全明星赛，当时感觉韩国队就是感觉很厉害吧，总是以碾压的姿态去赢我们的 LPL 的队伍。然后我是希望我们中国队能赢的，我就知道了有这样一个赛事存在。我感觉我后面会打职业，还是要归功于我上的那所学校吧。JK Love 也是从那个学校出去的，当时我也不知道他叫 JK Love。后面他在 LPL 赛场上登场的时候，还有他后面一路走到最后夺冠，然后我当时就觉得，那我也可以试一下，我也可以的。
其实当时第一时间接触到陈泽斌这名选手的时候，我们是通过线上视讯的。他给我的不一样的感觉，不是说他训练赛打得有多好，而是他每天会在差不多1点钟的时候就会给我发微信，他说：“经理，我已经准备好了，2点钟我可以随时开始训练赛。”当时我就觉得我们是一个线上训练的模式，但是他对自己的要求啊，包括时间这方面的概念，我觉得他的态度很不错。
我成为队友之后，就跟我想象中差不多吧，很有活力，很单纯，的一个人。我觉得他对待游戏就很有那种胜负欲吧。
拉回来那应该没了 ，Q 3杀很快，我天哪！这个大面1打3杀，1打3杀，我都惊呆了，哇！我的天哪！
其实我刚打职业的时候，就一直想排位去打到那些 LCK 的选手啊，或者 LPL 的选手啊，还有像 Faker 啊这种泽赛啊这种知名选手吧。我当时就很想去赢他们，然后去证明我很强嘛。很多上单的玩家偶像都是泽赛吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样，打得那么强势，然后打得很有进攻的表现。当时我也知道泽赛这个人他在韩服打得很好，我就挺看好他这个选手的。然后 S8最后他也是夺得了冠军嘛，就让我更想去表现自己了，让我更想去登上 LPL 打比赛了。
他在19年夏季赛的时候还取得了那个 LDL 联赛单杀王的称号，当时在联赛里面没有任何一个上单可以打得过他。
Q1 斩到以后拿到5杀，
但是他可能从其他渠道听到了他下赛季会提升到1队来，我觉得他就是有点忘乎所以了，然后有点沾沾自喜，就导致了他后半段的比赛他有点消极，他只在上路跟别人打线1v1，我就找他谈了一次话，我就希望你能够做好，你能够成为这个队伍里面的领袖，把这个赛季我们好好打完。就是他整个人的状态一下改变了，然后我们当时是其实以第12名进入的季后赛，最后我们取得了一个季军的成绩，还挺不错的。
鳄鱼只想点这个水晶啊！恭喜 SNS！
我们要恭喜苏宁，面朝大海，春暖花开，迎进世界赛。
第1年我就有这样一个机会去表现自己，那我就没有必要去让自己发挥的不好，我就想着我怎么样发挥好，然后打出我的风格。对于这段经历，我收获最大的应该就是，不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。因为我们在 S10世界赛的时候，其实不管是滔博还是京东， 其实我们在联赛我们都是输给他们的，但是我们在世界赛上都赢了他们。还有最后的 DWG， 很多人都觉得他们很强很无敌。其实决赛我也觉得我们有很大的机会可以赢的，只是还是差一点吧，有点遗憾。
三杀到了，还有吗？有了，接起来又定住了，杀鬼皇帝有了，四杀五杀嘛，大吉！
我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧。我对我2022年 MSI 的表现不是特别满意，因为我觉得当时我状态是不太好，然后我也没能打出我的最好表现。我觉得如果有机会，我还想再跟宙斯打一次。我觉得我下次会要复仇他。
那我们要恭喜 OMG 拿到2022年季中冠军赛的冠军。
这个 MSI 冠军对我来说就是一个象征吧，就是象征着我第一次在国际赛场上拿到一个冠军的成绩。我觉得也是对我的一种价值的一种体现吧，可以让别人知道 LPL 会有这样一个上台选手。我觉得我从来都没有想过要改变我的打法，我唯一想过的要改变的可能就是怎么样多帮助队友，然后怎么样可以让我自己减少失误，怎么样让我自己可以打得更好。
我觉得改变还是挺大的。首先就是肯定心态和性格上面肯定更开朗了，我觉得，然后心态上面肯定更加成熟了，然后打法上面我觉得他更加团队了，然后我觉得经过世界赛啊，包括他取得 MSI 这种成绩之后，以及他经历了很多队友嘛，我觉得他的打法也慢慢变得越来越团队，不会那么自私了，甚至在他自己劣势的时候，队友也陷入劣势的时候，他也能站起来说一些鼓励队友的话。
其实我就算是在我 S10表现最好的那段时间，我也是觉得我打得很正常，我从来没有觉得我打得特别好，或者说可以很膨胀的样子，就是我从来没有膨胀过。因为我打的 LPL， 我第一年我就拿到了世界赛亚军嘛，所以就我可能就不会再满足于那些比较小的那种成绩了，就比如说 LPL 里面拿个季军啊，拿个亚军啊这种，就我还是想去世界赛，然后拿到冠军吧，就是我的一个最终的目标。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人，或者说一定想要赢他。我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。我觉得我不管拿再多冠军，都跟我的初心没有什么关系的，因为我的初心就是因为喜欢这个游戏。我觉得在我喜欢这个游戏的前提下，不管我以后拿到什么样的成绩啊，或者说成绩再好，成绩再差，我都不会改变我对游戏的初心。
Didn't even know what happy means. Till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you
So I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down, so I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down, not gonna lay down, not gonna lay down. I'm gonna run toward it. No time you get on it. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down, so I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down, not gonna Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There's another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt train, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point in wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point in wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second series of the day. I am not Munchables, nor is he Alk Battery, but we are going to be bringing you the final two series of the day. I am just Ushin. I'm joined by the jubilant Jamada and his absolutely fantastic shirt. It's so nice that he said to me before we came live, "Hey, Ushin, what are you wearing today?" And I was like, "Odd question, but let's go with it." And I was like, "Oh, I'm wearing a floral shirt." He's like, "Oh, cool, I am too." And then he just absolutely owns me with his absolutely insane style. Jamada, it's been a while, but it's good to be back on the cast with you.
Yeah, and I'm very excited for our matchups today. I'm sorry that I almost stood you up in the dress department.
Yeah, I had to get changed because I was in more of like a summer shirt. It was more of like an actual floral rather than a nice floral. It almost stood me up.
almost. But yeah, I'm happy to be back with you. But not only that, we've got two really insane, but also very exciting series, right? I think the context of Ultra Prime against OMG is kind of hype, I think, especially considering how OMG just lost their most recent series. Had first row seats to that, so we'll get into that. But Ultra Prime, this is kind of their last chance, in my mind, for them to catch up to the playoffs race. So they really need to actually take a win off OMG to keep themselves relevant at all of making it into that top 10 bye. And then, of course, I feel like the match of the week afterwards needs no introduction. But what does need an introduction is this Ultra Prime lineup.
Yes, and of course we've got ourselves Harry, Ning, Forge, Doggo, and Swordart. Kind of a ragtag bunch, if you will, like if you kind of put a little kind of acronym to them, because it does feel like, you know, they're pieces of puzzles that were kind of never really fit. They were never really kind of, you know, put into things. Obviously, remember Doggo coming into BLG a couple of seasons ago. Swordart went off to TSM. That didn't really work out. Forge was kind of hovering between a couple of teams, the likes of IG and such. Never really found himself a home. And now they're kind of coming together. And I will say, I'm like pleasantly surprised with how well this team has kind of come into it. And also, as you can see on your screens, they're being very diverse with how they're actually playing the game. They're not just a one-track mind. If they don't get this, they're screwed. They are trying to be as diverse as they possibly can.
Yeah, and diversity, though, I will say it strikes in two ways when it comes to League of Legends and champion pools, right? There's having an identity, and then there's having no clue what you're doing, but also you can definitely have those teams who have these wide champion pools that do have a lot of promise and do also just generally click really well together. And Ultra Prime have definitely been, at times, a team that look really threatening, but then as the 4 and 7 scoreline does definitely indicate, other times they do just get slaughtered by teams. And I think sometimes that their, you know, willingness to be a little bit creative can definitely hurt them a bit. But speaking of creativity, I feel like OMG is definitely the crown holder of that title. Yeah, for me, the kings of that.
Absolutely. I mean, look, OMG kind of coming off a little bit of a spanking, if I'm being totally honest. LNG took that loss against IG and said, OMG, nothing personal. And, you know, we just kind of absolutely smash you out of it. And it's a little bit of a knockdown, but still sitting there at 7-3. Plenty of series to kind of go and bring themselves back up. But it starts from here. This is where they start to separate themselves from this middle of the pack we almost have from 6th to 10th, where it is everyone on 6 wins, everyone kind of scrapping with each other, and they kind of differentiate themselves and push themselves more towards that top 4 goal.
Yeah, exactly right. We're starting to get to that point now where there will be separation in the table. It's still going to be pretty close. Actually, more accurately, right below where OMG are right now. From 6th to 10th, everyone is sat on 6 wins, right?
Yeah.
So it's about trying to ensure that you can keep the gap between yourselves and that absolute gladiator pit of a fight in the standings. So for OMG, in a way, this is kind of a must-win, right? The reality is they will probably make it to playoffs, but you want to try and climb, make it into that top 4, right? Skip that extra round of playoffs, ideally.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, and people who are maybe new to the LPL, you're probably just watching for the first time, or you're not quite sure how the schedule's going to go. We haven't gotten confirmation yet, but generally speaking, between the end of the season and playoffs, it's about 4 or 5 days. There's not a lot of time between the end of the season and playoffs beginning, so you want to give yourself as much time as possible to refresh yourself, get yourself back going, because like I've been saying all split long, it is a sprint of a marathon. We are now coming into halfway past our week 6, and that means we only have a week and a half left. We have so little time now between the rest of the, compared to the other, regions, between the end of our season and our playoffs starting and ending.
Yeah, I've been saying it so much. The turnaround for the season has been insane. I wasn't here for the first 3 weeks of this split, and I missed.
And you're paying for it now.
And I'm paying for it right now. I'm sorry if you guys don't like me. Like,
I was gonna.
You just gotta put up a bit, mute the broadcast.
Better learn Jamato, buddy, because he's gonna be seeing him a lot more often.
I feel like at this point, for many, the audience would have learned a lot of Jamato by now. Over the last 2.5 weeks since I've returned, I do apologize. But yeah, we had our key matchups there, Aki and of course Ning, both very, very crucial chess pieces to both of their teams respectively. I feel like for Aki, he's always the one that's setting up the plays for a lot of his laners, right? And obviously it's a bit of a cop-out when you say that about a jungler, but in this case, it feels like they do put him on these sort of hybrid damage dealer facilitators, right? Things like Wukong, things like Nocturne, those kind of deals where you're getting the fight started, but you can also kind of carry. You can certainly 1v9 on picks like those as well, if the things are set up right for you. And as for Ning, a little bit more towards the truer facilitator side, where he's on more utility picks, but certainly has been given room to flourish and pick up some more carry-orientated champions from time to time, as Ultra Prime are taking to the stage right now.
Yeah, and look, for Ultra Prime, it's kind of hard not to like these guys in a lot of senses as well, because this is a team, especially Harry in that top side, and I really want to kind of come in and really kind of stick as strong on this guy, because it does feel like it is just that he's come in completely new in a league that is just built around top laners. Really does feel like this is kind of such a hard role to shine in, and he has been one of the shining lights, in my opinion, for Ultra Prime. It feels like he has been one of those players that has been able to kind of step forward and be counted amongst the likes of, again, Shanji, 369, Ben, the Shy, maybe not so much the Shy anymore, but the hateration always has to come through. But anyway, but I mean, like, this guy has really come together here for Ultra Prime, unfortunately, against so many teams, and not against so much talent that we have here in the league.
I mean, I do agree, but he has been having genuinely very good showings across the board, right? I feel like for me specifically, when he's matched up, it was Ala, Xiaoshu as well. Most recent memory, his top lane matchups haven't been going like terribly in my mind. He's either been going even, or in some rights, actually just kind of being his lane opponent. So for me, I've got a bit of it's a bit of a soft spot for me whenever I talk about top laners, because I feel like recently in the meta, we've had a fair amount of teams who are willing to throw their top laners a bone, give them a carry pick, give them a carry matchup, a counter matchup at that as well, and then they just won't give it any resources, because teams are obviously, I wouldn't say stuck, but they are playing towards what is typically just the bottom side of the map or mid jungle into the bottom side, because you have to stack those dragons and those objectives early, and a lot of the time you can kind of just factor out your top laner and wait for them to be relevant and stronger for team fights later on. So I hope in Ultra Prime's case, we don't necessarily see a lot of that today. I hope that we do actually get to see Harry given a little bit more of a platform to shine, because I feel like he definitely deserves it, and like you mentioned, he has been holding a candle to a couple of our very strong top laners here in the LPL.
I mean, look, he's going to have to do it again. You think of Shanji, honestly, I still put him in along to top 3, top 4 top laners we have in the league, and it's hard not to with his creativity, the amount of playmaking he does. It's like, yes, other players will play Rumble, but nobody plays Rumble like Shanji. No one really plays Cassante like Kassanji does, and it does feel like this guy can be the be-all and end-all for a lot of what OMG do. However, within that is a little bit of a weakness on the side of OMG. We saw them very much exposed against LNG, where Shanji didn't have that pop-off performance. He wasn't able to kind of find advantages up against Zika, and no one else really kind of stood up and to be counted. No one else really got themselves in that kind of sense of a carry position. And in the LPL, sometimes that can be the undoing of you. If your one-star player doesn't have a pop-up performance and the rest of you kind of sit there and wait for it, that's a bit of a problem there for OMG. So for Ultra Prime, yes, they're underdogs, but I don't think it's as far-fetched for them to kind of, get this bone of a win if they really think about it.
Yeah, and I also feel like it's just because of the nature of the most recent loss for OMG. I mean, hell, I think the reality is, just because of how big of a spanking that is, you wonder whether or not, like, how's the comeback? And I think, to me as well, breaking that series down very briefly, I think the way in which they lost it was less about their hands and a lot more about coordination and, secondly, their drafts. I feel like their drafts really let them down in their series against LNG, where they did just generally make the game a lot harder for them than it was for LNG to play out, right? I feel like both games, LNG ended up basically with self-driving drafts and basically S-tier champions in almost every role. And on the side of OMG, it was very nuanced. There was a lot of execution bars that had to be met. I'd like to see them definitely remove those hurdles for themselves, especially into a team like Ultra Prime, who you would expect them to kind of just roll over, given how strong, for the most part, OMG have been this series. So those are my big, wants right now for OMG, because I agree with you. I think the fact that we saw Shanji kind of, especially in the second game against LNG, I think he picked up the Darius, into Cassante, and he just didn't really get to interact with Zucker. Or even when the 2v2 started off, it didn't necessarily look that great either. So I think just simpler things, right? Go back to basics, bread and butter for OMG, and they'll look a lot better. For OMG, I think just try and do what you can in the early game to make OMG kind of sweat a little bit, because they will start to definitely fall apart if games get a little bit too messy, even for OMG standards.
We'll have to wait and see. Of course, the Rumble ban, it's a stationary ban that always has to come out here. Statutory even, not stationary, as against OMG. You cannot let Shanji have that pick for himself, but not letting Harry have his Gnar as well. So again, both sides giving respect towards that top side, and then after that, it's a little bit of the same mixed bag of, mid lane and Milio bans, I suppose, if you want to kind of put it that way. But now Ultra Prime, they have an opportunity to get themselves maybe the Vi first pick. We've seen it a couple of times here where it's like the Vi still with that point and click CC is just king of the jungle, or queen.
Yep, Vi, very, very powerful, not been banned away, will just be snapped up by Ultra Prime. So Aki, we've spoken about his sort of middle ground, damage dealers, facilitators. You'd expect the Wukong to be matched up with it, right? Pick that one up early, maybe an AD carry if you want to. Top laners as well for Shanji if you want something very specific blind. Like OMG have plenty of options, and they can go towards Cassante, of course. I know you're a very, very big fan of this champion, Ashin, so I'm sure we'll get to see some plays, and copy pastors will be primed and ready in the chat. If this goes alongside the Wukong, we wouldn't be too surprised about it.
I know you're the CEO of ADC Hate, but like sometimes.
Oh no, Cassante's ridiculous. Don't worry, like I'm there with you. No, it's okay.
We're both on the same page of that season. But yeah, look, Cassante, it's a no-brainer here for Shanji. He is, again, in a world where Cassante is broken, he is probably one of the best players on this champion, without a doubt in my mind. And of course, getting Cream onto something like the Ahri as well. Most likely going to see Aki picking up the Wukong, which again, kind of similar enough to what we see from OMG a lot of the times. A lot of teams have adapted the supports and ADCs kind of falling down the draft order, and these solo lanes kind of need to be picked up early.
Yeah, so I feel like one thing, when you kind of end up with solo laners picked up super early, or like on one side, you typically want to do either the inverse or you want to match it. You never want to end up, in my opinion, if one team is drafting full top side plus jungle, you then don't want to draft like half and half. I feel like it makes second ban phase a little bit too easy for the opponent. So I like the OMG are matching, and I mean, I feel like realistically the idea was take away the Ahri so you don't have to deal with the Ahri Vi combination. Then you always know you're picking up Wukong on 3 anyway. And as for Ultra Prime, going towards the Renekton in top side, tried and tested matchup, we've seen that a bunch of times, but Forge going towards his Akali in this instance. Definitely not one I was expecting, but we know what the pick can do, but a lot of skirmishing available to both sides on the top sides of the map. So I expect that first Herald in particular is one where I'll be keeping my eyes locked and loaded towards. But for now, OMG banning away the Alistar, probably look to second away another support. And Ultra Prime, I wouldn't be too surprised if they try and ban away 2 AD carries here, just because OMG have first pick of the litter for them.
And I love that Abel's drawing out the Samira bans. We've been seeing it kind of cropping up. He was one of the first people on 13-12 to kind of start picking it up and said, I can do this. Not the greatest of successes, I'll be totally honest with you. It wasn't actually a completely, giga-busted pick, but it's definitely something that does need to be given a lot of respect, considering things like the Alistar being banned away. Honestly, if they had left that open, I wouldn't have been surprised to see the Braum taken away as well. But it's taken off the board. The Draven gets banned away from Doggo. Not going to be allowed to have him any kind of pressure in that lane. Now the Tristana as well. So OMG kind of getting, again, more respect, kind of personal bans being thrown at them, as they know that Abel is one of the premier AD carries in the bot lane with that Tristana pick.
Yeah, he really has been. And OMG going to go towards this rail. I've been you know, kind of on the fence about this real priority from certain teams, but I definitely do feel like I'm starting to see its value a lot more in terms of less about the primary engage all the time, but a lot more about the re-engages. The re-engages for Rel for me are a lot more powerful. Starting to see that kind of come to fruition. So we'll see exactly how PP God pilots that one. It is blind, but with the Alistar gone, I'm sure he feels a little more confident about a lot of the bottom lane matchups, but Rakan's Aya slipped through, so that's just going to be the instant lock-in. That makes way too much sense for this Ultra Prime lineup, and now the Vi kind of has a diving buddy alongside the Akali, but just talking about a little bit more setup, and able, will he just go towards the Aphelios? I mean, there's not really a reason not to, unless he really feels like he needs something else, but he's got 4 or 5 targets that he's always going to be able to hit. That's always going to be running into him, so it doesn't feel that bad. And it seems like that'll be the case. He's just got to position well enough against Ning to not get ulted and immediately blown up by the rest of the composition of Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and look, the 2 compositions locked and loaded now, we're going to be seeing a lot of 5v5s. We need to be seeing a lot of 5v5s coming out here from OMG if you're an OMG fan, because look at the way they want to try and set up these fights. You crash down with the Rel, you go in with the Cyclone, you try and pick people off. Very front-to-back kind of style team fight with your assassin mid laner, and of course your AD carry doing it from the other side. But then, look at an Ultra Prime. Like, if this Renekton can find a great flank, if you're able to kind of separate the side of OMG so they can't get that front-to-back team fight, it's almost like kind of, you know, which one wins, an unstoppable force and a removable object, because both these sides have very clear weaknesses of how they, you know, how their comps will, you know, falter, but also strengths and how they want to try and deal with those.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. I look over to the Ultra Prime side, and I feel like just because both of the, well, I say Ultra Prime side, I look at both of these compositions holistically, and you're right. I think because they both kind of want to run into each other for the most part, that 1, we get loads of blood, and 2, this just turns into a game of execution. I feel like scaling's kind of out the window when you have 2 compositions like this. It's more about, all right, who's stacking up the early dragons, who's able to actually, you know, consistently pull out lane prio, and who's actually able to make it to skirmishes first. These are going to be the bigger questions, as opposed to, you know, hey, who has the better scaling AD carry in this game? Because the answer is, you know, Xayah and Aphelios can kind of pull out a lot of work, especially you're playing Xayah into a dive comp. You always know the feather pullback is going to be threatening, and Aphelios, red-white or even green-white, into these divers, you can mince through those health bars.
Absolutely, and look, we cannot stress enough how important this game is for both these sides. For OMG, it's about separating yourself from the rest of the pack, getting yourself closer to a top 4 finish. But for Ultra Prime, this could be the turning point of when your season didn't turn into playoffs, didn't actually turn into, you know, extra games or extra chances to get yourself up to Worlds. They need to start the momentum now if they want to have a chance. And it all starts in game 1 of this best of 3. We jump onto the Rift and we'll see if there are anything too crazy. Look, we don't actually, you know what, I lie. I take that back. I was gonna say we don't usually see anything for the first, you know, 6 to 8 minutes of the game. That's actually not been true. We've actually, with the changes of 13-12, we've actually been seeing a lot of jungle presence coming down towards that bot lane specifically in the first few minutes of the game.
Whoa, jungle presence on the bottom side? Jungle presence? Bottom side? Nah, I don't believe you, Ashin. I feel like you're lying. No, but that is definitely true. I feel like it's more true than ever that, like, jungler presence towards the bottom side just feels more weighted, and it's more or less because it feels like if you have a losing bot lane, the game is just way harder than having any other losing lane, to a point where you don't really have any priority to do anything around it. But you are right, though, on the Ultra Prime point, going back to it, this is almost the make or break series, right? This is, out of the rest of the series that they have, I guess they play Weibo after this, don't they? So maybe, I don't know, maybe Weibo are...
That's the series, yeah, they play Weibo, Top Esports, LGD, and IG. That's the remaining schedule after this.
Yes, because LGD, IG, pretty beatable teams, right? Even though they are definitely on a mild upswing towards the end of the season here. Those are teams that you would hope that you can take down, but if you can get a win out of OMG or Weibo in a couple of days' time, all of a sudden, making it into the top 10 doesn't seem impossible, right? It's still in your own hands, I think, is the important thing.
I want to try and keep the momentum, as said, keep it in your own hands. Try and get as much going, and for Ultra Prime, it's about, again, just kind of making sure you're not just losing early skirmishes, you're not just getting lost in the sauce.
Oh,
if this gets scrappy, OMG are going to find themselves in a much more powerful situation. Level 3 gank up towards this top side, and I lied again. It wasn't bot lane that's going to be seeing the engage. It's going to be top. Will we see a flash for flash? No. Shanji holds the Q3, and Harry, very well done just to keep his summoners.
Yeah. Bit awkward for Aki there on the approach. As it could even be a little bit more awkward. Flash Q maybe? Yeah, good reaction and good response from Aki.
Very, very well done, but again, good to see responses from Ning, you know? He went immediately from that bot side clear and said, cool, I'm just going to make sure that Harry has a decent enough time because, as I've said to Kitty a lot of times, is that people say this as a counter matchup in the kind of early game for the Renekton, but he has to get advantages. He cannot just let this Cassante scale because then he just ends up falling behind anyway.
Yeah, it definitely does. I feel like for me, in the 1 versus 1 specifically, because we've had a lot of the adaptation of like the Thornmail Rush from Cassante's into Renekton, it feels like it really does curb his ability to 1v1 you in the side lane. And priority is definitely very key. And speaking of priority, this is a lane where Cream is going to have plenty of it. It seems we're hovering over it. And I want to see OMG use it, right? First move out of Cream to a side lane or just securing an early dragon. I feel like it's going to be really crucial. Or just try and alleviate the pressure that Swordart and Doggo have been putting on Abel and PP God for the first couple of minutes of this lane. And probably will be for a little while. Or I feel like Zyra can't into Felios 6 has come online and you can find some cheeky engages at absolute best. So OMG definitely have their options in the early game. As we've already seen Aki try to go up towards the top side as well. So I like the aggression. And I like the fact that OMG, or Ultra Prime as well on the opposite side, have kind of just kept it quiet and also reacted where appropriately.
I love how our observers just zoomed in there just in case. Just in case. It was like, we know the Rakan has a proc of his Relic Shield. We're just going to make sure he gets that cannon. As it's one of our nice little... it's kind of like
a mini game, isn't it?
It is a mini game. Yeah, I was only saying this the other day, where it's just like you can kind of tell who's observing in internationals or what broadcast you're watching based on like, you know, based on what region it's in. Because if it's like, you know, you got a lot of like, you know, pro views from the LCK, from the LCS, they love to go Fog of War like a lot. From LEC, they do like cool cinematics, and then in the LPL, we love to highlight those cannons, just really zoom in on them and focus in on them. So it's just nice, you know, little regional disparities. You know, it's cool.
You better not miss that cannon. That's what you're saying. If it's an LPL observer on the day, you miss a cannon, I'm telling you, the entire world is gonna know. Every single time. They must just have. I mean, I guess it depends on.
It must be a meme on like the broadcast side.
Yeah, it has to be.
It has to be. It's great though, because it's a meme for us now. It's awesome.
Yeah. It's great. It's great how much communication can go on without words being spoken. Hey, it's
the universal language of flaming someone.
It's like
toxicity is universal.
You know for sure that the universal language of -1 just exists on the Chinese side. As Ultra Prime are trying to go +1, I guess, on this dragon. But OMG know it's happening. They also have first move from mid, but not from bot lane. And this could be a bit awkward for Ultra Prime because they've not started out particularly fast. And Ning didn't necessarily bring it down quite low before the rotation came in from Swordart and Doggo. So Aki's already back down here on the bottom side. He's going to poke his head and just make sure nothing's going on. And just clear away vision. I thought he was going to maybe just skip over this ward and try and eye up and engage. Won't be the case. Cream should be fine.
Yeah, no flash. No flash on Ning means a flash Q wasn't really in the vicinity to kind of happen. We might see some Scuttle Wars, but honestly, I feel like Aki doesn't really have the kind of presence to go for this one just yet. I will say, though, we can see PP God now going crashing down on top of Doggo's head with that extra sentry turret from the Crescendum. We might see them go for a little bit of a fight, but it's kind of scrappy at the moment now. Both teams kind of taking weird engages, but there's a great charm, right? 2v2 as the AD carries now fight each other. Look at all those chakras. Flash away, but does Abel have the damage with the Calibrum? Yes, he does! And survives a tower as well. But while that was happening, a flash for flash, as it ends up being a 3-for-2 trade overall. Cream with the movement speed, but not got the range.
Yeah, not got the range. I'm really surprised there. I'm not sure about the back end for Cream there, because I think he had mana for W. Maybe it's 40 mana. I looked in the bottom left, but either way, like you mentioned, really, really messy. 2v2 on either side of the map. OMG went out in the jungle exchange, I feel like, a little bit more. But certainly on the bottom side exchange too. We will get a replay and probably look at what happens in the 2v2 between the jungle and mids. Because on the bottom side, Abel completely dominated Doggo and Swordart there. A little bit hard to overcome. Crescendum plus green gun. So let's get a look. Cream goes in, finds the charm onto Ning. That's why he dies so quickly. It's basically a near perfect combo. Forge is doing his best. Eventually finds... Oh, is he going to split his damage here? Yeah, he splits his damage, but it doesn't really matter. He's still able to pick up Aki quite quickly. Cream, however, has to eventually get the long chase down. I'm kind of curious about his biscuit usage. And whether or not he actually still had it at the back end, and that's why he was late for the W. But this is just a good engage here from PP God. Yes, he gives his life up for it, but the fact that he's able to lock down Sword Art and Doggo just gives Abel the angle to do this, and even he's able to get out with his life. You'd think maybe you'd need Flash to get out on the back end, but not this man. He's able to walk out.
And the big thing that I'm noticing from that is that, yes, it's a relatively even trade. However, it was 2 kills over to Abel. 2 kills onto an Aphelios means that he is accelerated immensely, getting that attack speed, getting himself a little bit of extra damage as well. And honestly, the boots are so key as well, having those Berserker Greaves available to him. So good vision control for the moment here for Ultra Prime, as they honestly... I've said this in their last series as well. They get very formulaic about this dragon. They need these early dragons, and it's kind of becoming a little bit of a pain point for them if teams have an opportunity to fight them. Fortunately, though, for Ultra Prime, they do not have anyone to contest with. They should be able to pick up that dragon, no problem whatsoever. And because the first dragon was a Chem Drake, we are going to have a relatively good soul.
My man. Yeah. I don't know. They'll buff it one day, Ashin, one day. But
They'll just completely rework it, as they always do with things like this.
Yeah, what do we feel like? Do we feel like they're just gonna rework it again? I wonder because, gosh, are we gonna get into the balanced team questioning of decision? Oh God, I don't know if I want to really do that on broadcast. But
I don't know if I want to put myself out there for my lack of game dev knowledge.
Oh, okay, that's fine. See, I'm not game dev either, but I feel like sometimes you don't need to be a game dev to feel that something is oppressive or on the opposite end.
True.
Not particularly.
Remember the Chem Rift?
Yeah, let's not
Chem
go
Rift was bad. The Chem Rift was not. Do you know what I found incredible though when they announced the Hex Dragon? Because again, I don't have a problem with them trying new things. I think it's awesome to see them try different things, and some work, some don't. But it was really cool to me that the Hex Dragon and the Hex Rift universally loved. One of the best changes in the game.
Ooh.
Stop myself real quick. Perfect execution. Forge does not have the damage underneath the tower, but Cream just get himself out with his life. But yeah, Hex Dragon universally loved. Everyone was absolutely top notch. And then Chem Dragon and Chem Rift universally hated. It was so busted. The Rift was so unfun to play around, and it just made it when you were behind, you were even further behind because you couldn't even ward to get yourself back into it. It was so oppressive. But yeah, just interesting how things go,
It was a silly... Yeah. I prefer the Rift that we've landed on now. I'll say that.
Oh, I love the plants. I love the Rift of the Chem Rift now. It's awesome.
Oh, yeah. They're excellent. But yeah, definitely do feel a little bit of ways about the Soul. I think it's just one of those things where, to me, Souls need to be about... I don't want to say snowballing, per se, but they need to...
High risk, high reward.
Not high risk, high reward. No, they just always need to have a good use. Oh, I feel like Doggo didn't know that plate was actually still on the cards there.
Yeah, and PP Gods
not going to stop his base.
I was going to say, he's he's going to stop the base here and just be a nuisance.
You can see it on the lens as well.
Yeah, he just didn't auto attack. I don't know.
I wonder if, because I think the way the lens works is it always shows you the model. Because Doggo was recalling and it had that carriage, he was just like, what the hell?
Who is that? I just saw Sword Art. What was going on?
Yeah.
But yeah. Well, look, maybe he wanted to get back. Maybe the plate going down isn't as worth as getting a reset in, getting that Kraken Slayer. As much as, Los Platos, the curse of Los Platos, you're very aware of this curse.
Yes.
And,
I'm glad that you've taken up the
top
mantra.
Laners. yeah, absolutely.
I'm glad you've taken up the mantra. It's a great...
I've read your lectures. Incredible. I love your research.
I feel like OMG have done their research and acknowledged that Ning likes to go through lanes all the time, especially on this Vi pick. He's just going to walk into the lane and arrow it. All right, never mind. So, doesn't need any research for this one. It will just hit the tower. It's only going to take one plate. I'm just going to feel a little bit bad, but it's really close to taking a second.
Nearly
so it shouldn't be too hard to get that. Nearly two. Yeah. But this is good for Ultra Prime. They can keep pressure up high down here on the bottom side. Even though Abel is 2-0, it still feels like control of this side of the map kind of remains in Ultra Prime's favor for now. Unless...
we're looking a bit... Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know... If you really want to go for that one there, we do see plenty of presence in that bot side. Good vision control here for Ultra Prime as well. It's to be cleared out by OMG's PP God. Again, just kind of waiting to see where the next real big explosion will happen. A minute till the next dragon spawns. You have 3 minutes until the Rift Herald's there at a honestly, it feels like if you win that dragon fight, if there is one, you will kind of convert it straight away into a Rift Herald, much like we saw Ning do earlier on with the first 2 objectives. He got at the dragon after the fight, immediately back up to the Rift Herald. So this could be a little bit of a momentum swing back for Ultra Prime. They're not too far down, only about 1,000 gold, so definitely 100% within their power to come back into this. And with first items being picked up, they could find themselves an opportunity or two to really punish OMG if they overstep.
Yeah, and this is a PowerPoint now, actually, for Ultra Prime. I'm not sure how close he will be, but Forge is nearly level 11. He's already got the Rocket Belt, and that really propels Akali's backline threat and just ability to one-shot most targets at this point in the game. I hope the observers click on her at one point, just so we can see how close Forge is to level 11, because Cream's already there. So it should just be about maybe one more wave or so. I mean, they can fight before it anyway. It's not like it's a must-have, because he's already got 1 item, but just having the lower cooldown for the next cast, having more damage on cast, is just going to feel good. There you go, so level 11 is hit.
There it is, and we're going to see them move in for the fight. There's the Cyclone defensively. Is that level 11 ultimate? Forge immediately executes Aki. No jungler now for the side of OMG. Flash away, flash in, slice and dice. Harry comes up with a kill. The Cassante not really in a position to kind of answer back for that. And this is exactly what I was talking about. You got yourself an early game composition with the Renekton. You got to use it, and Ultra Prime have done just that. Now they're looking for a little bit more, but not quite able to convert anything else.
Yeah, not just there, but strength of champions, right? That's what we're talking about here. Akali, Renekton, Vi, these champions dominate these stages of the game in Ultra Prime, or OMG rather, whilst their composition, again, thematically kind of matches up with Ultra Prime's. It's different power points, right? Different ways that they actually get things started, a little more nuanced at times. And in this case, for Ultra Prime, it's pretty simple. Send in Ning, pick a target, kill him. It's that easy. Aki, the unfortunate victim of 2 ultimates in a row. Forge gets himself out of that gravity well as well from OMG, and the mix-up down there just means that the flash out has to come through, but PP God gets followed on by Harry, and very easy to lock him down. OMG lose out on that skirmish, and the gold swing is actually quite hefty because they were up about 1,000, maybe 400, 500 gold. They're actually now down a little bit less than 1,000 gold. So very, very big swing. Don't forget, with Herald being up now as well in 20 seconds time, that's another objective which realistically Ultra Prime should be angling for. And you anticipate they'll get Forges on the bottom side for a teleport, so keep your eyes on him and his ability to find the backline access with that summoner spell as well.
Big swing back in favor now. You can see it went from 1,000 gold down to 1,000 gold up. 2 dragons, and we're on an Infernal Rift, so it's actually a lot better for Ultra Prime to find those flank angles, get Harry in behind the enemy lines, jumping onto the Aphelios and whatnot. So curious to see how OMG kind of adapt themselves to make this one work for themselves. It looks like, honestly, they're just giving up this Rift Herald and saying, look, we just can't fight right now. We need the Cassante to have 2 items. We need 2 items on our Aphelios. It doesn't look like they're fully given up just yet, but it's a very late rotation. TP going to be coming in here from Forge, who still has Flash, perfect execution back up and available. Yeah, Rift Herald's gone. I don't really know what OMG were trying to do there, and they just kind of wasted a little bit of time. I don't think they were ever going to be able to contest.
Me neither. Very, very strange decision making here from OMG. Super late rotation. And they just don't have any control. But that being said, even if you take into account the rest of the map state, I'm not sure where else they could have gone. Bot side was pushed in by Forge. Top side up here, controlled by Harry. Kind of hard to move him, so like OMG were kind of stripped for options before the play anyway, so I'd actually just attribute that to a good map movement from Ultra Prime as a whole.
Absolutely.
Just denying OMG any opportunity to actually respond at all.
Yeah, really, really well played by Ultra Prime just to get themselves now 4 objectives off the bounce. Nearly a 2,000 gold lead for them as well, which is great to see. And again, this is the Ultra Prime that we have been seeing kind of dribs and drabs of throughout the season. Yes, they're 4-7. You're probably thinking not the greatest of teams, but they have been kind of in those situations where they get those first 4 objectives. They're building that momentum, and they kind of force other teams to play to their style, which is this very heavy objective kind of play style. And if they can execute around this next dragon or so in a 2 minutes time, this could be a very scary game here for OMG. OMG will not be given the time to let this Ahri get up to get some significant damage, to let this Cassante become a menace in the side lane, because Ultra Prime will already be too far ahead.
Yep, absolutely. I do agree with you. I think about Ultra Prime in the same vein I think about TT on the talk as well. We saw their upset win yesterday, where it's like, these players, I liked what you said earlier about them. I think it was like a ragtag team, kind of, everyone couldn't really find the place, but they found the place here. And not quite the same story for TT, but more along the lines of they all have these bright moments individually, and when they come together, they look like an excellent team. It's just not always something that's found consistently, but Ultra Prime definitely can do it. And again, this is the perfect time, in my mind, now to be playing OMG, considering the recent run of form, even in some of their wins, to be entirely honest with you. And right now, OMG still look a little bit shook, to be entirely real. They're not necessarily playing on the same page. That first skirmish, where they found out Ning was good, but beyond that, Ultra Prime have just had so much control of the map, and have been able to deny away so many, not only options, but just so much information from OMG. They've not been able to make concise decisions very quickly. And now Ultra Prime sit 1 minute away from Dragon, with 2 items approaching on a majority of their carries. And the Herald to work with too. And that's going to be something that, again, OMG are going to have to be made to think about when that comes to fruition, because you know it's going to be dropped probably on this Dragon spawner.
Yeah, and just weird timings as well. Like, yes, you're going for a reset now, but you didn't force 4 members into mid lane, which means you're kind of sharing XP, and, you know, no one's really kind of going anything, versus on the other side, you're getting pressure on the bot side, you're getting pressure around the Dragon. You just like, this is my problem, is that you just spent all that time and resources to get this vision around mid, and then you all reset at the same time, which means you forfeit that information, you forfeit that pressure. And that means you're just giving Ultra Prime more space to kind of come back into this. So just very, very strange kind of setup here from OMG. And they really want to try and find this front-to-back team fight. But with Forge on the bot side and, you know, Harry already around the top side, kind of maybe looking for a TP flank, they haven't cleared out this ward, which could be pivotal around this blue buff area.
Yeah, if OMG don't clear this ward out and they end up in the river, that teleport from Harry is going to be meaty. I'll say that. This teleport's coming in now from Shanji on the mid lane wave, just to try and take a little bit of control. Harry's going to go back to base, so I think he's just going to commit to a teleport flank. Kind of surprised. Maybe he has second item as well. If he does, that's huge, because definitely buff him. I beg your pardon. Buff him up in damage a fair amount. OMG are now here in the river, and that ward is still very much present and is being teleported on now.
That TP is going to come in, but they are putting a lot of damage here onto Ning, who jumps in straight away onto the Aphelios. They found the back line, but can they kill him off? That is the question. No!
Oh my god!
Finally getting himself 2 kills. Abel is not going to go down. He is unstoppable on this Aphelios. Triple kill here for the OMG topsider. Shanji keeping everybody else at bay. Cream looking to try and help him out, but it was only to the delay for the Dragon to be taken. OMG just kept Abel alive, and he put out the damage.
Oh, Abel, you monster. You had Vile on you, you had an Akali on top of you, a Renekton flanking you, and you still came out on top. Excellent kite work, and just being able to have the Gale Force. He had the second item available to him, as well as the Flash. Now they're just turning it into a quick Baron. The responses here from Doggo and Swordart. And health bars are kind of low, but it's minced. It's gone. 1,000 more HP, it gets smited. Maybe Forge can make a mess of it, but they should just about be able to get out. Maybe the Blast Cone's there, Rashid!
Oh, double knock up, and that's going to be 2 Barons almost certainly going down. They didn't respect the fact that Forge could PP in. Aki doesn't have flash, and he doesn't have a decoy. He's just sitting there waiting. They're going to make sure that he doesn't get a return kill onto Swordart or Doggo, but that is 2 little Barons going back, but I still think big win here for OMG.
This is crazy. I mean, forget whatever's going on the top side of the fight. Just look at Abel, man, because you see Vi end up outside of the mix-up. Forge obviously had the angle on him. And then how does he get out of this? Because he gets Vi Q, then he Gale Forces and flashes down.
Oh my lord, 40
and
HP.
He's just able. Oh, Forge's Q.
Oh, Forge. Yeah.
Just wide by a fraction. And that just means Abel's able to walk it out. And takes away a triple kill for his trolls as well. And they get the Dragon.
5 kills. It's a lot.
Yeah, it is.
It's a hell of a lot. And that's coming back in. Baron as well. The momentum. Funny enough, the gold hasn't swung back in favor of OMG because of those exit kills coming in for Ultra Prime. They still hold about a 1,500 gold lead. And the tower in mid did get taken down as well, as we can see in the replay, after the replay. So only about a minus 1,000 gold power play for the moment for OMG, but the key thing is they stopped the soul point from going over. They've got themselves 1 dragon, and with the composition they've built, stacking Infernals is the worst thing Ultra Prime can let OMG do.
Yeah, definitely. Every single champion here utilizes that soul, or just each individual dragon besides the Rel. You just don't want to be dealing with extra damage. Oh my goodness me, Cassante! He's done it again.
He's done it again. And Ultra Prime would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for that meddling Cassante. And that is going to be a tower, more pressure, and now you don't really have wave clear. That's the really terrible thing now with this composition, is that once the Xayah is dead, the Akali and the Renekton cannot clear minions. You can see just two caster minions there trying to see what they can do. As they're going to see maybe a move onto the bot side. Akali jumping in here onto Abel. Abel doesn't go down just yet, gets a little bit of a heal, but does finally go down. Shanji taking a lot of damage as Ning tries to chase him away. Harry will be traded back though, and Ning won't be able to kill him off because he's Cassante. He has too many dashes, and they go right back to the regularly scheduled television and sieging in this mid lane.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to pick up the tower off the back end. Decent engage from Ning. Follow-up is pretty quick. They know Abel's got no flash. He's in an awkward enough position that Gale Force isn't really going to save him. But OMG able to just dump all of their damage into the targets in front of them as a collective and kill off Harry very, very quickly. And Ning could not kill Cassante. He's got a Thornmail and this Iceborne Gauntlet. He's got 247 armor. And even with Black Cleaver and Visor 8 passive, you're just not killing him off. So, Shanji, Q into W. Yeah, there's just not really anything Doggo can do. Oh, he gets hit by the knockback. Spends about 3 seconds in CC, but angle comes in from Ning. There's no ward here from OMG. And they're actually angling a dive, I think, but as you can see, a little bit too caught out. This ultimate here from Abel unfortunately goes a bit wide. Not really his fault. Members just walk past it. And unfortunately, as you can see, backline, Ning cannot kill Shanji. Actually dashes away from the Q as well. That might have saved his life. And Harry does his best to just basically make a mess of it, but doesn't really have it in him. And OMG walk away with 2 kills, even though they lose Abel. Baron, however, didn't really net them too much. It was basically just the tier 1 towers on the top and the mid side of the map, which in the extended is going to be traded out here by Forge. So it's not the end of the world for Ultra Prime, and they can still certainly look towards this next dragon and contest it. Only real big item difference right now is between Doggo and Abel, where Abel has got that Bloodthirster completed, and Doggo himself is still looking for that Lord Dominix, and I don't think he's going to be able to complete it in time.
Forge TPing back into the fight. Does have a stopwatch now, so ready for this fight. Stopwatch available for the Renekton as well. Harry is right on top of awards, so his flank has been discovered, and they are all coercing around him. He's going to get charmed over the wall by Cream, and they're going to kill him almost instantly. There is the stopwatch getting utilized straight away, but a 1v5 situation. Harry, my dude. It's like in a shooter. You got to check your corners, and in League of Legends, you got to check for wards.
Oh, man. Why did he flash?
Yeah, actually, you know what? I didn't even notice that. I just assumed he died so quickly.
He tried to flash out and get a double E onto the dragon and out, but doesn't quite find it. And like you said, gotta check those corners. It's been something that Harry unfortunately didn't abide to and pays for it with his life. Now just gives a window to OMG to just maybe even take this tier 2 as well. I don't really feel like Ultra Prime have been very committed to this defense. The rotations late. There's only Forge down here, so that's 2 towers as well. So pretty nice gold swing. Dragon's up, or Baron's up rather, in 45 seconds. OMG can just look to play towards that. Can they even get this tier 2? If they get this tier 2, no, the wave's going to go. Wave's dead. If they got all 3 of those towers on top of the dragon, that would have been one of the meanest rotations I've seen in a while. And it would have been Ultra Prime's fault as well. They were slow to the bottom side one. They just about managed to defend the mid lane.
Next time he goes for that flank, I'm assuming he'll have a pink ward to throw in that brush and just cover himself, or at least a sweeper. Does have one in his inventory right now. But yeah, I mean, like, you can start to see with OMG that they're just starting to feel a bit more comfortable with the way the game's going right now. The Cassante with 3 items, the Aphelios with 3 items and a stopwatch. You're building up lots of damage here with this Ahri. No longer the vegan build. You've got the Shadow Flame. You're building up towards what I imagine is going to be either a death cap here for Cream. Still a ways away because he did pick up that Oblivion Orb to get some healing cut. But still, nevertheless, doing so much here for the side of OMG. The longer this game goes, the harder I feel like it becomes for Ultra Prime to try and get those miracle flanks, because again, OMG not going to be in a position to kind of go for it. They look for something, but they kind of half-ass it, and that means OMG smell blood in the water. Abel in a little bit of a 1v2, and he will be taken out there, but it's a 2-for-1 trade. Forge goes into a stasis as Harry tries to redeem himself, but a double kill coming in here for Shanji on the Cassante. OMG saw 1 moment of hesitation from Ultra Prime, and that was all they needed.
Yeah, Ultra Prime, the hesitation wasn't there when they dove onto Abel, but they kind of forgot about the rest of their team. And OMG just walk through them. This should be game 1. I think OMG are angling for the end. Even without Abel, it should just be about doable. It's a bit flippy. Maybe they make a turn. No, they want it. They want it. They think they can do it.
Yeah.
Damage is a little bit low on these towers.
Yeah. I like that PP God. I like the idea from Sordar. He was like, if I could just stop the wave. Unfortunately, PP God got us up him. I will say though, they are not going to try and throw this one, throw the baby out with the bathwater. They are going to back themselves away. They don't want to, give away 4 kills and then a Baron.
No,
hey,
no,
man.
I'm derailing the cast now. Throw the baby out of the bathtub.
Throw the baby out with the bathwater. Or did I say bathtub? I might have said bath. Never heard. Wait, I definitely meant to say throw the baby out with the bathwater. Have you never heard that saying?
Heard that saying.
You've never heard throw the baby. Look it up, dude. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy.
Either way, the replay here. Shanji's playing Cassante. Yeah, that's the replay. Nothing else to see here. Abel again gets dove in the back line, and that's just about it. I'm sorry, that was just so off. Ultra Bright, hello, engage.
Engage coming in. Cream stays alive though, and now Abel is going to be able to throw this baby out with the bathwater. He's going to go in and try and do as much as he possibly can. Ning and Harry though doing a lot of damage. He flashes away and keeps himself alive. Forge was the last man standing. A soul. I'm sorry, I'm not going to continue with this one. I'm just going to be OMG now pushing up that mid lane. With only one Nexus turret left, they should be able to end the game.
I'm just wondering, is it an age discrepancy thing here? Like, is it the fact that I'm just a little bit
old?
I know you're not that old, but I'm just like, is it just a slight generational gap? Maybe that's all.
I don't know. Maybe it's a cultural thing.
It could be. Yeah, maybe it's a cultural thing. Maybe it's a cultural thing.
Maybe it's Irish people and their sayings,
Yeah, but I think there's a culture of winning right now for OMG. And that one's returned after their series loss against LNG. Game 1 looks pretty decent here in the return. Ultra Prime, let's go back to the drawing board a little bit, but I like the ideas of the composition, and I liked how aggressive they were.
Yeah, I believe.
Hi, I was coming up.
You okay?
Hi. Yeah, no, I was sat down, and I didn't realize how quick the transition was going to be. Just my bad.
A little bit, kind of late on your re-entry here at the stand-up, the behind the scenes. But yeah, honestly, look, for Ultra Prime, it was good until it wasn't. And it was, again, kind of these things we've seen them throughout them all season where little small mistakes that just kind of led to all of a sudden you can't contest this dragon. You cannot go for this fight. And you can see right towards the end there, they're kind of saying, we have to fight now. Because the longer this goes, the worse it becomes for us. So we cannot let this go any further than it does. We either throw it all now or we do not get anything. So I appreciate the effort. I appreciate people who give it a go. But unfortunately for Ultra Prime, OMG just too strong in those mid to late game team fights.
Yeah, I feel like our teams here today they just want to get to BLG top esports. Maybe.
I appreciate
that might be what it is. But being a little more serious, I feel like for Ultra Prime, first opening 18, 20 minutes of this game, really solid. I think that the big turning point was just realistically the third dragon, where Abel kind of, little bit of 1v9ing, a little bit of space gliding, kind of was just a difference maker. Because if Abel goes down in that fight, realistically, the majority of Ultra Prime can turn back onto OMG's divers and probably kill them, and that's a third dragon, right? So I wonder how much, thought goes into that for Ultra Prime, whether or not they feel like they just need more lockdown generally for Abel here, or whether they just kind of change their mind entirely in terms of, all right, do we want a different draft, right? Do we feel like we went too heavy on the skirmishing? Do we want something that's a little easier to pilot with a slightly lower execution floor? Those are the questions I imagine that Ultra Prime are going to be going through.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big thing for me is that, for Ultra Prime, it didn't look that bad. Like, you can see with the goal difference, even when the Baron got picked up here for OMG, it wasn't a big, explosive kind of like, oh my god, 6,000 gold, something like, BLG or a JDG are able to do. It was still relatively close, but unfortunately, for the side of Ultra Prime, OMG were just too damn clean towards those late game team fights and got too big in those, kind of 30 minutes onwards. So it's a little bit of a tough deal here for Ultra Prime because I feel like their draft was solid. I don't think they had any major mistakes with what they built up for themselves. Sure, Forge on the Akali was a little bit of a question mark in terms of the meta right now, but it is something he is exceptionally, played on. He has never been really someone to shy away from this pick regardless of the meta. maybe that's the one thing you change. But honestly, I think Harry did a good job. I think Ning was great around those objective controls, and Doggo was keeping step. He was only about half an item or so, or an item completion away from Abel, so was never really further behind than you would expect him to be. Unfortunately, though, it isn't going to be the way that goes. And for OMG, this is how they've been able to kind of, smack people down. One or two small mistakes, and they just explode onto the Rift. They are such an incredibly opportunistic team to try and find those advantages.
Yeah, they are. And they are really, really solid opportunists. And beg your pardon, I've got something in my throat. I think the flexibility of the OMG draft. This is a very, very unhinged class today.
The shock of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It was just so much that you're welling up right now. It's just...
it was. Yeah, so I feel like the fact that OMG's composition could not only dive, but also very easily peel back. I think the flexibility of that, even though we kind of, we angled it as this is two kind of soft or pseudo dive compositions, right? I think the fact that Ultra Prime, however, we're kind of geared into one direction, it does technically mean that you don't really have a fallback plan per se, right? If your entire composition goes forward and that's the entire theme of it, it means that that's the only way that you could efficiently play the game. Like, peeling back and kiting is not really going to be in the MO almost ever. It's going to be a little bit too difficult to do. And in the side of OMG, if you fail that once, the re-engage law is going to be really huge. And again, that's exactly what they did. And it felt like it worked wonders for them.
Yeah, it absolutely did. We are, though, going to send it to a quick break. When we return, we will have picks and bans for game number 2.
Oh, we're getting a dive. Tower here. What is going on? JDG! They're just trying to flex all over in IP here. Gaddafi goes down for a second time as Shadow has arrived. You get 2 kills for Ruler. Angel's here now too. And we got chaos early here, Kitty. As Knight's trying to make it away, does get Vault Breakered in the end. Angel has died to Ruler. One more auto. No, he heals. It's not enough. The fadeaway shot, and Ruler now has 3 kills out of seemingly nowhere. A magician with his hat. Can Shadow shut him down? No! Give him a 4th kill, because why not?
Yeah, we're getting to the point now as well where Uzi, 4 items on the Ezreal, like, this is an absurdly fed carry with an Ocean Soul as Uzi flashes away from the Pop Blossom. Here comes Ning on the back line. I don't know if he has the damage to kill him. Uzi manages to kite it out. That was gorgeous play. Triple kill for Uzi as he looks for more. Fofo stealing the multi-kill, but EDG stealing the crowd here today. What domination in game 2.
Are kind of in a very similar boat where they have to wait. Oh boy. For a long time.
Hung's just going to get brought back there. There's nothing really he can do, but he's still taking up a storm. Is going to get the flash out. Not able to get it is Uzi, but Hope is going to take the brunt of Uzi's ire. And Uzi comes up big. We got to get him cut out here, though, as Iwandi's trying to take him down. He's healing a lot. He takes out another, and that's huge for EDG. He can't get the 3rd, though. Mako on the other side of Dodge, but it doesn't matter because WE have crumbled to dust.
The players as Ultimate's popped in the bottom side and LWX is here as well, but the Shy just jumped on top of him and turns him to pieces. The Shy is an absolute monster in the 2v1.
I mean, Cube, right? Guys, I'm complaining about Cassante, but Cube is still put on a clinic. Like, there is still a part of this game that Cube is still nailing. As LNG forces TP from WE because they're around this dragon. It's going to be dragon number 3. We begin with another 5v5 in a 32-kill game, as that was a blind arc to stop Hung. Gets him to the backline, though. That's only onto Hung. But the jungler's burnt down. Seeker running in. Needlework, number 1 doesn't connect, but it's an AoE. The kinematic future scout knocks him away so that he gets his own kills. Gala flies in, flushes over, quadra kill. Gala is legendary. You know, it's Penta time for one of the best ADs in the damn business.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out. Break me out. out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second series with OMG having a 1-0 advantage. I am still Just Oshin, and I'm joined by the very young and not up to date on his old sayings, Jamada, as we come into the second series, or second game of our second series. And yeah, I mean, we got to talk about, you know, honestly, OMG had a great performance. It could have went to MVP Abel. A lot of people probably would have expected that, but no, it was MVP to Kasanji in that top side.
Yeah. Surprised? Not surprised? Hey, I mean, an 80 carry's not getting MVP, so it gets my vote,
man, yeah,
personally.
you're the CEO of that. Like, you should be delighted.
you guys know what I'm about, all right? Yeah, Shanti had a really, really solid performance, and to be fair, a lot of his plays were after the Abel outplay, but really did continue to set the motion in favor of OMG, right? This was the main one, which really did strip away a lot of power from Ultra Prime, and this one here too. There was a lot of work that Shanji put in, which made this game pretty near impossible for Ultra Prime to actually come back into. So I respect this MVP vote. You know, I feel like it's a little bit more nuanced. I feel like it would have been very easy to just be like, yeah, Abel made that outplay, so he's MVP. But I do definitely agree. I am kind of shocked it's not Abel. You know, like,
yeah, I mean, look,
a
a lot of the time we just give it over to the 80 carries, but this time around, obviously the MVP voters were looking at someone who was able to kind of put in work, put in the damage, and cut in consistent picks onto the side of Ultra Prime to get OMG back into the game. We now come into a draft of game number 2 where Ultra Prime got to bounce back. They got to figure out what went wrong in that one. And honestly, it was just little mistakes. It was the foundations of your, you know, kind of League of Legends kind of training, if you will, where it's like, check for wards, make sure you're not sitting on a flank. Don't get randomly caught out by a Flash Cassante Q3.
Yeah.
Those are the little things that are kind of, you know, really hindering them. We saw it in so many of those clips there where Doggo just constantly having to use the Featherstorm just to stay alive.
Yeah, it was a bit ridiculous. At points, I will say. I think the Harry death in particular is one that's replaying in my mind, because not only did we obviously highlight, you know, he tried to get out by kind of hitting him with the flash and trying to eat to the dragon. He also used the stopwatch, but he was just so far away from everyone. It just didn't really matter. So yeah, there's definitely a couple of you know, cracks in the armor, which need to be sealed up in terms of the foundational play here from Ultra Prime. But I feel like, you know, by design of draft, this was kind of something that could happen if they did start to fall behind, right? It was a composition that was very, very snowball heavy and needed to, you know, win skirmish after skirmish. It just felt like the tunnel vision onto Abel, whilst it made sense, once they failed once, the ability to actually replay the same play of, you know, Ning pressing R on the Aphelios and everyone else following up wasn't necessarily going to be a consistent factor, which resulted in the death of Abel and a positive team fight. So Ultra Prime, maybe a draft with a few more safety nets, not necessarily a draft that needs to change in theme, just one that actually has, you know, more facets to play from instead of just the first 25 minutes. Ultra Prime, or OMG rather, can kind of do whatever they feel like, right? However they want to kind of change up the formula or keep it the same. I feel like it's more on Ultra Prime right here to try and adapt and make things a little more different for OMG to have to swap up their approach on.
Yeah, I think the big thing as well is that I still think you have to ban away things like the Rumble. I feel like it's something that just needs to go away here as OMG. Think about where their last ban wants to go. They still gotten rid of the Annie and the Narn. Nico as well, something that hasn't been able to go away or been taken away just yet. So we'll see what they want to try and go for. Plenty of discussion between the coaches as they want to try and make sure they don't double juke themselves, and they actually take away the Renekton themselves. They're saying, look, we don't want to let the Harry have that advantage. They don't want to have the same composition going up against OMG.
No, but it also raises the priority of the Cassante as well, with the Renekton off the board. So I wonder if that's going to be the first pick here for OMG, or whether or not they want the Vi. It seems like it's going to be the former, given the hover, and they will just lock that one in. So acknowledging that they know Cassante and Cassanji are synonymous with one another, and maybe Ultra Prime will have to find a different answer. They certainly won't find a different answer in this Vi, that's for sure. OMG will probably just land on the same draft, though Ultra Prime have the opportunity here for Forge to actually pick up the Ahri, and that's the big difference maker between being on blue side and being on red side here. So this should probably be Vi Ahri, unless Ultra Prime really are thinking about something else. And now OMG have the opportunity to just respond in kind in this mid jungle. Wukong very likely to come out, but it's about what Cream's mid lane pick is here into Forge.
See what they want to try and build into it. Could be a Cassante mid, of course, but I have said it a couple of times. I feel like if you have Cassante, you should, in all senses of the word, be giving that one over to Shanji. And maybe we get ourselves a Maokai Jace lock in here, or Tristana, which is, again, a bit of a massive flex here for OMG, because this is something that Abel has been almost exclusively playing down the bot side, but you just can't be sure whether or not that's going to be going mid or bot.
So I feel like this is a bait, though, because Cream, I don't think Cream's played a single game of Tristana mid, if I remember the champion pool played. So I'd have to pull it up, because oftentimes I do just cast about the stats on the side. It's a bad habit. Whatever happened, I don't know. I'm bad with it. But I feel like this is something that is, like you mentioned, exclusively Abel's. So they are kind of holding it over Ultra Prime's face right now. I feel like it's a bit of a bait, though. Harry's going to go towards this Jax. We've seen this matchup plenty of times throughout this year, and I feel like it's one that isn't necessarily a counter matchup in favor of Jax. I feel like I've seen it go both ways, but oftentimes I feel like I see the Cassante winning out perhaps a little bit more than it deserves to. Anyway, moving towards the second stage of ban tier, Alistar again, Rel this time by OMG, so they don't want Solar to have access to that one. I wouldn't be surprised if we also see a Rakan ban from OMG, just because the Vi is already there. And when you've got the Vi plus the Ahri, do you really want to have to deal with more mobility? I feel like the answer is likely a no.
Yeah, I feel like it's you don't need a lot more to kind of get on top of people here. I would like to see maybe a Nautilus maybe come out here for Ultra Prime. We'll see what they want to kind of go for. They could go for a kill lane as well. If they know that the Tristana's going bot side, they go Draven Nautilus if they can get confirmation of that. But we'll wait and see what OMG want to ban away. And just to confirm with you, we have had 9 games of Abel on the Tristana. It has been exclusively a bot lane pick here for OMG, not yet been picked up here by Cream, but again, can still be flexed in there. Still, especially with that Maokai being picked up, can still very much be something that comes, kind of gets swapped out here, but we'll see what OMG want to do, because, so far the split, they haven't played the Tristana mid, but it was something that was it being able to play it in spring and was a lot of success for OMG in their later playoff runs.
Yeah, I wonder if Abel was just hovering this just as kind of a taunt to Ultra Prime, given what happened last game, or whether this is actually finally going to be Cream piloting the Tristana. It seems like it might just be the case. This Kai'Sa goes through. Double AD carry. Okay, there you go. So Cream's finally going to take his hands onto the Tristana. Perhaps it's just been a flex all along, but every single time it's looked more favorable to go into Abel's hands. As he'll also go towards that Nautilus. So Kai'Sa Nautilus in the bottom side makes a whole bunch of sense. Ultra Prime have the ability now to go towards the FLLs if they want it. Zaya was banned away actually by themselves, so I do anticipate that. Which be Felios and Ultra Prime have a very, very spring draft actually, to be fair to you, but one that is very consistent. Oh, they last swap over to the Ashe. Okay, so this is now actually a little bit more about pick for Ultra Prime. It was definitely one where if they had the Aphelios, it leans a little bit more into teamfight, but now with the Crystalline Arrow, you can actually, you know, pair these up, these elements up, right? Vi plus Ashe from across map is actually something that pros used to be able to make work quite consistently. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they'll actually play that one out on the map. Whereas for OMG, a little bit more team fight heavy, double AD carry, front to back, kind of do a little bit of everything with that composition. So I'm excited to see how both these teams match up against one another.
Absolutely, and I do think that a lot of pick potential now on Ultra Prime, a lot of single target CC. You land anything, and from the Ashe to the Vi to the Ahri, you could just layer that up constantly afterwards. I will say though, if you are not in a position, if you get one person caught out on the side of Ultra Prime, you just don't really have a way to contest anything. You look at the front line that is available here for the side of OMG. They're going to be able to just basically brute force their way forward if you're not a full 5-man unit kind of contesting from all angles. So I definitely feel like the ease of execution leans a little bit more onto OMG's composition than it does Ultra Prime. Ultra Prime going to need to be a little bit more creative and definitely a lot more kind of smooth with how they look for these transitions.
They certainly are. It's a rougher one, but I feel like the floor a little bit lower. You've got Vi, you've got Rakan. This time around, certainly easier to make a turnout play. And with the Jax, you always have that side lane option for Ultra Prime. Let's get into it. I feel like OMG will have their work cut out for them a little bit if they start to cede control over to Ultra Prime.
We shall have to wait and see. We are jumping onto the Rift. 1-0 is the advantage here for OMG. Ultra Prime need to bounce back, need to keep this series alive. Otherwise, they will fall down to 4-8. And then they are looking at a best-case scenario of an 8-8 scoreline to maybe get themselves into a top 10. They are still very much in the mix, but it is getting harder and harder with every passing game that you do not pick up that W. For OMG, get themselves up to 8-3. We'll put them just above LNG for the moment, as they do have a better win-loss ratio, as they have less series played. But as you can see, we do have a slight delay on stage. Let's wait to see what kind of comes on here. But it looks like we're finally going to be jumping into the game as soon as possible. It looks like maybe actually, no, maybe we're not.
No,
maybe it's just a little bit of a bait. Little bit of a bait.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm sure when we know something, we'll let you know. But it does definitely seem like there's been some kind of pause or issue going into the second game here. But like you mentioned, Ultra Prime, if you lose the series here today, it does feel like potentially, you know, your chances of getting into playoffs kind of feel done, right? I mean, you are already kind of walking up a very, very steep hill, but it's not an impossible task with some of the series ahead of you to, at the very least, make it up to that 7 mark, right? But if you can slip a win here against OMG or maybe a slightly out of sorts Weibo, it's not impossible. Right, and I feel like that's the important thing here for Ultra Prime. So you need to see them have a strong bounce back game here, because the opening set of minutes here, 15, 18 minutes of game 1, was a very, very positive outlook for them. Just need to look to repeat that same kind of aggressiveness and willingness to throw OMG off their game.
That's the kind of thing as well. Like for OMG, it's about putting them on, you know, kind of them keeping themselves safe and making sure they build towards their win conditions. For Ultra Prime, you got to find picks. You got to be a bit more hot tempoed, shall we say. And the thing is that Ning has shown, again, we talked about in the first game, how almost formulaic he and Ultra Prime like to be with these early objectives. They like to go for an early dragon. They like to transition that into an almost immediate herald afterwards. Something like the Vi does enable that, but does feel like OMG have plenty of answers to try and contest it, especially with the amount of early game CC they have available to themselves.
Yep, do agree. The engage options from OMG, very, very strong. Maokai can be a really, really big nuisance, especially to mobile champions, but just the ultimate field as well. Then the follow-up is always going to be there. Abel can dash forward. Cream can rocket jump 3 position. PP God. Well, he's playing Nautilus, so that hook is going to hit you from Narnia, no matter what.
Unfortunately. It is, got
Do you ever
some
think,
lollipop.
Do you ever think that they'll fix how badly Nautilus Hook looks? You know, like how bad some of them.
Just the animation.
Yeah.
Oh, double knock up. We'll say Doggo putting in a couple of auto attacks here. Abel will cleanse away. Sword Art taking a lot of hurt here. There's going to be the ghost coming out from Doggo as he tries to chase him down. A flash away. And that's double summoners burned by the AD carry, and Doggo and Sword Art making sure that you feel the power of the Ashe in this early game.
Yeah, Ashe, permanent slow on the auto attacks. That kind of situation there for Abel, it's so difficult to ever make it out. So now he's actually going to miss a fair amount of this first wave. He'll come back to lane and start to catch up, but Ultra Prime have set themselves ahead in this bottom side of the map, and we'll see how they actually look to utilize that. No summoner spells on Abel means that he's certainly able to be picked up on. Finding in the next couple of minutes, but he is pathing away from the bottom side of the map. Actually, both our junglers are. So it seems like they are a little bit more attracted to the solo lane, to the top side of the matchup as well. One that, again, can swing both ways. Really does depend on how aggressive our laners decide to be in. Right now, they are trading very aggressively between one another.
Good to see for the moment. We'll wait to see if it does translate into any kind of meaningful advantage later on. But for the moment, the bot lane does feel like it's the key part that we're going to be looking at as usual. And even more so just because you haven't got summoners now on the Kai'Sa, which is kind of significant. Does feel like if she gets caught out here by any kind of CC, she is just going to be in such a world of pain. And already only level 1 with our first early back is that you can see that there's already starting to put in some serious hurt here onto the top, on the bot side.
Yeah, big disparity. Oh, wow. Aki's actually slipped through. Now that Harry's taking the trade the way he has, yeah. It's going to be flash at minimum.
Flash. Has to be, but is he going to go for it? They're going to get the knockback. Ooh, the Bramble Smash does keep him down there. Harry does flash away with Ning in tow. Does not lose his life just yet. You have to be very careful in this top side. This has been a fun little adaptation we've seen as well from the side of OMG. They've always looked to try and get top side going. They're almost like when everyone was looking bot side, they were still looking top.
Yeah, and I can respect that. I think not only does it catch teams off guard, but if you're so used to, as a top laner, playing in isolation, and then all of a sudden, you know, that foreign person called a jungler ends up in your lane at 3 minutes, 30
Who
seconds.
Are you on my island?
You get a little bit confused, you know? Gosh, you sound like an Englishman. Anyway, OMG, really nice gank to, at the very least, get Harry's flash early on. And we'll see whether or not that can be punished. As, again, Shanji had a pretty good game number 1. It's pretty close to actually killing Harry. I think the only difference really in which they could have made it work is Aki's Q, it didn't actually get the knockback. It only really got the slow and the damage. If it gets the displacement as well, maybe, just maybe they have enough damage. It's not going to get double skull. It'll be spotted out as well by the saplings. But he is pathing down towards bot. He wants to make something happen, or at the very least just kind of guard off the rotation. Or maybe he gets the invade here, because Aki has unfortunately not been able to pick him up on any information at all with the plant, other saplings. But Ning's kind of twiddling his thumbs. Not sure what to do.
Yeah.
Seems like he's just going to go back into the river.
Not quite sure where he wanted to go there. I think because he didn't have full information of where Aki was, he didn't really know. Because I think if he was on the Krugs, he maybe would have fully engaged upon him. Of course, we're still waiting for Aki to reset, so double longsword would have absolutely put Aki in a terrible situation. But you can see him there sitting on 1,000 gold as he just clears up his final camp on his full clear. He will be fully spotted out on this and just kind of hovering on this bot side to make sure Abel is still in a semi-decent spot despite the early game, and he's still going to be about 10 CS down, which is significant to say the least.
It's significant, but given where they started, you know, it could be worse. It could definitely be worse. So, I guess definitely band-aiding quite well for now. Forge getting up in the face here of Cream. I think he was anticipating he would hit level 6 in the midst of that trade, and then maybe look to be a little bit aggressive. As looks like Ning, habitually as ever, he's going to start up this dragon super early on. And with lane control down here on the bottom side, and a mid lane which shouldn't really see Cream move out of it. And the fact that they have a pretty good idea that Aki's on the top side, just say, yeah, this is probably a good time to start up, and it will be picked up. There's not going to be any contest from anyone on OMG. That's Ultra Prime picking up that dragon and getting a stacking early on.
Oh, you see a charm land there as Cream looks to take a very decent trade. Oh my lord. Thankfully for Forge, he's got some Honey Fruit to keep himself safe and handy dandy. Cream does not have his Q available. Aki is in the vicinity, and it's a little bit of an obvious bait if I'm being totally real with you, and that means they're going to turn back onto Ning. Flash for flash, and there's the pop. And now Forge, he's going to have the flash, but a flash Bramble smash. Oh, my lord. I mean, that was kind of obvious, Ultra Prime. He was letting you hit him.
You know, like, when you're feeding a child, and you're like, here comes the choo-choo train. Here it is. And then it's like, the next spoonful is medicine, but you do the choo-choo train. That's what that felt like. You know, like, I don't know. Yeah, that felt like the world's most obvious bait. But hey, OMG, I'm going to complain. It's a kill onto Cream and a kill onto Aki. So they get the ball rolling there. And do we need a replay? I mean, it's surely you're just like, well, Aki should be on the top side. It's the entire
step.
It's the entire reason as to why you started the dragon no more than 40 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Very
I think
strange.
the big thing for me is just the extra, like, super obvious stutter step from Cream, where he's just like, if I do this properly, like all pro players should be able to do, is that I just turn, quickly auto, and kill the minion, if that's what he wants. But then he takes like another step forward, and you can see Ning just like, almost like, you know, like just like rubbing his hands together, like that meme, the guy behind the tree, just like, ooh, yeah, that's what I wanted to see. That's exactly what I wanted. And then all of a sudden, oh no, not exactly what I needed. But yeah, just not a good situation there for Ultra Prime's mid and jungle. They do forfeit over 2 kills, 1 to each of the jungle and mid, respectively, on OMG. And that means that we come back in, it's a 1,000 gold lead, and that bot lane advantage that we kind of highlighted so heavily just doesn't really make that big of a difference anymore. It does feel like it's, you know, your Ning without that flash to be able to get on top of the Kaisa is just going to be really hindered for the next few minutes.
Yeah, definitely will be. And I mean, hey, you know, you might have an AD carry that's down 25 CS in the bottom lane, but you also have another AD carry in the mid lane. So I guess for OMG, it's fine. And the thing about Kaisa, she's always going to be able to add supplemental damage to dive. So it doesn't really feel that bad. But Ultra Prime certainly want to try and make a play of their own. And maybe the flash won't matter if it's just underneath the tower.
Great cleanse, but is it going to be enough? They're going to put the flash away, and no, will not be enough to try and keep him alive. There's going to be a ghost coming in now. PP God in a lot of trouble. They kept the arrow right till the end, but Merc Treads, always pick up your Merc Treads, and that's going to be a nice kill back here. Good to see Ultra Prime recognizing there still wasn't a level 6 unable, so he wasn't going to have the extra dash or the extra shields.
Yeah, exactly. Just pick him off before he hits that mark. Going to be 2 levels down here once Doggo picks up this wave. Maybe Abel's quite close to level 6, but he's not level 6 yet, and that's the big thing, so feels kind of bad. Decent here from Kareem to pick up another plate. They're ready to trade off, so Ultra Prime still, you know, swinging on this side. They acknowledge, yeah, he's so close. That's got to feel rough. It's just a really well timed.
2 minions.
Yeah, maybe. No, it's a little bit more, a little bit more. The cannon would have to die. Be a couple more than that, because they're sharing the XP, right? If he was solo, for sure, it's about 2. Maybe 3, but
You can tell I'm a solo laner.
You can tell you're a solo laner. Don't you? No, you're not a solo laner. What do you play? What do you play?
I don't play anything. I don't play anything. I play Phil. I genuinely play Phil. I have about 4 champions in each role that I play, and I play everything that I can, because I'm just like, you know what? It's just not worth the fight. But this might not be worth the fight, as we can see Aki kind of getting himself in a position now on the top side. Harry, got to see if he can maybe go for this trade, but yeah, I don't know if you're going to be able to win this one out. You're going to have the little minion going in for a touchdown. Aki with the phase rush just to make sure he gets it in. Nice little punch on the ground. Aki now 2-0-1 and building up very nicely on this Maokai.
Yeah, really, really nice on the pull back there from Shanji, and fortunately has Aki in the wings, waiting, lurking, and if they want, they could actually just beeline straight to the top side and just put this Herald down, actually get some plates in. Wouldn't feel too bad. But they're actually both going to go for a reset. They need to find some kind of way to answer out on what's going on down here on the bottom side, though. In terms of gold, right? It's all well and good getting this 1 kill. But right now, Doggo is super accelerated and has a bunch of extra gold. He's going to be hitting the first couple of items well ahead of Abel. So maybe you just go towards the mid lane and get Cream accelerated as well.
It's not only just the items, it's XP as well. Just having access to, again, like it's a level and a half, maybe just under a level, or just over a level. As we come in now, he takes up that wave. But with this dragon now spawning, you will have the enchanted crystal arrow available. Remember, no summoners on anyone on the bot side here for OMG. They have still got a flash available for Doggo should he get caught out, but That ultimate for Maokai going to be coming in very, very soon. They're going to be a hook in. They're going to try and burst out PP God, and they will. Now they can turn straight back onto Cream, who's been charmed and has nowhere to go. OMG just so lackadaisical, but now here comes the Cassante, and Ning has already gone down. Shanji moving forward, wants to try and pick up Doggo, who still has flash. He flashes just to make sure that Q3 does not land. Shanji in to save the day, but it does have an equal and opposite reaction because topside's free farming for Jax.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? I'm not entirely sure why OMG are looking to wholly contest this when they know that Doggo is so much more powerful right now. And just generally, the Ultra Prime bottom side is the strong side of the map. But they do it anyway, and like you mentioned, because Shanji makes this roam happen, he sacrifices a lot of the lead he just had, right? A lot of XP missed, a lot of waves, but crucially, and honestly, far more importantly, Plate says Sword Art is going to be alright. He's just going to dash out and walk away. So yeah, Harry now kind of gets back into the game. I wouldn't be surprised if he bases, given his components. He might almost have a Sunderer. Like, it's not unreasonable at this point in the game. As, yeah, Ultra Prime finding a gauge here onto PP God. Cream is then the next person to be targeted, and immediately the Ash Arrow comes through just to keep the chain TC. It's pretty impossible for him to ever move. And then, yeah, I understand why OMG are in the position they're in, but they shouldn't really be looking to jostle for vision yet. They want to see people react to this Herald being dropped down. Unfortunately, as we come out of the replay for them, they're actually able to get back into the river, and they're able to pick up this dragon, so they split it apart. Ultra Prime won't get the stacking going, and it will be a Mountain, Rift, and Soul. So a lot of tankiness on offer can certainly help just about every champion in this game, right? Dealing with diving in themselves. Solid dragon to have, but definitely feels a little bit bad for Ultra Prime Machine to actually not pick that one up.
Yeah, it really does, especially because I think the big key thing was we saw is that when Ning dies, you can't contest it because Aki was still available. It would have just been a straight up, you know, gift over to the Maokai. So really cannot be risking that one. And unfortunately for Ultra Prime, it meant that they had to just forfeit the river control. They had to get themselves back on the map and deal with all these pushing waves. That's a two. How is it a 2-level lead in the top side right now? Maybe only a level. Yeah, Level 10 just hit there, but still, despite the amount of free time that Harry had, you know, kind of top side, he's still 30 CS down.
4,000 something HP, armor, 315 mana cost, whatever.
I need to call Kitty. I think it's like Cassante, 4,700.
I know Kitty knows it off the top of her head.
She does. Kitty knows it. Yeah. Kitty knows it by heart. She's like a national anthem for Kitty in her chat, I believe. But I think it's like 329 armor, 200 hit, MR, shield that goes shields, airborne. I don't know all of it. I know a little bit of it, but not all of it.
Showmaker's so funny, isn't he? That's where that comes from. If you don't know,
yeah,
you've seen this copy passed up, and you're like, man, that's really creative. Where did it come from? It just came from Showmaker being angry at Cassante existing. That's it. That's all it was.
You know what? I'm a Showmaker fan. You know, man's got ideas.
all of a sudden, Showmaker's my goat. How did that happen?
Yeah.
So much creativity.
That easy. It's almost like people saying "goat" about a cast, like about a player or a caster, and I thought is incredibly fickle and in the moment, mad. Anyway,
yeah, I do agree. People, I mean, I've been doing it a lot recently, but I use it less as like
your goat changes every bloody week. Like,
no, whoa. Firstly, my goat.
You turned your back on Rookie.
No,
I was there on Twitter.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
180 and then you 180 again, so it was a 360 and you faced him.
Yeah, exactly. I would love to face Rookie. He's a very handsome person.
I wouldn't. He'd kick my ass. Face him in League of Legends? No way. I would get destroyed.
No, look. Anyway, I have a soft spot for Rookie. He was one of my favorite mid laners when I used to main mid back in the day, when he won with IG. That's why. That's what it was.
5 years ago.
5 years ago. Yeah.
5 years ago, the crownless were kings. Great call.
Wow. Oh, goodness me, Yashin, your memory, man.
Oh man, I have such incredibly weird memory when it comes to caster calls. Like I have so much like good memories of certain little things. It's awesome though. It's awesome to have it, you know, available to kind of go for it. But now we can bring ourselves back into the game a little bit. We can talk about where the items are right now, because funny enough, despite Abel being put down so far, he's got a static shift. He's actually going for the AP Kaisa build. I actually have no problem with this in this particular instance, because you've got the Tristana and the Cassante already. You are lacking in a little bit of that magic damage, so having that available to you, and also just straight up the wave clear, is just really nice to have. So really, you know, kind of good adaptation, I would feel, coming out here from Abel to try and make sure that he's not falling too far behind, because again, crate items, they're expensive.
Yeah, build path a little bit cheaper, and I think just generally it makes a lot of sense, right? It also means that as Arky, you no longer have to like kind of full commit maybe to a full AP build just to try and balance out if you're worried about armor being stacked up. In this kind of game, I feel like armor stacking wouldn't be too big an issue, but again, you never really want to have to deal too much with it, right? As, ooh, Cream, will that cannon get it off? It will! Oh, man.
Good man.
Give that cannon a contract.
Yeah, MVP. MVP. See, that's the thing. If I know if I was to give like MVPs, because obviously ours don't count for anything, I would just be trolling so hard. I just feel like that cannon was MVP, you know, like things like that, and just like have like the PNG of the cannon that took down the tower. That to me was very fun. But now PP God. Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind.
Okay, I mean,
flash for
flash is good. I mean, because
Yeah.
Aki has flash himself, and not only that, Doggo doesn't have cleanse, so diving this guy pretty easy actually. He is the strongest member on Ultra Prime by a country mile. OMG are going to get this tower, so they ideally want to let this charge in. It should do it. Shouldn't be killed. So damage on the tier 2 is going to feel nice. It's not the best use of the Herald in the world, but it might allow them to actually catch this wave up quite high as well. There's no threat of a flank for now, but Harry is actually coming up through the river, so that could be a problem. OMG need to track that. Don't get collapsed on too easily here. They should know he's on the way. Oh, they're looking for the engage.
Arrow goes wide. Yeah, they're going to try and all in onto Abel. He will be killed off straight away, but look at Cream just pumping in damage. A flash and a dash keeps Forge alive, but now he's completely isolated away from the fight. Ning flashes away as Kassanji has found himself in the fight. They're moving in. They're pulling them all back. You cannot give this man this champion. He enables everything OMG want, and now Harry just going to put down a little bit of a counter-strike. Tries to make it work, but it's just not going to happen. Triple kill for Cream, but Shanji, what a beast!
Someone needs to get Kitty on the court. That's all I'll say. We need some recitations of that copy pasta. What a monster in this team fight. It's a good engage, actually, from Ultra Prime. I think the first arrow goes wide, and that feels a little bit bad here, but they understand, just because they know they've got Harry on the collapse. Dodges out, recognizes he's up against the wall, flashes over, thinks he's safe, but then collapse comes through. This is why I made the call. Maybe you want to get rid of Rakan, just because the follow-up can be so insane. But Cream goes untouched the entire time machine whilst that's going on. And eventually Shanji starts to pop off, finds Ning, W, blocks the CC. Actually, I think he punched it with the W dash. Yeah. I'm not even sure if it was unstoppable. Either way, doesn't get hit by the Grand Entrance knock up, and then again, it just buys space for Cream to cut through the health bars very efficiently because of how far ahead he is right now. Excellent team fight from OMG, even after losing Abel so quickly in that team fight.
And this is the thing, it's like, yeah, you all in onto Abel, but I'll stop myself because we're seeing an all in on the bot side there. Cream gonna hop down after the fact as Forge is TP'd in. There's the Bramble Smash to come down. Charm in here, but here's the real threat in this. You try to flash, but you cannot dash away from Destiny. Kassanji will always find his man. Now Forge dashing in, trying to see if he can make this play work, but Ultra Prime, they got lost in the sauce. And OMG out of the cook. They know exactly how they want this to go. Doggo isolated by Shanji as he goes all out onto the backside. They will get a charm, but it's still a Cassante. He's still 1v1ing under tower. What is this champion? What is going on? Shanji completes the clean ace, and this champion is busted.
Shanji will not yield, but I think Ultra Prime might be very soon. It's a 7k gold deficit now. And it all kicks off because Harry just looks for the 1v1 on Cream. It turns into an all-out 5v5 on the bottom side of the map. So, I tell a lie. It was Cream looking for the engage onto Harry.
Yep.
Harry turns it around. Cream loves to be melee range. Sometimes he forgets, you know, it's not necessarily his forte, Tristana, but Aki comes in. Sapling slows down Harry, and even though Aki gets charmed, he gets in range just in time for this twisted advance. You mentioned, and then Shanji finishes him off. At this point, Ultra Prime are all here, ready to collapse. Who do they go onto? They actually... So it's a bit split, because they first go onto Shanji, then they try and go onto Cream, but Cream can reposition with a rocket jump. Abel's not being focused, and whilst all of that's going on, hello, there's a burglar in your backyard. Shanji kidnaps Doggo, takes him through the closet to Narnia. Cream is in trouble, but how much trouble is he in actually? Never mind, not really. Shanji.
K'Sante.
Nope.
K'Sante, not going to have enough there, but again, just great kind of AP damage coming out. This game, this series feels like it's already done and dusted, but yeah, I mean, what? I mean, again, I know I'm memeing. We obviously love to talk about K'Sante, but Shanji really makes this champion look busted. He is so good at everything he needs to be when this champion comes into the Rift. He just kites it so beautifully. 3-0-9. The man's a monster.
I'm jealous. I'm jealous of Sheen. Wish we could see K'Sante performances like this all the time.
No, he'll be kneecapped soon.
That he will. That he will. I'm still very curious about what they're going to do to K'Sante, because he is incredibly pro-skewed. Like, more so than I feel like a lot of champions have been historically. Like, he's maybe, I think he's at an even worse level in my mind than Azir. If you remember, Azir was terrible in solo queue for a really long time.
True.
Whilst basically being borderline pick ban, and he's in a very similar state right now. How the hell does Cream not die here for that? That's crazy. The re-engage is good. PP God finds Dredgeline onto Forge as well. Yeah, no Spirit Rush left. Good stuff, because yeah, K'Sante, if you guys don't know.
I thought he was just gonna walk
So
up
did
and
I.
take that
So
tower.
did
I was like,
So
oh my
did
lord. Go on. What were
He
you saying
sucks
to
in
K'Sante?
solo queue. He's got like a 42% win rate in mid. I think it's like 44 or 45 in top. Last time I checked, that was 13-12. I don't know if it changed on this patch. But in pro, he's ridiculous.
Oh,
So
yeah,
it does
like-
make you wonder, how do you even change a champion like this, who fits two, you know, two classes? Oh yeah, that looks, oh. Huh?
Right. Going go for a little bit of engage here, but again, you got the Maokai, so the Nature's Grasp just does exceptionally well to keep them on. PP God gets caught out, but again, not the biggest target in the world. If you're investing everything to kill off the support, it's not really going to be worth it. K'Sante is eventually taken down, and finally, OMG have taken down the raid boss. We will see Cream jumping back over the wall. I am not quite sure what OMG were planning to do.
No.
But that's
there
an
was
ace.
a plan. There was a plan. Okay, look, what happened with Shanji's ultimate? Because it didn't bring Ning over the wall, but it brought Shanji over. We need a replay. We need, if I'm
Ning's
I
ult
would
is down, so maybe,
I
yeah,
would
here we go.
pause. No, I would pause if I was. Look at this.
Here we go.
So, is it because of the base gate?
It's just, I think it's because, yeah, maybe the base gate?
Does the base gate make that? Oh,
Because technically, yeah, because technically Ning doesn't see a wall there. But, yeah.
Look, because there's some instances, like Poppy E, for example, you can get stunned into the base gate as far as I'm aware, because it's coded as terrain for Poppy, but that looked really odd. That looked really, really odd, but I don't want to go as far as saying it causes this fight to happen the way it does.
No.
But
They're in a choke.
It didn't give them the best start, alright? Ultra Prime don't care, though. They'll take whatever they can get right now. And,
yeah?
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's a really perplexing moment. I have not seen K'Sante Ard ever do that, but perhaps it was just where exactly that all happened with the base gate. That's the only thing I can theorize in my mind.
And look, it doesn't really change the scope of the game. It's great for Ultra Prime. They get themselves a Mountain Dragon, extra little bit of stats, you know, nice. I will say that it builds off of the stats you naturally build. It's a percentage of the stats you have in terms of your armor and magic resistance, and I'm looking down the line. Not a lot of armor or magic resistance for anybody, really. You've gone pretty bruisery, if I'm being totally honest. But I will say Forge now 3 items, which is pretty significant. With that Cosmic Overdrive and the Void Staff, he will blow somebody up. And Harry has a TP opportunity. Thank you, observers, for showing us.
That is a unique ward. You do not see that ward every now.
No, you never sweep that.
Never. You never sweep that. So let's see if Harry actually can find the angle. He's going to
Here
find
we
it now.
go. They get the buffer on the CC, but they're going to jump onto Cream, who's already getting taken out. But does he fall down? That's the question. Flash for flash. Counter-Strike does take him out. He's the first casualty of war. Sanji on the backside will go all out to try and take out Doggo, but he's isolated, and everyone's kind of a little bit all over the place right now. Shanji, though, looking for more. Sanji in a 1v3. I still believe he might be able to do it because he's got the shield, but he doesn't quite do it. You always have to believe. But that is still just a respite here for Ultra Prime. Their base is still in tatters, and there's nothing for them to take.
Yeah, nothing for them to get. And that's the unfortunate side of this back-to-back comeback team fight here for Ultra Prime, is it's just gold. Gold, however, you'll certainly take in this scenario. OMG caught out by a very, very unique ward here from Ultra Prime. I have to just give them credit for it entirely. I'm not sure who placed it. My guess is probably just Sword Art, but yeah, Engage comes through, Arrow is rocket jumped, and after the back of it, it's just Harry to clean up, and as soon as Cream's out of the picture, Abel is strong, but he's not as strong as Cream, and Shanji is in the back line, trying to do what he can against Sword Art and against Forge here. Unfortunately, the rest of his team falls a little bit too fast for him to make work of back line here, and he does fall in the end.
Come back into live. Now it's a 3,000 gold lead. Still very much the state of the map in favor of OMG, but Ultra Prime, but a couple more plays like that could definitely see themselves making their way into a much more favorable position. And look at the stopwatch. They have effectively four stopwatches, including that Zanya is built up for Harry to kind of work with into the next fight, whereas is just the one here for Cream. Really, really need to be very careful here for OMG if they don't want to let this game kind of slip away. And that's what it feels like it's happening right now. It feels like the longer this goes, the more we start to talk about the, the advantages that are being built up here by, Ultra Prime to get themselves back into the game, the more we start to get a bit nervous here for OMG. Cassante is great, but it can only do so much.
I don't know what you mean. Something 1v9 this. Let's see, though, if Shanji can make that one work. If he can get one of the higher value targets out of the fight, it's a pretty big deal. Re-engage now.
It's gonna be the Nature's Graph down.
Oh,
Baron's dead.
Wow, Baron's dead. Wow.
You got double AD carry, even though technically the not gonna call myself, but even though technically because it's gone AP, Guinzu's and her passive make that a very easy objective to take. And now Ultra Prime, they need to reset, get themselves back out to their lanes, make sure they don't let these minions hit their Nexus turrets, or even the inhibitor that has just respawned.
Yeah, exactly. Feels bad for Ultra Prime, but I'm not really sure there's much they could have done in this situation. Maokai ultimate field is a little bit too big to get through unless you're approaching from multiple angles. So OMG, do the correct thing. Look for the turn, kind of bait it, but just keep the AD carries on the Baron. Really smart stuff. They lock down the objective, and now they can just look to regain the inhibitor on the bottom side. Try and pick up this tier 3 in the mid lane. Maybe even end the game if they find one good fight and they're in the position for it. Either way, plenty of options. Dragons up as well if they want to play it super safe. Waves a little bit scattered, though this mid lane wave and the bottom side wave can actually be synced up right now if Shanji goes towards it, but they don't really want to risk being split up and then being engaged on by Ning and by Sword Art, so they just want to group up as 5. Keep their eyes on everybody and ensure that they know just about where everyone is. They can break this tower.
Nice buffer. Here we go. They're going to fully go in, but there's the stopwatch that we talked about. The Cream getting the use out of it by Ning not getting his ultimate, and yeah, it was more than inevitability. Shotgun into the box side. There's going to be a triple kill. Could we see Abel getting himself a penta? He's got a quadra, and he needs to find Sword Art. Will he be able to get any more damage? That's the question. They need minions. They need some kind of protection from these Nexus turrets, but I don't think they're going to be able to get a penta. It's a quadra. Pentas are earned, not given, and that's going to be the series in the game going over to the side of OMG.
Good stuff from OMG. There's a relatively clean snowball, a couple of hiccups here and there. I think one to a very interesting interaction and another to a very, very intelligent ward from Ultra Prime, but OMG sweep this series clean. It was a pretty good one for game number 2. Game number 1, a little more hard earned, I'd have to say. Ultra Prime gave them a little more fight. This time around, though, OMG really did ensure that they would secure their 8th win of the series, of the season here.
And that's a huge moment now for the side of OMG, because you're now up to 8th and 3 in terms of your win score, which means you're only 1 win away from top esports. You're only 1 win behind the 3rd spot here in the LPL. And guess who your next opponent is going to be? It's going to be top esports. It's going to be there this weekend. So that's a huge amount of kind of, momentum swing coming in here now for OMG to try and maybe cement themselves a top 4, 1 step away from a double elim.
Hey, and I'm just saying, even better news, who plays after the series right here in this arena? It's top esports against BLG. So if BLG can slide them a solid here, all of a sudden, if you take a look over at the standings, who's got games left, top esports have 4 series left, including the OMG and the BLG series happening today. OMG have 5, including top esports. So they have games in hand and the ability to catch up with them. And that game against Top Esports will operate as what you would call in football as a 6-point game, right? You win you win 3 points if you win the game, and you're going against Top Esports directly. So this is huge. Like, there's a solid shot that OMG could finish in 3rd place, because the rest of their schedule, it's beatable teams pretty much across the board. It's TT, AL, RA, EDG is the only team
100%.
beside Top Esports that, they might have to hop a couple of hurdles to actually beat. As long as they keep their heads screwed on, it's pretty achievable that we could see OMG finish in 3rd place in the regular season.
I mean, it's such a huge momentous moment if they're able to do that. Big if. We got to wait for that one to kind of really happen for themselves. But I mean, like, you think of the teams they've only lost to so far this split. It's BLG, JDG, very respectful losses, if I do say so myself.
Yeah.
And then it's LNG last week, which I honestly think was, like you mentioned, more of a draft and execution kind of difference than a real test of what OMG can bring to the table. So really, really, honestly, I'm just excited for this OMG roster. It feels like they've kind of taken that momentum from spring, built upon it. They shouldn't have been top 4 in spring, but they're kind of saying, look, we're not a fluke. We're here to try and contest for those 4 spots in Worlds, and we want to be represented on the international stage once again, and they're making a statement.
Yeah, they are. And it's so exciting. Like, OMG are a team that have been around for so long that even, I remember at one time, I made a chorus like, man, they're going to make top 4 or like top 6 the first time. And I think I said ever, because you almost forget it's been so long since OMG were. They are such an old org, right? So for them to maybe make top 3 and then potentially run into Worlds. I mean, don't forget, this team finished 3rd in playoffs, right? Or 4th in playoffs. It's not impossible for them to make it to Worlds this year. And if they can pull out performances like this and just continually dominate on their, comfort picks as well in many cases, and, holding on to this flex pick that has been almost Abel's exclusively throughout the split to then be thrown into the hands of Creep. Excellent stuff. So OMG, liking what I'm seeing, and again, a solid chance that for the regular season they can finish in 3rd place. If things fall their way, they have to beat up Top Esports, and then of course afterwards it's just about cleaning out the rest of the series, ensuring as well, or hoping rather, that BLG do them a solid today. And if that falls in place, Ashin, we could see that one come through.
Absolutely. But Top Esports will be looking forward to that series after their series today. I will say Top Esports were OMG fans today, because with that win over Ultra Prime, Top Esports are now locked into the top 10. They have got themselves playoffs. No matter what happens, 9 is now the number that you need. So you get to 9, you're going to be confirmed. That's kind of how the season goes. Slowly but surely, we start to get the number lower and lower and lower. But 9 is now the magic number for OMG. They're on 8 alongside LNG. And a big thing as well is that we talked about right at the start of the series, they've separated themselves now away from the likes of Weibo. They've liked the side of WE. But we're going to send it over to our winners interview to see what they have to say.
Thank you so much, guys. And PP God, good to see you here. A very clean 2-0 victory. And also, I must say, I feels like both OMG and UP, both the team, you guys have the very similar play style. Both teams play very aggressively, very proactively in the actual game. And maybe from the early game, both teams had the strong willing to seeking more opportunities to make the skirmishes, to have the team fight. So after today's game, how does this feel of playing against UP, and how satisfied you are with the team's performance? 那首先恭喜你们，今天也是很漂亮的2-0。其实我们感觉好像 OMG 和 UP 是一个打法上有一点相似的队伍，两支队伍都是从前期开始就有很大的一个进攻欲望，都打得很凶，然后一直在前期开始就有些碰撞。所以说面对到他们今天有什么样的感觉？对队伍整体今天的表现还满意吗？
面对他们的话，就感觉他们确实也很喜欢打团嘛。 然后今天的表现还可以。
Yeah, I must say, facing against UP, I can really feel like the opponent's team, they just would like to seek more opportunities to make the fights. They played very aggressively. And in terms of our team's performance, I feel it's quite good. I'm quite satisfied with it. And also talk a little bit more about that game 2. It feels like from the early game, because UP, they got the Ash ball lane, so they can play quite dominantly from the laning phase. And also, they would like to more attention to the ball lane, to have so many ball lane on tower dive and also skirmishes around the ball lane. Under that kind of situation, what's the communication between you and Abel for the ball lane in the laning phase? 那其实说到第2局的话，感觉对面因为选出了一个艾希的下路，是可以在前期可能比较的推线，在对线期打的比较的有统治力的。然后同时他们也是更多的会把更多的重点放在下路，在下路进行进攻。在这种情况下，稍微有一点不利的情况下，你和 Able 之间是怎么来沟通，然后稳住局面的呢？
就是沟通抗压吧，因为我们1级的话是被对面下路在山药草给逮到了，然后就前面就只能抗压了。
Yeah, in terms of the communication, we just like to talk to each other. We just need to hold that pressure because it feels like we didn't manage to perform so good in the level 1 skirmishes because around the bush, around the ball lane, the opponent's team were able to have a very good exchange in the house, and after that, we really need to hold the pressure in the laning phase. But after that, you guys were able to open the situation through the perfect team fights. But I must say, on the other hand, the UP, they were able to bounce back a little bit from the late game fights as well, but you guys were able to close up the game through the very last team fight around their very perfect engage from OMG. What happened there? Tell us more about that scene. 那其实我们感觉在那之后，你们第2局是很快的打开了局面，但是呢 ，UP 在中后期也赢了几波比较不错的团战，一度是把局面一点点的扳回来了。最后你们是一波团终结了比赛，然后当时那一波是发生了什么呢？
当时的话，我们拿完大龙就是准备就中路推进的，然后我们沟通就大树给大，然后对面的话应该是失误，然后被我们绑到了2个人，然后就我们直接开起来的话，团就很好打了，就赢了。
Yeah, I must say around there we got the Baron and we would like to just push the lane around the main lane. And after that, we just talk to each other. Maybe we can try our best to have this the hard engage by our jungle. That's Maokai. And after that, after Maokai used the ultimate, it feels like the opponents just made some mistakes and we just punish their mistakes to make the engage. And after that, it's just a very easy win for us for that team fight. And also after today's game, you guys have a few matches left. And the next opponent is Top Esports. In order to have a better standing in the scoreboard, the next matchup is very crucial. How much confidence do you have for the next matchup? What are thoughts towards the matchup against Top Esports? 那下一场比赛你们要面对滔博嘛？其实如果想要在积分榜上进一步拿到比较靠前的位置，下一场比赛是非常重要的。所以说，对下场比赛有多大的信心？对下场比赛有什么样自己的看法呢？
就下场比赛的话，应该就是也是我们比较重要的一场比赛嘛，然后就我们会全力以赴去赢下这场比赛。
Yeah, definitely. The next matchup is super important for OMG for us, and definitely we are going to try our best for the next game against Top Esports. And thank you for the sharing and best of luck. 再次恭喜你们，后面也加油。And back to our casters. Bye.
I love when the cast or the players just say bye bye as well. It's like little
bye
Wendy's.
bye.
Yeah, it's Wendy's. It's Wendy's little what was it? What do you call like calling card? You know, it's just like bye bye. I love it so much. It's so damn cute. But yes, I love the fact that we're getting some kind of very honest answers. We always get very honest answers from OMG, but recognizing that their next series is incredibly important for them to try and get top 4. We got to talk about our MVP though. It is Aki coming in here for this second game. Can't really blame him. The Maokai was exceptional. It could have been the Cassante this time around, but 3-1-14. I still think the Maokai did exceptionally well given the circumstances.
Hey, look, man. Shanji got MVP in game number 1. Aki can get it in game number 2. If it was 2 MVPs back-to-back for Shanji, though, I don't think we'd be too surprised, would we? But yeah, this Maokai pick really broke apart any opportunity that I feel like Ultra Prime had to come back into this game. Started with this, it felt like you were dangling a carrot in front of a donkey's face kind of play, right? Just, hey. Yeah. And from this point, it felt like every single play that Aki either initiated on or like re-engaged on to Ultra Prime was just very, very OMG favored. And yeah, I feel like he was always in the right place at the right time. And the pick, it's Maokai, right? We know what it does. It's very, very simple. And he just got around the map 24/7.
Yep, that's the way it works. And you can see there that every time they tried to go in for an engage, it did feel like the Maokai ultimate just stopped everything. Literally stopped everything in its tracks. Really, really well done there. And it gave the space for these, kind of double AD carry, quote-unquote AD carry comps to kind of really, really shine. So really good to see there from OMG to kind of clean that one up at 2-0. Got a little bit dicey. They always like to have a little bit of fun sometimes when they're owning a game a little too hard. They're not the precision that we have with the likes of JDG. But that is the end of our second series, which means we are coming directly into our third. BLG versus Top Esports, the fight for second and third for the moment. We're going to see that after the break. Don't go anywhere.
나는 프로게이머를 하면서 그냥 행복하게 살고 싶었던 것 같아. 프로 생활이 그 형들과 함께하는 게 즐거웠고 그냥 그런 삶이 나는 재밌었어. 18년도 때보다 우선 훨씬 잘해. 그냥 훨씬 잘하고 챔프 폭도 훨씬 넓고 그냥 이제 거의 모든 부분이 훨씬 잘해 이번 연도가. 프로게이머로서 나는 그냥 매 경기 잘하려고 하는 것 같은데 초심을 버리고 난 열심히 살아야 될 것 같은데. 사실 게임을 이제 잘하는 입장을 가지고 있었으면서도 프로를 하고 싶다는 생각은 전혀 하지 않았고 그때 이제 대학교를 다니면서 방송하고 있었을 때 방송 계약이 끝나고 이제 중국에서 스카우트 제의가 들어와서 팀에 이제 구경을 갔는데 거기에 이제 좋아하는 선수가 있었어. 약간 한번 해볼까 하는 마음으로 시작을 해봤던 것 같아. 루키 선수였고 내가 솔랭을 하면서 루키 선수가 약간 잘한다고 생각했어 제일. 그 사람이 계기가 되어서 이제 프로게임을 시작하게 됐는데 지내다 보니까 좋은 사람인 걸 알게 돼서 이제 더 즐겁게 게임을 하게 된 것 같아. 우선 방송의 그 거부감을 좀 방송에 대한 어색함을 좀 줄여진 것 같고 그리고 도파 형이랑 지내서 우선 재밌었고 그리고 외국에서 이제 살면서 좀 그런 생활에 익숙해짐을 가진 것 같아.
IG 要更换自己的队员，而且是2名队员要来做一个更换。
哎，是的，对。首先是大家非常期待的晒啊，这名选手我相信很多观众都看过他的 rank 集锦，看过他的 OB 视频，看过他各种各样在韩服惊为天人的乱秀。
딱 지금 영상을 봤을 때 내가 느껴지듯이 긴장을 충분히 하는 상태인 것 같고 그냥 딱 그 상태지 않을까? 긴장했을 때 딱히 뭐 다른 생각을 하진 않았을 것 같아. 사실 긴장을 원래 많이 하는 타입은 아니어서 이제 첫 경기를 하고 나서 긴장은 보통 줄어드는 편이라고 생각은 하는데 근데 내가 긴장이 특히 줄었던 곳은 내가 상대보다 잘하는 것 같다라는 생각이 자신에게 확신이 들 때 좀 많이 줄었던 것 같아. 나는 프로게이머를 하면서 그냥 행복하게 살고 싶었던 것 같아. 그냥 프로 생활이 그 형들과 함께하는 게 즐거웠고 그냥 그런 삶이 나는 재밌었어. 그래서 딱히 뭐가 되고 싶다라는 생각을 해보진 않았던 것 같아. 게임은 즐기려고 하는 거고 프로는 이기려고 하는 거지. 우승하면 좋지. 당연히 하고 싶지. 그냥 다음 경기 잘하자. 경기 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 우리 팀 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 이기면 기분이 좋지 않을까. 이런 생각을 주로 했었던 것 같아.
哇！恭喜 IG 3-2战胜了 KT，LCK 的头号种子被 IG 送回了老家。
6分钟不到 ，IG 永不加班 ，IG 轻取 SKT。
나는 우선 LCK가 훨씬 잘한다고 생각했어 원래는. 근데 이제 선수들과의 이제 경기라든지 스크림 그리고 이제 실제 대회에서 나오는 결과를 봤을 때 비슷하다. 또는 이제 성격만 다르다. 그러니까 실력의 차이는 크게 없고 이제 리그 간의 성격 차이만 보이는 정도니까 실력 차이가 보이지 않는 거는 둘 다 최고의 리그라고 하기에 맞다고 생각해서 꽤 오래됐지 이 생각을 가지게 된 거는.
欢迎来到2019英雄联盟全球总决赛半决赛的比赛吧。Rookie 在侧边等待进场，
对面是只剩下了林伟翔一个开团技能，祥子哥直接是带到了台上，被秒了，被秒了，没给出来。晒自己有闪现有大招的情况之下，是被林伟翔的一个大招直接秒掉。
솔직히 나는 경기 졌을 때 막 그렇게 힘들고 그렇진 않은데 근데 이제 보통 주변의 그 분위기가 좀 힘들지. 예를 들어 관계자들이 기분 안 좋아하는 얘기를 선수 입장에서 들을 수도 있으니까 이제 보통 그런 것들이 없으면 사실 경기 져도 크게 힘들 일이 없는 것 같아 나는. 일상생활에서 정말 괜찮고 착한 아이인 것 같고 이제 스크림이나 경기에서는 너무 예민하기 때문에 어떤 사람인지 잘 모르겠네. 그냥 매우 예민하고 좀 스스로가 힘든 것 같아 내가 생각하기에 좀. 솔직히 말해서 2018년 때 이제 다쳤으니까 지금 만약에 내가 지금 우승했다면 정말 기뻤을 것 같은데 18년도 그 당시 때는 이제 우승을 했지만 사실 좋긴 한데 좀 그냥 막 좋아하지만은 않았던 것 같아 그때는. 그래서 이제 18년도가 이제 사람들이 나에게 18년도에 대해 물어본다면은 좋다고 얘기는 하겠지만 사실 그 당시에는 이제 그렇게 좋지는 않았을 것 같아. 그 생각은 사실 19년도부터 이미 하고 있었고 사실 18년도부터 사실 그 생각으로 게임을 했었고 좀 근데 이제 그 생각으로 하다 보니까 좀 사람이 많이 차가워진 것 같아. 사실 이번 연도까지 그랬는데 내년에 이 성격이 좀 바뀌었으면 좋겠어.
有请微博 Gaming 上单的晒。
来德泰去了 WBG 之后，会不会带来战術体系上面一些变化呢？
우선 내가 생각하기에 난 이번 연도가 제일 잘한 것 같고 내 개인적인 그러니까 대외적인 실력으로 봤을 때 그 전에는 그냥 다 비슷했던 것 같아. 18년도 때보다 우선 훨씬 잘해. 그냥 훨씬 잘하고 챔프 폭도 훨씬 넓고 그러니까 이거는 이제 게임적으로 봤을 때 그냥 이제 거의 모든 부분이 훨씬 잘해 이번 연도가.
今年我们引进了很多新人选手，而他们的名气也好，他们实力也确实挺好的。这个时候德赛对他就是其他4个的选手的信任也好，期待还是蛮高的，所以我们整个团队的氛围还是真的很好。
其实他在我心里就是比较腼腆害羞的，在生活方面还是跟大家一起相处的挺快的，然后也自己会开非常多的玩笑，讲一些冷笑话。我刚来这边不久的时候，就第1天的晚上，那个浩轩给帅哥就是点了个外卖吃嘛，然后他吃了之后也觉得挺好吃的。然后第2天我们训练赛打完，就晚上差不多10点的时候，他对浩轩做了一个这样的手势，然后浩轩一开始没看明白，然后我跟他说他要你点外卖，我觉得就是大家都相处的挺快的。
이 팀에 있는 관계자가 모두가 행복하면 행복하지 않을까? 우선 이제 매우 어렸을 때 이제 사회생활을 하면서 그 과정에서 이미 어른이 됐다고 생각해. 나는 이미 매우 괜찮은 성격을 가지고 이제 괜찮은 가치관을 덕분에 가지게 된 것 같고 수많은 팬분들이 이제 관심을 가져주게 되면서 이제 사랑을 받았고 이제 그 과정에서 사랑을 베풀 수 있는 사람이 되었고 프로게이머로서 나는 그냥 매 경기 잘하려고 하는 것 같은데 이제 미래를 생각하지 않고 그냥 그 지금 해야 되는 경기를 이제 잘 하자. 사실 나는 노력을 더 한다면은 사실 나는 엄청 많은 시간을 프로게이머를 할 수 있을 것 같은데 이제 그거는 이제 모르는 일이고 이 초심으로 그냥 성적 더 잘 나오지 않을까?
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight. I met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bored me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam. But you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part. Had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acted the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I'll refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Welcome back, one and all. After a slightly more extended break, we are coming into our third and final series of the day. And it may be a Wednesday, but it is a banger. We have got BLG currently sitting, only losing to JDG in second place, coming up against their third place top esports. A massive battle to see where the kind of, you know, I suppose the power lies, if you will, between these two sides. If top esports can really start to step to the MSI finalists.
Who said that the weekends are the only days that can have good matchups, huh? Match of the weeks. Yeah, this is the matchup that everyone's been waiting for today, right? BLG, top esports. You've already kind of set the stakes for it, to be entirely honest with you. But not only that, this is kind of the match for separation of second place, right? Like, the reality of the situation is JDG have, like, basically all of the bottom tier teams left to play, and they're already 11-1. They're probably going to beat all of those teams. Let's not mince words, right? But for BLG, if they do end up losing this series against Top Esports today, if Top Esports are able to best them, there are a couple of paths, a couple of realities where BLG don't finish top 2. So for BLG, this is about separating themselves from the rest of the pack that are chasing for that top 2, or realistically even the top 3, top 4 dream.
Yeah, and we mentioned it a little bit earlier as well. This is what, in football terms, would be a 6-point game. It would be 1 win for Top Esports, but also a loss for Bilibili if it was to go that way, and vice versa. It would then make what's currently a 2-series gap between Bilibili and Top Esports into a 3-series gap in favor of Bilibili. Actually, nearly a 4, to be perfectly honest. So it really does feel like it can have such a huge momentum swing in the favor of either of these sides to try and lock themselves into, to again just kind of solidify themselves the top 2. This is a moment here for Top Esports, who again are not a bad team whatsoever, but when we talk about some of the best here in the LPL, JDG and Bilibili have just been a cut above.
Yeah, they have felt like a cut above the rest, and yeah, it's been a bit ridiculous since their return from MSI. I feel like myself and many others were probably a little bit, on the more concerned side with BLG and even JDG to a point in terms of coming back from MSI. The turnaround time was incredibly fast. The finals of MSI was on the 21st of May. The first day of the LPL regular season was on the 29th, and JDG and BLG weren't playing much long after that. Figuring out things like new patch, new meta wasn't there, but there wasn't a hangover machine. They've just come back and they've dominated the league, so it's been super exciting for them. Top Esports, a little more of an extended break, shall we say, right? Since basically round 2 or round 3 of playoffs. And they've been looking a lot better this split, a lot more consistent compared to their overall form in spring. And if they can take down BLG, considering how dominating they've been, not only would it be a bit of a statement for them, but it would open up that race, but also keep them a little bit more separated from those chasing them behind, because we just saw OMG take down Ultra Prime, and Top Esports, OMG's your next opponent. If you lose this series here, and then you go on to lose your series against OMG as well, this could be a cascading effect where you could realistically go from chasing the top 2 in 3rd place to maybe dropping as far as contesting for 5th place. So this series is actually a lot more crucial than you would take it to be at face value. It's going to be a pretty hype day, I feel like, for BLG. They know that Top Esports are going to be hungry for this, and they're going to look to try and shut them down in the areas which matters most to them.
Absolutely, and of course you can see there kind of the faces of Bilibili. They're feeling fine, they're having a bit of fun with it right there, but some stone wall stares coming out here for the side of Top Esports. They have a job to do today. They know what this match can mean, and not only that doesn't mean for today. We talked about it a little bit in our previous series for OMG. This is kind of a pre-teller to see how much of a chance we really would give OMG in that next series for Top Esports. So really want to see them kind of go for this one. And again, like, we're looking at this league and we're kind of saying to ourselves, like, JDG very much at the top, BLG just behind them literally at the moment, but can Top Esports add themselves to that conversation? Because at the moment, no one's even talking about them, myself included.
Yeah, I feel like BLG now have had enough time for me where it's like, I spoke a lot, I feel like, about BLG last split, when I was being brought in, or I was being hazed in, and it's like, these guys, they're supposed to be a super roster. I was being eased in, it's like, hey, these guys are supposed to be a super roster, but BLG haven't really had that much success. And it's like, regular season happened, it's like, they finished 5th place or 6th place, didn't look, like they had the highest ceiling in the world, but they had their moments. It was a respectful finish. And then we've gone from that to this meteoric rise up to MSI finals, right? Almost taking down JDG in the upper bracket in here domestically in the spring winners finals before the actual finals, and then coming back. This is no longer a team like you were kind of alluding to, where it's like, we speak about them, they're like, they're right. These guys are the real deal now, and taking down Top Esports would kind of just solidify themselves properly in that talk of, all right, these guys are going to Worlds. These guys are, a actual proper front runner for the region alongside JDG.
Absolutely, and I think for BLG, it's about the thing is no longer like, will they make Worlds, or are they a player for playoffs or anything like that. I think for BLG, it's about, can they? The conversation's completely shifted, and it's now kind of gone into a more of a, can they kill their demons? Can they stop JDG, who seem to be the only team that they have an issue against? Like, they smashed Gen.G, took down T1. They were looking exceptional through all of MSI, and then, as we've kind of seen JDG play them more and more often, I think they've played like 6 times already between, best of 5s and best of 3s. It does feel like JDG have just kind of gained that information, downloaded them. So for BLG, it's about using these now opportunities against Top Esports to build upon that and find some way of taking down the behemoth that is for JDG. On the other side of this one here, though, for top esports, adding yourself to that conversation just bolsters just how genuinely scary the LPL should be going into the into the playoffs, because we haven't even really kind of talked about it that much, because again we're kind of sprinting towards the end, but you're still fighting, especially if you're a top esports fan and looking at this roster on paper, you're still potentially looking at yourself and kind of going like, why can't we contest for a title? Why can't we look for first seed? That needs to start now. I need to start seeing some proof in the pudding from these guys pretty much from this series onwards.
Yeah, this roster is a ridiculous one. Even last year at Worlds, people were expecting far more out of them. Now, there were also some issues on the final day, like, the Carthasar going through the more... It happens, still remember that one. Quite,
it happens, we cringe,
quite
we
vividly. It happens, we cringe, we move on. Good saying, good saying. But the reality situation is they shouldn't have been in that position. They should have been going on to pause into the top 8 and trying to push further, right? But now adding Rookie, that was supposed to be, almost a crowning moment. Even if you are losing that night, it was considered either a side grade at worst if you were a Rookie hater or you just generally preferred Knight as a player, or an upgrade, right? It was that simple. And for top esports, they haven't really delivered on that fantasy so far. They've only really been able to kind of deliver, I suppose, a bit of an inconsistent one. You see the moments when, this team dominates the middle of the pack teams and, does throw hands with some of the more top of the table teams. But against JDG, it wasn't it. Here against BLG, they have to show us that they are worth the names on their back, or we could just be seeing a very clear favorites inside of the LPL, inside of JDG and BLG.
That's it. No, of course, Top Esports, without having played their series today, are locked in for playoffs. They got themselves that because OMG knocked down Ultra Prime all the way into that 4-8 medley, if you will. And it's interesting as well, if you look at the way the standings are, you have JDG, BLG, 11-1, kind of equal on that. Top Esports, OMG, LNG, 9-3 to 8-4, only a series between them in terms of that. And then you go into like the 6-5, 6-6s, then there's 4-8s, 4-9s, and then you're right down at the bottom. It does feel like we're kind of separating ourselves into kind of sections of who's kind of in what tier. It's kind of S tier in the top 2, then it's A tier, B tier, and so on. This is an opportunity, as we mentioned so many times, for Top Esports to change that narrative and to, kind of switch up how they should be viewed going into this playoffs, because now that they're locked and loaded, they are now in the postseason, need to get themselves moved up to that, S tier ranking alongside JDG and BLG.
Yeah, it's about consistency now for Top Esports, isn't it? It's about also finding a groove. I feel like amongst many of the LPL teams, you feel like you have a bit of an idea of, the identity of Top Esports. But I feel like maybe in the midst of a lot of what's happened throughout this year, I feel like Top Esports have a bit of an identity, right? I feel like their team fighting, specifically sort of post 15 minutes, is some of the best here in the LPL. I think amongst teams like JDG, it's possible when their ceiling is there, right? When they're playing on form. But outside of that, I feel like they have been a little bit all over the place. I feel like it does also lend to the fact that this roster is one that can be quite flexible, right? So I think when you have a flexible roster in terms of, hey, all of our players can play low resource or high resource, right? It does mean that sometimes you end up kind of floating in this limbo of a barrel of drafts which don't necessarily always have the same theme. So it does make it a little bit difficult in that breath to perhaps gauge the overall strength of a side like Top Esports when they can show some of that inconsistency. So perhaps leaning into more of a consistent theme, right? Of maybe chucking Tien on facilitators constantly, which they've been doing more recently, which has been good, instead of trying to give him some of the half carries like Viego and Wukong. Put Rookie on things that aren't just Ari. Give him more hard carries, or give Wayward a bit more of room to actually play side lane, like his preferred picks like the Gnar, right? These are all things that they can look into, but I think that's maybe where I would go as Top Esports, just trying to solidify a bit more of a theme, right? Because I think when you compare them to teams like BLG and JDG, those are the big differences, right? For BLG, you get what's on the tin. You know what's going to happen with BLG. You're going to have a very, very aggressive bottom lane. Bin is almost always going to pick a carry, and between Shun and Yagao, it's typically facilitators. That's what they do. For Top Esports, you can't necessarily say the same thing. So that's maybe where I'd look to now that they have secured that top 3, or not top 3, but they've secured playoffs. They want to look for that consistency.
They will be in the postseason. That's the big thing there. And again, for a lot of teams, that kind of lifts that little bit of pressure. It kind of goes, okay, now you can be a little bit more experimental. We have kind of almost a meme is that, yes, you want to be further on in the championship as much as you can be, but we've more often than not, we see such deep runs. I think of OMG and BLG in the last split. I think of WE and LNG in 2021 summer. I think of so many teams that, you know, RNG, Top Esports, and Weibo from last split as well, where it's kind of like, oh, they should do well, and then they just don't, and they just kind of bomb out 0-3. Is the last time we saw these two teams kind of go up against each other, Billy against Weibo. So this is the kind of weird one here, where it's kind of like this is your last real kind of freebie opportunity to get some real experience against some of the, again, very, very equally kind of matched up teams. I think that if Billy come out of this, you know, kind of unscathed and looked like they were kind of having fun with it, there is no doubt in my mind that it's JDG's and Billy's world, and we're just living in it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If BLG come out here and they stomp Top Esports, which, again, given sometimes Top Esports' early game tendencies, it could happen, right? This is our match of the week. Let's not undersell it. But at the same time, there are some juxtapositions in terms of playstyles and in terms of strengths, which could be so polarizing that it puts Top Esports in a very, very difficult position in these opening 15 minutes. And that's going to be the big thing for me to track in these games, also via the draft, right? In terms of how passive do Top Esports take this draft, how aggressive do they take it, and for BLG, what kind of read do they have, right? Do they feel like Top Esports are going to be able to take it to them in those team fights around the Barons, around the later Dragons? So do they draft for that? Do they instead draft for the earlier skirmishes so they can just run over Top Esports? Those are things that they will almost no doubt be considering, and I feel like for Top Esports, they are the ones that are going to be not necessarily on the back foot, but they have to be the more creative of the two teams here, in my mind, in order to actually pull out with a lead here.
And let's get into that little nitty gritty, I suppose, before we get into pick and ban. What has, in your opinion, been the success maker for BLG? What has made them? Because again, I wouldn't equate to the same level of precision and kind of, you know, discipline as JDG, but they have been able to kind of come up with these exceptional leads from absolutely nowhere. So in your opinion, what is the secret sauce, if you will, for BLG and their playstyle?
Can I just say this, and it's going to sound like a cop-out answer, and I'm sorry for everyone that's listening that was expecting very in-depth analysis. They're just better. They are just better. Like I don't know what they just have better hands, and you know, don't get me wrong. Hands can only get you so far, but it does feel like this is, and this was kind of the characteristic of the Spring team anyway. You know, even before they found their proper groove, it was that they would skill check you if you were caught asleep at the wheel, right? If you weren't paying attention, all of a sudden, you know, you've been solo killed, right? And you know, I've just realized I've technically quoted what Bin said at MSI, where it's like, we are good team, we good, or something like that. It was really fun going back to that interview. But I feel like not only that, since they are so good at skill checking, they have then since also just upped their overall fundamental gameplay in terms of just your dotting your I's, crossing your T's, right? Making sure reset timers are good, always having a decent level of vision control around objectives, all of that kind of stuff, ensuring that Bin always has good flank angles if he's on those kind of champions. So I feel like that's it. I think the fact that BLG have a very defined theme throughout kind of just makes them now a much more consistent kingpin over the LPL compared to where they were in Spring, and that's probably where I'd land.
To the Kobe Bryant quote, it's just, you know, are you the same beast but a different animal? You know, it's just it's kind of it, to be perfectly honest. It's like they are just the same beast you had to deal with, but a completely different animal now in the summer. And as much as that sounds like a meme, it really does feel like BLG, like you mentioned, have found that groove. They know what works for them, and it does feel like, even though like we have seen, like, I'm not gonna try and, you know, Bin is my GOAT, but he is a GOAT, maybe not my GOAT, but like he's definitely one of those players that like has had in performances. I specifically remember like a 0-5 Gragas play, but it didn't matter because Shun, Yagao, Elk, On are all popping off.
You know what?
It does feel, they're just incredible.
That is also the big moment. I think the fact that like when you're a bit of a mechanics team, it does come with, you know, it does come with that caveat of, okay, because we are a hands team, we like to take more risks. That's typically the trend. It's not like a one-to-one, but it's a trend, right?
Generally speaking.
So, generally speaking, that's kind of what happens. And it does mean that sometimes you can fall individually behind. But it feels like whenever BLG feel like that's happening, somebody else picks up the stick, right? Somebody else picks up the mantle. And after all of our jibber-jabbering, we are here into the first draft of our match of the week here into BLG and Top Esports, and we'll see whether or not someone is willing to flip the burgers a little bit more than one another on BLG, and who will pick up that magical stick.
We'll have to wait and see. I am curious to see if Top Esports will ban away the Gwen. It's been something that Bin has had consistently banned away from him this split, and hasn't always opted into it when it's been open, but definitely looks terrifying when he does, and it does feel like it's one of those picks that especially someone like Bin could just make such incredible use out of. We are getting the kind of standard picks, or sorry, standard bans for the moment. The Tristana, the Ahri, and the Vi all taken away here by BLG. They don't want to give very easy kind of, easy to execute champions over the side of Top Esports, especially, again, when you look at the likes of TN and Rookie, who are still exceptional players in their own right.
Yeah, and TN actually had a really, really good series on the Vi previously, so just want to keep that out of his hands. And like you mentioned, I feel like, to me, Top Esports, one of the easiest band-aids for now is just ease of execution compositions. I know we hear it time and time again, but I feel like that's just the way you go for Top Esports, because if you have that ease of execution, your team fighting, internally, is excellent. Once you kind of get past the early stages, you have your growing pains in the first 15 minutes or so. Past that, you really do start to look like one of our top teams. So let's see where they decide to go towards. Hovering over the Kai'Sa would be a good start in terms of, all right, is it going to be paired up with someone like the Wukong, and then of course the Rakan on 3 perhaps, things like that. BLG opt into that Nico first pick as it was left up and available through the ban phase.
I mean, this Nico is still... I know Nico was kind of busted, it's always been permabanned, but to give you an idea of why I'm putting Yagao as the premier Nico player here in the LPL, 100% win rate of 6 matches in this champion. They first pick it every damn time because they know just how incredibly powerful it can be. And for BLG, they would like to keep that trend going now into this game. But on the opposite side of this one here, Top Esports kind of leaning towards that JDG style, if you will. We're seeing Ruler pick up this Kai'Sa almost instinctively and showing just how powerful it can be. And I do like this pick because with the new builds, with the static shift and such, you do have that flexibility to go towards either AD or AP, depending on what your team needs. And BLG instantly respond there with the Cassante and the Kindred. They are getting their top half of the map into pure comfort.
Okay, so this is also kind of throwing down to Top Esports here, because now they have to pick either their mid lane or their jungle, and they are opting right now over the hover of the Azir. If they go towards this Azir, then TN Champion Pool gets kind of knocked down a pinch. I'm not entirely sure how Top Esports feel about this position, but it seems like they feel quite confident in TN's Champion Pool, it seems like, to eat a couple of bans here. For BLG, shouldn't getting his Kindred. It's something that is to be feared, not only internationally, but here domestically as well. So Top Esports are going to have to do a lot to deal with this champion, and I wonder what TN has in his locker, because I anticipate that BLG are going to ban something like Poppy and then X, and then it's going to leave TN with a couple of options quite limited. Maybe Sejuani as well. Yeah, Sejuani and then Poppy. I wouldn't be surprised if those are the 2 bans. Top Esports have the ability to kind of whittle away at Elk's champion pool. Seeing the Xayah kind of limits maybe some of the power of the Rakan, but not really. The Ashe as well, very powerful. I think that's probably going to push Elk onto the Aphelios. BLG, I feel like maybe you just look towards the Poppy. Or is there something else I'm missing? The Rel has, of course, been very, very high prior with the Kai'Sa specifically. Does, however, mean that Top Esports still have the Nautilus if they really need to. But I'm very curious about what exactly TN's jungle pick will be now. Viego is up as well, I guess, if you're looking for a little bit more skirmish. But I feel like you want more team... Wukong, yeah, duh. It's sore thumb sticking out right now. That's probably the pick there for Top Esports. But no, they do go towards the Poppy. It's more about the early game in dealing with the Kindred, right? It's very easy to lock her down at times, and that's basically the idea of the matchup. You've also got the dash from Cassante, and if there was to be the Rakan from On, it does basically just give you an additional way to try and shut down that pick as well. Spoke about Elk and the Aphelios with those 2 AD carry bans. It felt like it was always going to be a bit of a given there, and BLG will take away the Nautilus, which does leave Mark with a couple of less favorable, perhaps, pairings with the Kai'Sa, but you can see the hovers there of the Leona and the Rakan, both pretty good. Rakan, little more struggle in the laning phase. Leona, a little bit more flexible down there in the early stages, but then Rakan, of course, would normally outshine in the team fights.
I love that BLG are kind of going straight into this kind of composition where they are looking to have that powerful jungler. We haven't seen Shun on the Kindred since MSI, where he did win 1 and lose 1 on that particular matchup against T1. So, hasn't picked it all split, has been kind of a relative ban presence against the side of Bilibili. That they have seen it banned a couple of times against them, but again, nothing too exceptional. He has kind of let it go off to the side, and we'll see if it warrants that ban once again, as we do get the final lock-in of that Rakan, like you mentioned. So good team fighting coming in here from Top Esports. If they can scale up, you've got a Kaisa and a Zir, you will do so much damage from range, and it does feel like Bilibili will need to be the ones getting creative with their draft as they picked it up here.
Yeah, surprisingly so, right? I like this from Top Esports, though. It's a relatively simple comp. The engage, to a point, is somewhat limited, but if they can get lane priority and then be the ones controlling vision and forcing BLG to walk into them, then I feel like they're in a pretty okay spot. So I like where Top Esports have landed. I feel like for BLG, a lot of comfort, though, right? That's the crucial thing to me. Pretty much top to bottom, everyone has, if I had to wager a guess, almost their most played champion, with the exception of maybe Yagao on Nico because of how much it gets banned, but Yagao is one of our most proficient Nico players, so sometimes those things swing around like that. We're here! Game number 1 is kicking off for our match of the week, Ashin.
It is indeed. We're going to have our match of the week coming in here. BLG only falling to JDG so far this regular split. Top Esports have definitely looked good, but inconsistent to say the least. Took a 0-2 loss to WE earlier on in this split. They do not want a repeat of that if they want to try and be considered a top 3, top, kind of summer split contending team. We are going to jump onto the rift for this first game. BLG versus Top Esports. It's second versus third. And even though these teams are both locked for playoffs, a hell of a lot of information to be garnered over for either of these sides before we head into our postseason.
Many more Jaios left throughout the season as well. Very loud today, as you would expect for BLG and Top Esports. No level 1 shenanigans for now. BLG weighted quite heavily towards the bottom side, perhaps expecting Mark to grand entrance over the back of the Dragon Pit wall. And they won't find him there. Both teams will just end up having a bit of a staring contest.
Let's see. So far, everyone just kind of fanning out, making sure there's no, as we love to say on this broadcast, shenanigans on this one. Or I can see shenaniganery. I feel like shenanigans is a very British term, because in Ireland you'd say notions. Like, who gave you notions? Yeah, it's like if someone's does something similar to shenanigans, you would say oh my lord, he's got notions about this. He's got ideas that he wants to try and go in. It's a real Irish saying to come out from it. But
hello.
Ooh, this ward though.
Yeah, we'll spot him. Very curious.
Perfect information.
Yeah, it's basically perfect information. Now, this is where things get interesting, because Tien, I think, was in the middle of his red buff. He's pulled off it now. So, Shun should know this. Tien has smite. So, even if he gets spotted, if he comes over the wall right now, he's
going to reset it. Smart from Shun. Yeah, very smart from Shun.
Ooh, okay, that's a bit awkward. If Tien took, or had a little bit more information and took the cone, could have been alright. Oh my god, Elf. Early cleanse. I just wanted to get rid of the Ignite. Good knockup from Mark, though. Still a Summoner spell up trade. Of course, Ignite slightly short cooldown, so good pressure from Top Esports. And just good read as well. You understand the idea from Shun and his invade, but Tien, just read it well. But both sides have basically perfect information, like we've alluded both times. So as soon as they saw that Tien was no longer on the red buff, they were like, alright, let's ditch this invade. And Shun technically hasn't wasted that much time. He's actually at parity in terms of farm with Tien. And his path could be a little easier to navigate, right? All of his camps down on the bottom side. He can gank down here, even if Tien's on this side of the map for now. It could be the end of the world, and they're looking for it.
Good hook. Gravitum is there. They're going to try and hold it. They're double locked down. There's the cleanse coming out here from Jackie Love as Shun makes his presence known. He has a red buff to try and slow down Jackie Love. Got the wolf coming in as well. Flash by Jackie Love, and Mark has to flash as well. That hook almost bringing him back into parity. But again, BLG making the most out of a bad situation. Invade didn't work. No problem. Go for a gank bot.
Yeah, Jackie Love and Mark were winning out in that 2v2 quite heavy-handedly. And just weren't expecting Shun to be on the bottom side of the map so early. He wins out on the Mark RNG as well, so not only does he have a first successful gank, he also actually manages to get both Summoner spells out of Jackie Love and Mark. Might even be able to put a little bit of pressure on Rookie. He's already used his dash. Going to be a little bit of a health trade. It's going to be a bit awkward walking into the river here. And Poppy with Phase Rush. thing about it is that if you ever walk up to a wall, you can never really re-engage as the Poppy side or as the Kindred side of the matchup.
Quite with TN trading back that scuttle. Now level 3, full build. As we like to say on the broadcast there, as the steadfast presence, but is behind Bin on this top side. It may just flash over. Yep, looking for it. We will see the knockback though as Wayward not quite able to get the stun down just yet, but there is the slice and dice into the Cole of Meek, and that is first blood to top esports.
Yeah, Tien abusing this gank path. I think who was it? Was it Kanavi? I think I saw this as well on Ivern. End up in that top tribe rush and then. What the? Oh, it's the helicopter from
I also was just like, why are we whispering? What's going on?
It's such a weird noise. Anyway, a really good path created from Tien. Hex flash over the wall. Not gonna find the stun. He should be able to secure his chicken, so feels good on that particular avenue. But yeah, Bin just caught out being a little bit too far up. Happens to the best of us. And we'll crash this big wave. Wave is going to miss a fair amount of it. In fact, he's actually down a fair bit of CS. That first blood is definitely doing a bit of work to keep him up in the same gold value.
We'll see if Bing gets a plate from this, which he does. That's actually kind of worth it here, and it all comes off the fact that, yeah, I mean, it's straight up, but I mean, it comes down to the fact that we saw Top Esports so desperately trying to stop Shun from getting momentum with these camps. Because he went for the invade early, it put Poppy onto a weird timing. It doesn't really kind of work out in that regard, and that means that he was able to look for an invade, which then forced the TP to try and stop him from getting that second mark. So little small increments that we're seeing coming out here from Top Esports to try and stop this early game BLG momentum that we've seen so often in the season.
This is yeah, Bin's probably dead here, guys.
I've seen this before. He does have
maybe
flash.
He gets 6 on this first minion. Maybe the second one.
Not quite on the third. No, there's going to be the steadfast presence, and they know where they want to try and focus here on the top side. Top Esports making sure their name does not go unheeded as they get Wayward another kill.
Yeah, really, really solid play. And I mean, it's really impossible to play out 2v1s on the top side dive. When one champion is Poppy, it's already hard enough, but Renekton obviously sets up so well for these plays. Was thinking maybe Bin would hit 6. Maybe he could make things awkward with an all-out, but unfortunately wasn't quite close enough to that XP mark. And on the bottom side, it will at the very least be traded out for this dragon, right? So BLG getting something stacking there. They could even maybe, it would be a bit aggressive though, they could maybe look towards that mark as well for Shun. Definitely on the cards as Tien's come to actually poke his head in. Looks for not only the dragon but just to get information. We'll see how aggressive BLG are feeling. That would be the second mark if they feel like playing for it. Of course, Kindred marks are kind of like a mini objective, right? But you have to remember, just because of how the map is, it'll be first move from Mark and Jackie Love almost always. Yeah, I like the observers here hovering over the XP bar because unfortunately, he's just not close enough.
Oh, he's like one cannon minion away.
Yeah.
It's so unfortunate.
Yeah, the wave stacked up a little bit too much there. That's one of those things where as a top laner, if you're thinking that you're going to be dove, you always want to just try and thin out the wave. And I'm sure Bin knows this, but he just couldn't really trade aggressively inside the wave alongside Wayward whilst knowing that Tien was still on the top side. It's a bit of a catch-22. Fortunately, now Wayward sits with 2 kills and a whole bunch of plate gold as well. And he is very, very accelerated in the matchup where, you know, you like to talk about it a lot. You say, you know, Renekton has to get ahead. Your wishes are being answered this time around into it, and Bin is going to have to put in a lot of work, not only to catch up, but also to stay relevant in the team fights later on.
And I love what we're seeing TM being so proactive on this Poppy pick as well, as we do have the all-out on this top side. Shouldn't really be Wayward getting caught out here. Should be able to try and, at worst, flash away. But he's taking his trades very poorly. There's a flash into a flash into a Call the Meek. And Bin took too much that he could chew. Shun tries to flash over here, but I don't think he's going to be able to kill off Wayward. He's going to need a couple more stacks. One more auto! Shun makes it a 1-for-1. And finally, BLG get themselves on the board.
Oh, finally for BLG, yeah. It's looking a bit dangerous there. Bin's timing is actually quite good because he was playing around the Dominus, but he just couldn't quite find enough execution damage in the end to actually finish it up. I'm not sure if he missed out on any crucial spells, like a Q or something like that. Don't think he did. I think he dumped everything he could into Wayward, but unfortunately the Dominus came back up. But Shun, there to clean up the mess that was the top side play. On top of the Herald, level 6 advantage. Actually, no, Tien has level 6 now. But it's BLG all in the mid lane, so I feel like for Tien and for Top Esports, this Herald might be a 4-1 conclusion.
And they're going to walk into Tien, who's going to use On as a little bit of a taxi, try and jump onto him, but a good flash away. Mark has to get away. Moonlight Vigil just completely whiffs. Elk is almost certainly going to have to flash here to try and keep himself alive. He does have the cleanse, and he's holding onto it very steadfast. They are picking up the Rift Herald, so it was a little bit of a skirmish there. Top Esports wanted to try and go for something, but again, good discipline from BLG. They get the Rift Herald, they get everybody out. All it cost them was literally a flash and a cleanse.
Yeah, a little bit awkward from TES as well. Like, I think, like you mentioned, kind of using him as a taxi out almost. Could have also found the angle on for Elk, but I feel like Mark, Jackie Love a little bit too far away to make that play a reality in the end, unfortunately. So, not able to find out anything in trade proper, with the exception of Elk's cleanse, and that can definitely be big. If they can find a bottom side dive, it's definitely something that Top Esports could look for. So far, they've been the aggressors for more laneward plays, but it's been specifically towards the top side for now, so let's see how things go. It's one of those really awkward moments, Sashin, where even though Top Esports technically have the lead for now, all of the kills are into Renekton, and, you know, there's that part of me that's saying, man, Renekton, you know, he sucks when it comes to the scaling, but it's just not been the story of Renektons that we've seen recently in the summer season when it comes to team fighting. They don't seem to fall off anymore. It's a weird phenomenon. They kind of pop off as well.
Yeah. They always have the threat onto the AD carries. I specifically remember Bin and the Shies plays on, I think it was on our top 5 last week, or possibly this week. Can't remember. You know, time is an illusion, or it's a construct that is created to help us with the passage of things. But yeah, I mean, just Renektons, if he's able to get on top of the Nico, if he's able to, even on the top of the Kindred, to deny, you know, an ultimate or so, like, yeah, land respite, thank you so much.
No problem.
That is key enough in itself. So really small things like that, the Renekton can still be huge. But I will hedge my bets a little bit and say that if I was to bet between a late game Cassante and a late game Renekton, I'm going with the Cassante, as we can see. Ooh.
If
he lands that, I think he kills him.
Yeah, so Bin had a lot of faith in the knockback there. He still had his E, so what he was trying to be a bit greedy, because he could have 100% confirmed the pushback if he just E'd and then W'd, but he wanted the E for the all-out. Maybe for the auto attack reset in that form. Either way, he misses out on the window, and now Wayward's going to come back with a full Gordrin cut. Maybe if Bin's lucky, he has enough for the Thorn Mail. He's already got the Giant's Belt and the Bramble Vest, so yeah, there you go. It's a cheaper item than Gordrin cut after all. So not the end of the world. And he's still going to be able to hold 1-to-1 against Wayward. In fact, I would actually argue, at this specific spike, I think Cassante is a bit stronger. Just because of how much damage Thornmail, actually deals back to you. It's like 50 per auto right now at this point in the game. A lot of damage.
Good moves here from BLG. Shun kind of resetting, has the Kraken Slayer to maybe put down a little bit more priority in this bot side. We will have the Infernum. Not the greatest of guns to be sieging down a turret, as you will take aggro if someone's around. Dragon has spawned. Tien and Rookie looking to try and find somebody on a poor rotation. They will not spot out Shun. Now they will. Tien want to go over the wall. Yes, he does. And he finds them. The shuffle is decent. There's the Lamb's Respite, though, as Shun just tanking up all of this CC. Finally gets taken down. That Moonlight Vigil is a tickle, to say the least. TP from Rookie to go back up to the top side, so the Cassante doesn't get much else. But good proactive moves from Top Esports to get priority around the Dragon, to kill off the jungler. Really well done.
Yep, really good stuff. Catch out Shun. As on was thinking about something. Oh, there's a teleport here. That makes things really awkward.
Yeah, Jackie Love had to flash, which means he doesn't have it for here. The Pop Blossom into him, all of his face. There's nothing you can do, and now Tien has to flash away over the wall. Without a jungler, it doesn't matter. They can take this Dragon because you can't contest.
Yeah, really, really awkward there. And the thing is, because Rookie used the Emperor's Divide down here, he didn't have it up in the top lane, I think, to stop Bin. I actually think I saw him on the minimap dash in to Bin, but couldn't actually stop him from making this play. So it feels a little bit bad. He might get a plate in trade, which will feel alright. But still, losing out the Dragon, play as well on the bottom side after what was a good bit of intuition to find out on Shun. Will certainly feel quite bad in response. It's a Cloud Dragon, so it's not the most combat-intensive soul in the world, but still one that's very, very powerful for rotations, and we've seen how important movement speed can be to quite a few champions in this game before. And yeah, they just catch Shun out as that ward and the vision fades, so they know he's probably in the tri-bush, and then they obviously spot him out on the vision, knock him into the wall. Very hard for him to move ever. And honestly,
like literally everything.
Yeah, they threw everything. Very close to just not being able to cast the ultimate. Like you mentioned, tickle from that Moonlight Vigil. Shun, a bit of a rough one after the early play. He's only got himself one stack, which has been quite surprising. I think the Skull, no, it was the Raptors that were the second, so he still sat on 1 stack for now. See how many he can potentially for himself look to pick up. But that is a weird... Does it? It's
so loud.
So
it's so loud.
I know. I remember I was watching the LEC the other day. Elk should be able to pick up this tower. Yeah, it's going to be seeded by Jackie Love, where I think it was Kadro and Dracos had a mad game, and Niski was doing it every single time. I don't know if, because, you know, obviously we're on the Chinese client, so sometimes the voice lines are different. Well, a lot of the time the voice lines are different. I wonder if it's actually the same.
That is the best timing I think ever. Like, thank you, Yagao, for impeccable
Oh my God.
comedic timing. That was incredible. But go on.
That
You
was
don't know if
great.
it's what?
Yeah, I don't know if it's the same. I can't remember if English VA Nico makes the exact same noise. Either way, it's hilarious.
It is very, very funny, and I don't know if it's just a volume thing either with our game and our spectator clients. Sometimes that can just be it, but we shall see. I'm gonna go in for an engage in this mid lane. Kind of hard to get anything else off of this. TN does not have flash, and that means he's gonna be CC'd down. The flash in to get the pop blossom under Mark, so there's absolutely no way they're gonna turn this one around. There's the Moonlight Vigil under Mark. Oh. No flash from Elk means that he gets caught out, really not respecting the Emperor's Divide. As all 4 members are left alive from both teams find themselves in the mid lane. There is still a Rift Herald here, but I don't think Top Esports can really go for it.
No, I don't think they can. Without TN, it's a little bit too risky, so it's just going to be a trade of AD carry and jungler, and then a reset back out onto the map, it seems like. Helmets blown from Top Esports have pretty lengthy cooldowns at this stage in the game, so see whether or not they can get them back. Same thing for BLG, but they still have the all out from Bin. And of course, Shun's own ultimate, Lamb's Respite, which can obviously turn fights around. That's BLG that have had 100% control of the Heralds and the Dragon so far, all the objectives. All just kicks off because Mark and Tien are still in this brush. Mark has the ability to dash out, obviously, but Tien cancelled the channel on the Hex Flash and just kind of keeps him in place, unfortunately. Now, Elk just has eyes for Mark. He just has eyes for Mark. That's it. He just tunnel visioned a bit, and unfortunately wasn't paying attention to the Azir in front of his face. As we come back out of the replay, they're on the Herald, but BLG are here to fight.
Oh, flash in onto Shun. They're trying to CC him down, but he gets the Lamb's Respite off regardless. Now the Rift Herald's kind of left in a no man's land. The Pop Blossom could be huge, but they've already taken down the jungler. Tien has been traded back as well. It's a double kill going over to Elk. Top Esports, they find themselves on the wrong side of the map, and they're trying to go for this one. The all-out to bring Mark away. The Kaisa secures the Rift Herald. But at what cost? We're going to see a W, not going to land it. The flash forward into the tangled barbs, not able to get it! Oh my lord, just about see Bing going for it, and wait.
What? I thought Top got it!
Wait, Jackie Love's thing came up.
What? Jackie Love came up with the icon of Herald, right?
Yeah,
we're not crazy.
It was red and it was Kaisa, right? I don't know how Bing picks it up. No. Bing doesn't pick it up. Okay, we're wait, no, he did pick it up. Sorry, I'm an idiot. He dropped it straight away. How'd that happen?
But I
need a replay. I need a replay. My mind's
replay immediately, game. There's no way. Okay, we're just bad at our job. So either way, great turn from Top Esports onto Shun immediately. Rookie's Emperor's Divide is seconds away from being up, so if they could have swept him out of this Lamb's Respite, it could have been huge. Shun gets killed in the mix-up. Tien's in the mix-up. Wayward's in the mix-up. Now, who gets that? I could have sworn. Either way, in this mix here, Yagao, great Tangle Barb, Elk as well, but didn't. Okay. It was just on. We got baited. It's fine.
We got baited so
BLG
hard.
did get it. BLG did get it. BLG did get it. BLG did get it.
Yeah, really well played. We're going to come back in, though, because the action's not going to stop. Our minds have been blown.
Another dragon.
They need to come back and be reconstituted for this fight, because we're going to see Top Esports looking to contest this one once more. This dragon has been started. It would be soul point here for BLG. Top Esports know how important this is to kind of keep away from the BLG side. We're going to reset this one. Elk, though, has got perfect guns for this one here. They're going to let it reset. There's the Keeper's Verdict, though. It gets completely negated, and they're going to try to go in with the quickness. The Pop Blossom to disengage. It's all gone wrong. Jackie Love and Rookie just can't make themselves any kind of room to make presence here. Bin goes in onto Rookie, who looks for the Emperor's Divide. Rookie puts them right on a plate to Jackie Love, but Jackie Love shotguns himself in. Jackie Love looking for the fight, but he gets caught out by the Giga Bin. And BLG will come out with the fight, but it costs them 3.
Top Esports' frontline just can't fight into all of these AoE abilities from BLG, and like you mentioned, Elk had the perfect guns. every single time your gal presses his Archie, it just feels like anyone caught in that field dies. On the back end of that team fight, Rookie found a massive scoop, but it just wasn't enough because Kasante was hit, and that means Gigabin was hit, and they clean up what was remaining of Top Esports. Heroics attempted by Jackie Love and Rookie, but BLG will still pick up this third dragon. I'll put them one away from this Cloud Soul. And that tower as well, secured by those minions. So everything comes up BLG. Yeah, look at it all, because again, you know, perfect guns here from Elk. He's able to stack up the chakrams really efficiently. And On cancels out. I can hear the Nico in the middle of the replay. Either way, great dredge line. But look at this, all three members caught in the pop blossom just die immediately, and no one can touch Elk. It's like the backline access from the side of Top Esports. It's so limited if it's not them engaging kind of past your gal, I suppose, right? The Emperor's Divide is sick, but again, there's not enough damage at this point in the game for Jackie Love to really clean this entire thing up, and he's locked down by Bin. If you come out of the replay now, Baron's going to be up, so you know both these teams are going to jostle around it. No doubt about that. And Top Esports are, for now, on the back foot by almost 3,000 gold, and it's not necessarily a fake 3,000 gold either. BLG have 2 completed items on the top side, 4 Shun and 4 Bin.
I mean, it's 3,000 gold, it's 3 dragons, but I just want to highlight, like, yes, BLG are coming out on top of this, but it shows you just how close these team fights are. The fact that Rookie and Jackie Love quite literally nearly 2v4. There was a 100% a world there where they come out there with all the kills. Jackie Love looks like a god, and they almost play it perfectly. You got to remember, that was Rookie without Flash because he didn't have it from the previous skirmish. And this is all these small little differences. These guys are playing at such an intensely high level that it does feel like BLG are just, again, proving, like you mentioned, we talked about what's the secret sauce. The secret sauce is that they're just better. And I mean that in a genuine sense. Like, this team has come into the 2023 split, the 2023 season, and has blown me away by the ceilings they've been able to play around.
It's such a fantastic story for BLG. No matter how you look at it, the fact that they've been able to actually meet the expectations, I think, that were, you know, kind of levied against them when the roster was put together. Not necessarily in the most serious manner, but certainly in one that you couldn't, you know, turn your nose away at. This was a roster that, by all intents and purposes, should have been contesting the top half of the LPL, right? That was what it was intended to do. And to see them actually pull through on it, right? It's one thing about expectations. You see so many rosters put together in modern day where a bunch of names get chucked together and then they don't really succeed. Cough Vitality. And in this case, BLG really delivering on the promise of, you know, the amount of money invested in some of the rosters. And to see them actually do it, go to the finals at MSI, almost, or be the only team really that's been able to hold a candle to JDG when they're actually on form. It's very, very high standards that they've met, and so far in this series, in this game 1, they've met very high standards as well.
Come back into live. Dragon in 2 minutes, Baron on the board. 22 minutes on the scoreboard there. It's only about a 4,000 gold lead, so it's not impossible for the side of Top Esports to come back onto this. They've got decent, not even just decent, very good wave clear with the double Masher's Tooth for Rookie and for Jackie Love. We will see On nicely using his hook there, and yeah, a little bit of a bait. Tien recognizing he was going to get bursted down so quickly. Look how quick Elk was able to get those chakrams up, and now it's Tien, no flash, and all of his health gone. He can't stay here. They're going straight for the Baron. This decisiveness is so key right now. Tien trying to heal up a little bit off of the camp as Top Esports TP themselves and their solo laners here. Hook goes wide. They get the double TPs out. Wayward flashes in. Tien on the side does get the Keeper's Verdict here, but in a 4v4, you still tend to favor BLG. They don't favor themselves right now. Shun finally finding himself back into the fray. But both TP, sorry, not both TPs, but the TP from Rookie burned here was all that BLG wanted. Yeah,
BLG get that. Still have Wayward's teleport to work with, but I'm not sure if that's really going to matter. Dragon spawning in 6-second time already. So that's Cloud Soul available for BLG. Top Esports need to actually just contest this and hope they can actually win it out. Starts off, this is how they find Tien. Oh, wow. Stretch line cancelled out the E. I didn't catch that. The fact that he gets chunked out. Let's just make that work, but for Top Esports, able to push away. Oh no. Oh, Jackie.
He thought about it. He almost got it. Mark nearly gets caught out. I also want to make a quick note here, just to show you how like resilient of a player Bin is. Bin is 19. I want to put oh, stop myself because there's going to be a flash. Quickness has to be used by Mark to make sure he doesn't die.
No narrative.
No narrative whatsoever. But like 19 years of 19 years of age, and he went 0-3 in lane. He is now 5-3-7, so he hasn't died since those 3 kills, and he has 100% kill participation. This guy is a monster. Just being able, like, imagine going 0-3 on something like this and still coming out on top, effectively in all senses of the word.
Gigabin. Gigabin.
I can't hear you. It needs to be louder.
It needs to be louder. Gigabin. No, I'm kidding. BLG though, taking full advantage of their top laner and just ensuring that he can bodyguard Elk for now in the mid lane, and it will just secure BLG. It's Cloud Soul, so it does put Elder on the map. And I do wonder if that's a point of concern now for BLG. I would have really liked to see them actually get a Baron start and takedown so that they can actually put this game, not necessarily to bed, but put Top Esports in a bit more of an insurmountable position so that life gets quite hard. There's another stack. Actually, we spoke about Shun like 6 or 7 minutes ago and how he was only on 1 stack. He's now on 5, so that turnaround was quite quick, to say the least. But BLG certainly want the Baron now. They need to take that down because the wave clear available and some of the range tools that Top Esports have does make it kind of difficult in my mind for BLG to siege. They do have engage tools, but it's realistically just the Nautilus and kind of hoping that the follow-up is clean. So it can be quite easy for Top Esports in that mind to defend. So BLG need to break that apart, set up vision a little more aggressively around this Baron, or just start up if you want to bring them in. Yeah, sure, why not? That works too.
Think about it. You just got the Cloud Soul, Pop Blossom, all out, the Nautilus ultimate, everything that can come in. You know, there's so many little things you got to be careful of. Kai'Sa's nowhere to be found here. Jackie Love looking for a little bit of a move. The Hex Flash to try and get an angle. BLG want to fight. BLG want to catch somebody out. We'll say, though, Top Esports take advantage of this and call the bluff just a little bit, just to gain them a bit of more of an advantage in that mid lane. But Top Esports not to be outdone just yet. We can see Shun moving in to try and get a little bit more of that.
Is it so loud? I'm sorry, it's so distracting.
Top Esports, yeah, everyone needs to get out of here. Tien very lucky to get the Hex Flash out. And no flashes earned.
It's really making me lose it.
You know what the funny thing is? It's actually really tilting. Like, I'm not even playing against it, and I'm really tilted by it. But a ward will spawn out now.
Okay.
Top Esports need to keep their mental going for themselves. They do see a ward of BLG on the Baron. We're going to see the Nico putting down a fair bit of damage on the Wayward. Wait, On screwed up his Hex Flash. We didn't get over the wall. Now Tien in the back of the pit. We're going to see the quickness come in. But Mark, already so low, has used the flash. The Moonlight Vigil. It's fish in a barrel. They're going to have no way of getting themselves out of this one. Tien, though, now out of the pit. The Pop Blossom, the flash in, the catch out. Wayward heals for so much, but it's only to delay the inevitable. BLG definitively putting their foot on the throat of Top Esports and say, you belong below us.
They want to put the game to bed as well. Top Esports, the approach was so messy there. I'm not sure they really had much of a plan. Wayward was in the river. Top side, it was Tien trying to get in potentially to the pit, and then you had Mark, I think, Jackie Love and Rookie end up inside of the pit ahead of them. Very, very strange attempt from Top Esports to make that Baron one that would be very difficult for BLG to secure. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. So Jackie Love and Rookie kind of behind the pit. Yeah, all right, bit of a botched Hex Flash. It happens. Tien goes in. Mark finds his way into no one and dies after the Moonlight Vigil hits, and Rookie and Tien are then left alone to the Wolves, and Jackie Love, I guess, actually never went into the pit. He was alongside Wayward, but again, he wants to kind of be a dive buddy alongside this Rakan, and I just feel like there isn't enough front line that can feasibly dive and not get one shot by the BLG composition at this stage that makes that a reality. Now they're being collapsed on.
No.
Mark's in trouble.
Mark is in trouble, and Mark is dead. Rookie drops down the Shurima's Legacy, but it's actually been just ignoring him and saying, you know what, I'm a TP mid. I'll make sure that we're getting everything else, because On shall not be taken out here. Bin will make sure that mid lane doesn't even have any hint of pressure against it. They will have to take down this turret, though, in this bottom side, but again, like, it doesn't do anything at this stage in the game. And look, there's only so much you can do. Bin gonna 1v3 at the moment. They can't even go in on top of him because Shun's in the wings waiting for anything crazy to happen. Bin just feels emboldened. What are you gonna do? Try step up to me if you can, because I don't believe you can. Bot lane, top lane, mid lane, they're all being pushed in right now. And BLG are starting to accelerate this goal, and this is exactly how BLG have been playing all split long.
Yeah, it has been No breaks. Oh, On gets his way out of the heroic charge.
Mark probably going to die there if he doesn't get himself back to safety. So yeah, he's already backed out. Never mind, he's dead.
Nope, he's dead.
He's already gone down without your real engage now to come in. This just feels like it's BLG's game to really finish off. Wayward flashes in and try and take out Shun, and Shun has himself a Lamb's Respite to save his soul. Great hook here from On. This man has been exceptional for BLG all year long. The ace comes in, BLG home run all the way to the Nexus, and they will take the 1-0 advantage over Top Esports.
Slaughter. Absolute massacre. Game number 1. BLG maybe put under a little bit of pressure in the early game, but after that, after the first 10 minutes or so where Top Esports found very creative gank angles, specifically through TN, there was nothing that I felt like Top Esports could do. And BLG, I think, just a step ahead of Top Esports at every single angle. Team fighting much easier for BLG, and I feel like that was always going to be the case, right? You have all of these defensive tools into re-engage tools for BLG, and Top Esports had a very half-hearted dive-esque comp, right? No one that could really go in without getting one shot, and that was kind of the big issue, right? There was no Vi to set up for what Jackie Love and what Mark potentially wanted to do. It was a lot more about kind of hoping there would be misposition in moments from BLG and then trying to capitalize on those moments with the dive, right? As opposed to actually looking for innate dive in a team fight. And I think that was the big issue. BLG just had way too many defensive tools and started to snowball ahead to a place that, yeah, Top Esports could not reach ever.
I mean, it does feel like when you're looking at the way this composition wants to function for Top Esports with the Renekton, the as you mentioned, the Poppy and the Kai'Sa kind of diving onto the backline, you're against a Nico. Nico kind of full on just disengages everything because it's like, oh, we have to wait till the Pop Possum is used, then we can look for something because we're going to get knocked up, huge amounts of AoE damage, and we're probably not going to kill the target, which is almost certainly going to be Elk. So just great recognition here from BLG. Yes, their top lane went behind, but they didn't panic. Bin was still exceptional in that mid-game team fights, was just doing so well. And yes, there was still glimmers of hope from the side of Top Esports, but the longer the game went on, you just felt like control was just being garnered over to BLG side. And honestly, if they can continue this into a 2-0, like, I don't think there's a doubt in my mind that we have a definitive top 2 and no one else is really kind of contesting them until I see something different, because this is just, it wasn't even that close once it got to the 15-20 minute marks. It just felt like BLG had total control.
Yeah, and this is what this is about, right? This series as a whole. It's why it's match of the week. It is about, you know, for BLG setting that standard behind them, right? Making sure that, you know, every other team in the LPL knows that this league belongs to us and JDG, and right now it's a battle between us and JDG for 1 and number 2. And right now Top Esports not showing us that they are capable of keeping up with BLG at the moment. You can see as soon as they start to take control around the 18-minute mark, it just slowly swells further and further until it starts to explode. Gold graph, that is, yeah, too much control. I'm starting to try and wonder, like, as Top Esports, where do you go? Like, I think, again, you know, the idea of the draft kind of there, but they just need more hard engage. I feel like that if they're going to make something like Kai'Sa and Rakan work, right? They had the blueprint there. It just didn't quite work out for them. I feel like, however, BLG, again, also giving them so many comfort picks just feels like a bit of a slight in the draft as well. So a lot of revision has to be done there. I feel like the early aggression, which is not something we were actually anticipating out of Top Esports, was something that we can definitely look back positively on and hope they can try and find a little bit more of if we're talking about trying to make this a 3-game series.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you wanted to change one thing, the only thing I can think really in my head is, like, maybe you swap out the Renekton for a Malphite to really commit to the dive. But I mean, look, it's all if, buts, and maybes at that point. It comes down to execution. And BLG executed very, very well. And honestly, like, it's going to sound dumb, but it's like, I have nothing but praise for this team. I really do think that if you look at the trajectory of this roster, specifically the players that come into it, how they come together. Shun was on IG, looked decent, but always kind of like a middling jungler, not really kind of, you know, anything exceptional. On coming in as one of, you know, last split was the youngest, now with Feather joining the league on LGD, is, you know, the second youngest in the league. So much players that kind of came together to make this, you know, almost, you know, kind of weird medley of things. We always thought, yeah, top 8, maybe top 7. Not a bad team, but definitely not something exceptional, have become something exceptional. They've defied all the limits, they've defied all the expectations, and in my mind, they are just favorites up against anybody who isn't JDG. But we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans for game number 2.
blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own right. Resting in the rubble, never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own right. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second game of our third series, and it is BLG in a scrappy affair. It was a lot of hands diff, as we like to say. They are 1-0 up over Top Esports in third, looking to cement themselves as a top 2 team in Top Esports. And they got a lot of stuff to kind of bring themselves into it. But before we talk about this next game and what we want to see from Top Esports, got to talk about our GOAT in the mid lane, who's going to be picking up the MVP on this Nico. You can't let him have it. 100% win rate after 7 games. You can't let him. Do not let this man have Nico. Just ban it.
Ban it, first pick it, whatever. It doesn't matter. Just don't let him have it, man. It's so ridiculous what this guy can achieve on the pick. And in this particular game, his life was so easy. Everyone was trying to go in. It was effectively, Kai'Sa, you might as well almost call a melee champion because she wants to dive in this particular context, right? So there's 4, 3.5 will be generous, melee champions diving into a Nico Ultimate every single team fight. And Yagao was finding it every single time, and it made team fighting impossible at every single angle that Top Esports looked for. Yeah, I don't know, this pick just needs to be removed from him. Otherwise, I feel like for Top Esports, you're just looking at a 2-0 very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like it's just BLG just know how to play with this, and specifically Yagao knows how creative he can be. We saw a couple of times just kind of waiting for himself, waiting for the moments for anyone to kind of maybe forget about him. And I think that's the thing, with so much CC and so much kind of utility on this pick, it does feel like it's not that high damage. And here, you'll see that's not quite true.
Yeah, it does everything. It's just really good, isn't it? Oh,
why are we highlighting On again?
Why
are we doing that to our boy?
That wasn't even...
Why would you do that to our boy?
Our observers are so mean. Our observers are simultaneously the best, but also the meanest in the business, I swear. But yeah, Yagao was an absolute monster throughout that game, and yeah, it has to be said. The Nico has to be banned or picked.
Yeah.
It's that simple. You cannot give it to Yagao again.
Yeah, you really, really can't. And look, for BLG, I'm expecting anything except failure from these guys. These guys have just been impressive from the word go. From the moment they got into playoffs in spring, they have just non-stop played at some of the highest level of League of Legends. And you can say, objectively, is the cleanest? Absolutely not. Should they be being punished for this, that, and the other? Sure, absolutely. But they make it work. And it does just come down to the fact that they're just better players. They're better mechanically a lot of the times when it comes to these team fights. And it does feel like they're just kind of putting a lot of respect on their own names and just kind of saying, look, yes, JDG are currently probably rightfully regarded as the #1 team in the world, but we're not far off them, and we're going to be smashing everybody else and hopefully smashing down JDG as well.
Yeah, it feels like statement games sometimes when BLG come into these top matchups, doesn't it? Like, they kind of, it's a proper rivalry. They understand that JDG right now are, for sure, I beg your pardon, the stronger of the two teams, right? They've bested them at almost every single angle and corner. But at the moment, when it comes to dealing with the rest of the league, BLG just want it over with immediately so they can go back to the hyperbolic time chamber so they're ready for their next match up against JDG. Top esports though, on the other end, they need to find a step up because, yeah, it has been certainly not particularly a good look against a fair amount of the other top teams, but here into BLG, that game one was definitely a bit of night and day, wasn't it? It was heaven and earth, the difference between these two teams once the team fighting actually kicked off. I'm not sure where you really, plug the holes, get gaps filled in. You can certainly talk about the draft and such, but I feel like even on the gameplay level at times, pretty much after the aggression sort of started to waver, it felt like it was just BLG all the way.
Yeah, I mean, like, great aggression from the top esports side in those early stages. Focused on top, utilized the Poppy and Renekton very, very well and put Bin behind, but it just wasn't enough. Once it devolved and kind of, again, the more front-to-back standard team fighting, you're against a Nico, you're against a Cassante and an Aphelios. There's just only so much you can do with this composition. That is a build very much so on kind of, getting people off to the side, making sure you're catching one person out or at least burning down a lot of their health bar. And we saw on multiple occasions that they were trying to do that. Again, it wasn't as if top esports didn't try to play towards that win condition, but every time they tried to pick off Shun, it just felt like Shun just got half a second. He must have been spamming his R button at a rate, close to the world record of APM because he was just able to get that Ram's Respite off and give himself and his team that extra couple of seconds to bring themselves into a proper 5v5 team fight. So we'll see what top esports can change coming into the second game. They are on the blue side this time around, and we are seeing a little bit of an adaptation. They're getting rid of the Renekton themselves. We'll see if the Cassante is going to be the ban here from BLG or maybe the Nico as well.
See, the Renekton ban says to me that they're going to first pick the Cassante, but again, I feel like the Nico is the bigger priority pick. So let's see whether BLG blink. You also have to remember Vi is in this equation too, so there are a couple of other moving parts outside of that. So yeah, they remove away the Vi, and now it's about Cassante and Nico, because top esports, I think, have come to the conclusion that Yagao is 7-0 on the pick. So, right, they've come to the conclusion that they are 7-0 on the pick. So surely it's okay. All right. Let's hold our breath, Machine. Let's hold our breath. Right. It's not the worst first pick in the world, but what it does mean is that you're potentially giving Yagao Nico again to continue his win streak on. And with the Renekton gone, the Cassante pick also just kind of naturally rises in priority. I feel like the idea though for top esports is they're likely just to lock in the Maokai plus X on their next rotation, as they've already got the Jace, and you want to try and set up for that poke and the objective control. BLG have been hovering over this Nico since the start of the countdown, so clearly very locked in to wanting that pick and just kind of giving an idea and talking amongst themselves about what they want to actually lock in, looking further along against the draft, because this should just be Cassante, I feel like, for Bin. Yeah. Unless they need a priority jungler, unless there's something that they want, like, okay, the Wukong does make a lot of sense, so Venn diagrams of death, and you kind of, I suppose, give over Cassante to Wayward, but in the same breath, Bin has a plethora of champions that I'm sure he'd be willing to pick into it as well.
Oh, for sure. And this the thing is that when you're looking at the way Bin or how Bin has been able to play so far this split, is that he's not really afraid of kind of anything. Again, he's going into plenty of different matchups and to try and kind of counter them out, if you will. So we'll see what ends up being the lock-in here. Again, I think that is a good pickup here from BLG, just to kind of say, look, we got our engage, we have our AoE team fighting. It's what's been the bread and butter for BLG so far this entire split. And for top esports, you kind of have to lock yourselves in. It depends as well. Like, Wayward's not exactly someone I imagine has like a lot to say about it. Yeah.
I was going to say, actually, I feel like top esports have had so much priority on Kai'Sa, though. that maybe they just forego the Cassante all in all. And now it's kind of up to BLG and what they want to do with either the AD carry or the top lane pick, right? Because they allowed Elk's champion pool to be trimmed last time out, and he still landed on Aphelios. So I feel like the Cassante is kind of a given. So that one will get locked in for Bin. They'll look to probably just ban away some picks that, you know, they feel like Wayward may give some uncomfortable, you know, laning scenarios to Bin in at best. Yeah, the Gwen makes a lot of sense, but even outside of the Gwen, like, maybe the Malphite, right? Like, I guess if you think that it's just going to be there to kind of buff up the potential dive and turnaround from top esports. But even in saying that, I was going to say Rakan is another pick that they could look to ban away, but actually top esports take that away. So maybe they just look towards the Nautilus. That could be the next big ban for them. No, they just stay on those side laners for Wayward. That makes sense too. So again, I feel like BLG have all of the options here in this draft, and top esports still feel like they're on the back end a bit. They do have, however, functionally a pretty strong draft, right? 2 poke champions, a disengaged champion via Maokai, and of course he can re-engage. And it's about keeping BLG at bay and not allowing them to get on top of them. So top esports doing the right thing, removing away engaged supports and really limiting what On can actually use to really make backline dive and backline access a very easy and accessible thing for Shun Yagao and Bin.
Yeah, and look, the Aphelios is kind of a no-brainer. It's just a standard one. It's like Lee Sins to junglers. Just feel like you kind of go for that whenever you want. So they're going to lock themselves in. The Rel, I will say, the Alistair is an exceptional pick into the Rel. It does have, I think, 100% win rate against in the LPL. Ooh, Top Esports going back towards that Poppy as well. So they've got a decent front line here. And if they're able to make this one work, I feel like their ease of execution on this particular comp is much, much better than it was in the first game.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. This is also likely Poppy top, by the way. This isn't Poppy jungle from
TNI. Oh yeah, you're right.
Absolutely. They could 100% flex them between the two, right? Actually, Maokai top is in a surprisingly strong spot, but people just don't really play it. BLG should just land on this Aphelios again. No reason not to. So for BLG, it's more or less a very similar composition. A couple of more pick tools. Team fighting still very strong. Top esports, I think now a little more in line with one another. A lot of re-engage, a lot of defensive tools, and a lot of pokes. So I feel like for them, that's kind of what it's more about, right? Picking their windows to go in, but more importantly, actually setting up around objectives and letting Maokai, Jace, and Kai'Sa do their thing. Very, very interesting direction they decided to go, and I'm very excited for this Poppy top, surprisingly. I know it might sound a bit strange, but it's actually one of the other tank counters that I think really does well into Cassante, and I hope we get to see Wayward kind of demonstrate why it can be a very powerful pick. But that aside, top esports, I feel like giving themselves much better tools compared to game 1 in game number 2 to try and deal with BLG and the aggression they will no doubt try and lay forward.
Absolutely, and look, you got 2 poke champions for the side of top esports. If you land some of those accelerated shock blasts, some of those void seekers, you are going to start whittling down these health bars, and it's going to be a little bit more on BLG to be aggressive, to look to try and find those engages. I'm not saying they can't do it, because Lord knows we know they can, but it's going to be a little bit more proactive on their side, as top esports have a hell of a lot of ways to disengage. I think of the knockback with the hammer, the Nature's Grasp as well, Poppy in general. Just so many ways to kind of deal with the oncoming onslaught that would be BLG's composition. But if it works, it will work exceptional. We talk about Venn diagrams of death. This is the 3 circles of hell coming out from the Cyclone, the Pop Blossom, and of course the Magnet Storm of BLG's comp. We'll see what top esports can do, if they can bring us to a 3rd game, or if BLG will solidify themselves and JDG into that top 2 position and almost make it impossible for anybody else to reach them. We're going into game number 2. We'll see if top esports is going to have a little bit of a say in this one here. Considering how BLG went in the first one, I still favor BLG.
Yeah. Do you think that, don't you? Listen to those gyros.
Oh, wow.
I think I know who the crowd wants to win.
Damn. I'm not even going to lie. Like, it's kind of incredible the amount of support BLG have kind of garnered for themselves over the last while, because it does feel like it's just like, it was kind of like a mid-table team. Nobody was really that bothered by them or that involved with them, I suppose. Yeah. And now it's just like, obviously, MSI, you've had their run in terms of the personalities they've got on their team as well, with Bin and Elk has some fantastic interviews. It does feel like they just built up this massive fan base. I also love when we get Bin on the English stream. I really hope if they win, we get Bin on an English interview again, because I love his little tidbits of English that he gets to throw out to us. It's so fun.
Yeah, first point, I love when players from the East try and connect with the Western fans. I feel like there's historically been a bit of disconnect from the players themselves and the Western side of the audience, just because it is a bit difficult. I have to hold this point because BLG are invading, and I think they've also found Tien.
Oh,
This is a disastrous start.
Oh, it is, but it's going to be a 4v5 right now. You can see a flash for flash. Sean has to walk away from this one here. He's getting chased down by Jackie Love, who flashes in and should be able to pick that one up. That is first blood going over to top esports, and a good call there from top to make sure that BLG just don't have their way straight away from level 1.
Yeah, not only that, a fair amount of the chicken camp is still there. Tien's able to start on the Wolves. I'm not sure he's going to be able to do his entire top side, but we'll see how well he can kite it out. He is extremely low, but he will heal up from eating the camp. Interesting invade from BLG. Gets caught out by top esports, and the first blood also went over to Jackie Love, but flash was blown by him. We'll see if BLG can try and abuse that fact, because Rel certainly can prey on flashless targets inside of the lane, but with Mark being there, like you mentioned, it's a really, really, really good matchup. One-to-one, but specifically inside of the lane is where you really see it shine.
And I love that we saw that coming out from top esports. They kind of said, look, we can't really contest in a 3v3 and a 4v4 against the Ashe and the Rel, but you know what we can do? We can overload it. We can get the Poppy in and see, you know, kind of getting that movement there, knowing the TP was available, which means Bin wasn't available, but have a little bit of a movement here in the bot side. Elk should be able to keep himself relatively safe. And a little stat on the side thing, 5,000 games in the LPL for Rookie now. Congratulations to him, and he would love to mark that massive milestone here in the LPL with a win and to keep this series alive.
Machine, I've got some bad news for you, because I know how many games Rookie has, and it's not 5,000. So
what was the 5,000 then?
I don't know. So I'm going to put out an SOS to a Mandarin
5,000
or a
assists,
reader.
5,000 kills?
Well, he doesn't have an assist, and he doesn't have a kill.
Yeah, so what was that 5,000?
So anybody who could understand what that stat pop-up was,
I'm going to ask our producer. I'm going to ask our
or
producer.
maybe if we could get confirmation from our producer.
Because it seemed like, I was looking at it, I thought it was 5,000 kills first, or assists, and I was like, well, nothing popped up.
For clarity,
so I was just
Rookie's at around 830.
You telling me he hasn't played 1,000 games a year?
No, unfortunately, he hasn't.
The more I think about me saying that phrase, the more of 5,000 games, the more I'm like, Oshin, you're a dope. You're a fool, Oshin. You shouldn't be saying 5,000 games.
I mean, honestly,
you know
the schedule probably makes you feel like you're playing 1,000 games. To be fair,
it does. I'm gonna ask right now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. But look, regardless of whatever it was, maybe it was kills, maybe it was assists, maybe it was deaths. You know, sometimes the LPL likes to throw that in. They do like to throw in random stats. As Mark, X flashing towards this mid lane, we are going to see Yagao possibly look for his own flash, and he will, because Rookie flashing on top of him. So flash for flash in that mid lane. We are seeing Wayward going toe-to-toe now against Bin, who might have the Q3 in a second, but not quite up in time to make this one move work. There's a bit of a trade back here, and this is the thing why the Poppy is so good into the Cassante, is because when you look for those short trades, when she does have the buckle to try and get that extra shielding on, it makes those trades very favorable for the Poppy.
It's not just the buckle, it's actually both sides of the Pathmaker, because if Cassante, the dash itself can be interrupted, but whilst he's obviously casting the Pathmaker, the W that is, he is unstoppable. So the Steadfast Presence is actually an ability which is very easy to then, you know, block out that spell, so you don't get stunned. I think in the all-out, you sometimes still eat the damage, but you certainly do ground them again, and that's obviously damage put back in return. So Poppy, definitely a very strong champion. You can trade pretty efficiently as well. I'm kind of curious about what Wayward's going to go towards, or it's going to be the Iceborne first. Seems like that's going to be the case. And Wayward doing a fairly okay enough job right now at just kind of keeping Bin down, or at the very least keeping mildly relevant. He's down 10 CS, but he's saving his teleport potentially for a play as top esports. Oh no, his teleport's already gone, so he's already blown that to take that back. But top esports on this dragon. BLG are kind of in the area, but not really enough to contest. It feels like Shun's a bit too far away.
Yeah, they got the dragon, but can they get the eggs? That's the question. Elk gonna flash away from Mark as they jump straight onto Rookie. Rookie no flash, has phase rush to try and maybe get himself away. They're kind of being coerced right now.
This is awkward.
One more volley would be decent. They're going to try and get the damage down maybe on the Jackie Love, who also doesn't have himself a flash available. 3-man knock-up, but it's on the 3 tanky members. They try to fully commit on top of this one here. Rookie gets stunned up. Yagao is still very, very low and will be taken out. Can they kill off Jackie Love? The crash down is huge, but can they confirm these kills? Yes, they can. Get 2-for-1 trade. And at the end of it all, BLG knew how strong they could be, and this wave is massive. Jackie Love's going to lose so much off this.
Yeah, Jackie Love is going to lose so much off this. He has got 2 kills, right, so it makes up for it a little bit, but still, Elk's going to pick up plates. Oh, Tien. Tien.
Tien. Crash down, secure the kill, nicely onto Shun. And that's going to be even more gold over to BLG. And yes, you get the Dragon here for Top Esports, but a 3-for-1 trade is not ideal.
Yeah, this whole sequence from Top Esports was just a little bit awkward. Rookie went in right outside of the pit and kind of just doomed himself to be slow run down there by BLG. The re-engage from BLG, however, was excellent. Top Esports really did overestimate how much burst damage they had available to them in the AoE. And it ends up costing them their lives, as Wayward won't get knocked back. And the trade has pretty been favored, has the Sheen, of course, so those shorter trades feel a lot better. And we're going to go into the replay. So Top Esports, you see this from the BLG Fog of War. So Shun is making his way down, and they kind of acknowledge the Dragon is gone. And Rookie goes in here, and he kind of just gets himself chunked out really heavily for not much reason, to be entirely honest with you. But then Mark and Tien kind of see an angle for a re-engage. It's more about Mark, right? Mark is the one that starts it up, because they do kind of group up. It's a 3-man knock-up. Tien gets in the mixer, but Jackie Love and Rookie, who's rooted, can't really add much immediately. So Yagao is almost able to walk out, and then this re-engage here from On is just superb. And there's no way you can answer a 3-man crash down like that, and Elk lived the lethal tempo and the stacking up of the Rangers' focus. Even early on, Ash can deal so much extra damage. And just kind of assists BLG in walking over to Top Esports in that exchange.
An important thing here as well is that despite all this, Jackie Love got 2 kills, and Jackie Love has about a 20 CS lead as well, so he's already got himself a static shift. It's going to be very difficult for BLG to really make that one work again with a massive wave stack, because you just have insane wave clear now on the side of the Kaisa. So good to see BLG looking to try and make that one work as early as they possibly could. They will not have flash on Elk for a while. They're waiting to kind of see. I've also recognized as well, you have double clones here for BLG. So Top Esports are going to have such a difficult time of just recognizing who is real, who is not. Is that the Nico? Is that Yagao? Is that the clone on the Wukong? We do not know. So little things like that that can kind of go a little bit skewy, shall we say. As Jackie Love now pushing in this bot side. The Rift Herald did go over in the favor of BLG. And already we have 1,000 gold lead for BLG despite the early start going in favor of Top Esports.
Exactly. That invade should have really set the pace for Top Esports. Tien didn't even have to base off the back of that, like, invade. He was able to just go over to the Wolf Camp, still full clear the top side. Whilst Shun was killed. It hasn't really mattered. Shun's got the Herald. Sure, they lost out on the Dragon, but it's about the gold that BLG can potentially actually pick up off some of these objectives. So let's see where they can actually look. There's been a whole bunch of plates chunked out on the bottom side, so you just anticipate they're going to go down there already and look for it.
Magnet Storm available for On, thinking maybe if he got the crash down onto the Alistair, he would have had a much better time of making that one work. The Hawk Shot makes it so easy to catch out where Tien is going to be, and this is the thing. With good teams, with Ash, it just feels so hard to make any kind of proactive play here as Top Esports, because having that information is just so perfect to make sure, yep, we're going to go bot, cool, you're hovering down bot side, we'll play a bit more defensively, we'll put down a ward. These little things that could just help you out. And then again, look, Bin, he's just kind of saying, okay, let's go a bit more aggressive. Let's try and make this wave push happen for ourselves so that I know that I can get, you know, kind of reset off of this wave or maybe the next.
Yeah, exactly. Everything feels really, really comfortable for him up there. Just as a whole, the systems are working well. So BLG have 40 seconds until this Dragon spawns. I imagine they don't want to give Top Esports this one. So Yagao's probably going to shove this in, look for a reset. He's got teleport. He might not even need it, to be fair. We'll see. But he's sitting on a lot of gold. Look at his... Look, he's got a bit of everything, hasn't he? Got a tome, Dark Silt. It's making the noise. It's making the helicopter noise again. Machine, make it stop. Like, I can't. But, it's going to be a fairly big back for him. Oh, and up. Maybe he sells a biscuit. No, Sork boots. So, still, a lot of extra burst available. Bin doing the same thing. Bin hasn't taken plates? Or is that 3 or a 5? My eyes are bad.
That's a 3.
I think it's 3.
It's
so,
a 3.
he might even have... Yeah, he's got Iceborne Gauntlet. That's what... Anyway, that's what I was eyeing up. He will teleport back up here, but Wayward also doesn't have TP. So, top laners may not be involved in the Dragon at all. We will have to see. But BLG definitely set up for this.
Yeah, I was just about to say, talk me through how both these teams want to approach it, because it looks like at the moment BLG are kind of saying, yeah, we're happy to try and take this one away, and Top Esports are backing away just a little bit.
Yeah, they are. Top, I mean, they have Tien on the top side, right? So it doesn't really signal the most confident, yeah, I want to contest Dragon in the world. Vision is a little bit back and forth. No one's really secured a stronghold around this river or the Dragon, but as Top Esports kind of approach through the mid lane, they could potentially get a sweep going. Markers on the bottom side with Jackie Love, but again, BLG, you know, the vision is a little bit too shallow for Top Esports, and they're not willing to commit into this Fog of War. And you can't really blame them again. You know, Rookie wants 2 items. Once Jackie Love also hits 2, the poke becomes quite oppressive, and actually diving in, he will deal a lot of extra burst damage. So I feel like that's where Top Esports are looking. So the fact that they picked out that first dragon just kind of gives them a little bit more time. But of course, if BLG overstep like this, On could potentially be picked off quite easily.
Nice cleanse by Jackie Love to come right back on top of On, who is still low. Flash has to be committed. It's a 1-for-none trade, but the Dragon did go over in favor of BLG, so not the worst of setups. And again, you have to use so many summoners to make it happen. Still good for Top Esports to get Jackie Love rolling on this pick.
Yep, Jackie Love 3-1 now. Static Shiv, Blasting Wand. I mean, he's been kind of the benefactor of a lot of the plays that have ended up happening in front of him. So see where he can take this lead, because certainly Kaisers we've seen take over games time and time again so far over the last couple of weeks. Priority Rising has definitely shown us why via the gameplay.
Wait to see what they want to try and do here. Looks like Rookie's going to be the target. Pop Blossom not going to bring you out of range, and that means you have wasted your flash. As many people descend upon you, they're going to even drop down this Rift Herald into mid lane. There's only Mark here. Eventually, the rest of Top Esports will make their way, but you would like to get this little bit of a movement here onto the Yagao, but unfortunately for him, wasn't able to get it in position. So sadly, well, not sadly, but definitely not the priority of money going over to Shun.
Hey, I mean, look, I've seen Wukong's 1v9 very recently.
Yeah, Kanabi MSI as well. That's true.
Did you just see? Did you see what happened between Bin and Wayward there? That was really awkward. Bin W'd Wayward off the blast cone and he took it for himself. But like, it looked like they both should have got over. That was quite cute, but yeah, definitely right. Shun, with the gold that he's earned for himself and didn't need to give over to Yagao, has picked up the Divine Sunderer. So this one item spike for Wukong, really powerful, has been for a really long time. And we'll see whether or not he can find access onto Jackie Love, right? The backline access, a little more limited for BLG, right? I feel like they are, much like game number 1, waiting for Top Esports to engage onto them and then, you know, using their tools appropriately to just kind of kill off whoever's in front of them, whoever gets CC'd first. Bin just doing a good job of proccing. Here's Demolish, all of the spells.
4 plates.
Whittle away. Yeah, I mean, it's 4 plates now. Really, really strong Cassante. He will be, once he starts to approach some of the skirmishes.
4 plates, 20 CS, Bin kind of owning this top side right now, and it does come from the little bit of just kind of have a little bit of a moment for it, but Jackie Love still leading the gold, being quickly chased, very quickly chased. It's one gold. One gold. Oh. You know what? It's like Formula 1. Sometimes it's 1,000th of a second that separates you from second and first in pole position. But that is a... Let's see if they want to try and work for something at the moment. There is a Rift Herald on the Rift. Should be there for quite a while, to be perfectly honest. So with the priority now on top side, you can see Top Esports trying to whittle their way into this vision control that the side of BLG have garnered for themselves. But with Bin having such control, and honestly, it's actually weird. Shun is the one that's on the bot side, so... actually, no, it's not. It's Nico. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot.
It's right. We all get one. We all get one. It's fine. We all get one.
I looked at the mini-map. I was like, I couldn't see the nameplates. I looked at the mini-map.
Man, that's really weird. Why is Wukong doing the Herald and the bot lane at the same time? How's that happen? Yeah.
God, so I will get the flame. But TP going to be committed from Rookie. No, both these sides looking to try and contest this.
This ward at the blue buff that's not being picked up by that control ward is really huge for BLG, because once Top Esports kind of step almost all into the leash range of the Herald, Yagao will just pull the trigger. As soon as they all do it, Yagao's going to pull the trigger.
Coming.
3, 2, 1.
Here it
there you go.
Yep, exactly what you called. They're going to try and separate this fight. Rookie has to back himself away. Jackie Love will get out of the Pop Blossom, but it's still a 3-man knockup. Yagao has just said, where was Shun? Shun wasn't even close to this. I'm not quite sure what happened. Right through the sticks is the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but look how big Bin is. They can still take this 4v5 now to 4v4. Wayward and Jackie Love doing damage. The Magnet Storm brings around everybody. Rookie has gone down. It's a trade, though. Cleansed by L because he flashes away as well. Mark goes down to 2v3, but Jackie Love's just free hitting. Does he have the damage? Flash in, knock up. Cassante has made his presence known. Wayward still very, very healthy, but BLG not willing to kind of let him have his way. They're going to move everyone towards this mid lane and take this turret.
Yeah, not only the turret, I think they'll probably look for a reset instead, but the dragon now spawns in 10 seconds. This contest took so long from both sides that the third dragon is now up and available, so resets are coming quickly, and you're right. Yagao is ready for this flank, but Shun, it did kind of feel like Shun was a whiles away initially. Oh, that's why he got caught by the Poppy Arc. Yeah, that makes sense. Feels quite bad, but Wayward does a good job and also locks down Yagao. I missed that in live. Shun Armor that is, but flash away from the arrow, like you said, between the sticks. And at this point, BLG kind of have the ability to just kind of hold ground, but they go forward onto TN. And then it kind of allows Mark and Rookie here to kind of find backline access as it starts to just turn into a blender. No one can get on top of Elk, and then, unfortunately, for top esports, that is, Bin finally presses his R key. Flashes on top of Jackie Love, and it's a little bit too much to deal with.
No flash for Jackie Love in the last play. Has it now, though, as we do see a trade back as we go back to live. It is going to be a second Dragon here for BLG on this Infernal Rift versus the Rift Herald, which will be secured by Top Esports. So after the fight, shake of hands, come back in. But I haven't looked at the gold in a while because I was thinking, oh, it's fairly even. It's not. It's a 4,000 gold lead here for BLG, and it's not dissimilar to what we see. No cleanse. Oh, that punt back was massive. Oh, my lord, Mark. That was huge for you to be able to save your 80 carry.
Yeah, there's two kinds of Mark, and that one was the good one.
Fighting inside you. Inside you, there are two marks. We're not quite sure how they got there, but there are two marks inside you.
Yeah, exactly. So, good job. Keeps Jackie Love alive. He does still have to blow his flash, but at the end of the day, I think keeping himself alive whilst using the flash definitely far better than dying with it. So, BLG, like you mentioned, with that gold lead, we need to really start to see item completions come through before that gold lead is a proper one. Because for now, Top Esports technically have a couple more items completed. There are a couple of cheaper items available to members like TN who have gone the Evan Shroud, so there are things like that which kind of offset it to a point. But BLG need to start to take control of the map a little bit. Yagao has to be sat on so much gold, by the way, because he's still not one item. He's based, it's only a pro belt on a
not that much
so
gold
perhaps he's actually not as wealthy as...
Oh, there we go. You know what?
Ruby Crystal. Yeah,
there we go.
all right. Yeah, there you go. So, not too bad, but the big money haver in this BLG composition right now is Bin, for sure, right? 2 items already, has the stone plate alongside that Iceborne, and it looks like Elk is going towards the Infinity Edge. Very, very classy build. We haven't seen that in a long time. Seen a lot more Triforce Ash recently. But yeah, very interesting to see the full crit Ash come out in this game here. And we'll see how much damage he's actually able to deal. Definitely looking like towards things like the Poppy, right? Going full tank. Poppy is also an obnoxiously tanky champion just by base stats alone. So curious to see how he's going to be able to cut through those members. But we definitely know that the surrounding BLG composition will do that for him as well.
Well, 30 seconds till Baron is on the Rift. I don't think anyone's going to go off spawn. However, if you lose 1 or 2 people, you can take it off spawn. I do think, in my opinion, the Baron buff needs a much bigger buff in terms of its own actual stats and how to take it, because it feels like right now you can 2-mana if you get enough time.
I was like, what do you mean it needs a bigger buff? Like it needs,
as in it itself. The Baron, the Baron itself needs a buff. Like it's a bit too weak in my opinion. And surely will get denied here. There's a TP coming in here from Yagao off to the side. Don't know if they'll spot him out just yet. They will see him off now to the left. He knows there's a ward on top of him, so he's not going to be able to make that one work. They thought about going for an engage. No real objective on the map, though. And everyone finds themselves in mid lane. We've screwed the side lanes. It's now an ARAM.
We're in an A. That's what's going on right now.
An ARAM.
An ARAM. Wayward. That's a lot more damage than he wants.
Here we go. Yagao going to use a pop blossom defensively, but turns back right at the end. The Magnet Storm. They're all being shredded. TN will not be able to get himself out of the well. Just about keeps himself alive. But this is just disaster for Top Esports, for BLG. Definitively better in every sense of this series. They are smashing Top Esports.
They are entirely. And I don't know, Top Esports, they kind of just stood there and let it happen. They allowed Wayward, well, I say allowed Wayward. Wayward got caught out, and then it just turns into this massive mosh pit again. BLG are going to get Baron off this. This is huge for snowballing this game, and like you said, just better. They're staring at each other, and unfortunately, Top Esports are the first ones to blink.
Look at the amount of damage Wayward takes, though. Like, he's already about a quarter, that's fine. But then the knockback brings him down to about, 20% HP.
He steps forward for the buckler. For the buckler!
Yeah.
All things. The re-engage here from Mark is okay at best, but the problem is Yagao still has his R-key, and, you said 3 circles of hell. I think the 3rd circle's Gluttony. And Top Esports definitely did greed to try and get on top of Yagao. And there just wasn't a reason for it, and they just had to look for a disengage. Just accept that Wayward was probably going to be dead. Unfortunately, again, they go for the hand instead of just taking the finger. They get a punch in the face. Arrow does connect onto Mark, but he's a very tanky member. And BLG just want control of this area.
Yeah, like, I mean, you're not going to be able to contest with this Dragon in 30 seconds. Tien's lost the Nature's Grasp. There's no real flashes available for anybody, so you can't walk forward. Baron is going to give you priority over mid. And but Wayward's in the top side trying to get some pressure on the turret, but it won't even crash that really successfully. Now Bin going all out on the Tien. Kind of feeling that he can go for this one here. Nice little juke back, but Tien has to flash because he can, and that's just exactly it. Mark now found himself a little bit isolated underneath the turret. Will get to walk away from this one here. Shun going in. They will get the ultimate now out of the Alistair. But I mean, this is just BLG being on another level. The LPL hasn't seen the like for so long. Feels like the last time we had this kind of domination between two teams, it was JDG and Top Esports. As we see now, Yagao forced to flash away on now. Cop is between a rock and a hard place. He is going to have to try and isolate himself, but Jackie Love hasn't finished off the kill just yet. TP coming in here from Bin, as Bin wants to get a little bit more. They stop his dash with a steadfast presence, but it forces Jackie Love flash out. Look at these low health bars. BLG are unafraid. Oh my god!
This is
the Rangers' focus.
Yep.
Just doing so much right between the sticks. That's 3 points there. If you follow Rugby, as L gets himself a kill off the back end of it, the flash forward. Wayward trying to just walk away from this one here. Mark with no ultimate will be turned into hamburgers. It's a double kill. This fight hasn't stopped, and the reason why it hasn't stopped is because BLG know they are just better. They are just stronger, and they are going to make sure Top Esports know who they are fighting against, who they are looking up to, because you are below us in the standings, and that's where you'll stay.
Absolutely, BLG looking to close this series out 2-0. They don't want Top Esports to make this a 3-game series. They'll take the inhibitor, look for a reset, go and get the Dragon, and they will keep them at arm's length. This was a 6-point game for both of these teams. If Top Esports could get that 10th win, make BLG fall down to 11-2, then maybe there's a chance they can catch up. But now, Top Esports at the cusp of, remember, after today's series, they play OMG. They could get leapfrogged by OMG. It's not impossible. As Engage comes in here with Jackie Love. I don't think the Q actually went on to Yagao. Oh, that's why he dealt no damage. I think the Q all went onto the clone. A little bit unlucky there from his part. But yeah, good disengage initially, but BLG just kind of keep the party going. But it's also Top Esports teasing it, right? Elk playing at arm's length, and Bin kind of keeps Rookie locked in place. Then the slows continue again from this Ashe. Very, very, very powerful CC tool at just the rundown. And even if BLG don't necessarily have the best hard engage in the world, doesn't matter if Top Esports keep on kind of running into you and playing at range.
But that's it. Like, it feels like with Top Esports, you lost your ultimates. Oh, Jackie Love. Oh, Jackie Love. You're probably dead here. Yes, maybe not actually, as the rest of his team is here, but you've now had to commit 4 members and 2 ultimates just to keep Jackie Love alive. Here's a TP coming in. That's going to be Yagao, already finding himself now a little bit of an opportunity. Jackie Love has nowhere to go, and he gets crashed down upon him. On says hello. Double pop blossom to try and get some kind of a fight. It's a little bit separated though. On trying to make sure that Mark can get killed off by Elk before anything else can happen. Here comes the Gigabin though, and the rest of Top Esports know this is over. This series is done. BLG are better. There's nothing to be done. They got to look towards playoffs with a little bit more of a game plan, because today BLG just had them routed.
Yep, routed, demolished, wrecked, to quote the old saying. And Top Esports,
classic esports saying.
It is. Top Esports just haven't, all series long, they've just not had an answer, have they? I like the flavor of where they tried to go with this draft, but it feels like it's just the gameplay department which is lacking more than anything. BLG just more decisive, more on the button. And it's been that story for the last 50 or so minutes of gameplay. Superseding game 2 into game 1. So what do BLG do? I think they just sit here, let Top Esports kind of hit their forehead into a wall. And then once the opportunity presents itself to end the game, they do. Look, I've been saying with Mazel, right? Sorry to keep on cutting you, that, you know, he's the glass half full guy, I'm the glass half empty. I don't think Top Esports. Yeah. There's no, like, I wouldn't even begin to have the conversation here. It just doesn't really feel feasible unless BLG start having a lot of fun.
But even then, like, BLG are, we talked about it so often that like they're a team that just love to fight. They are like they embody the LPL spirit in my opinion, because it does feel like 22 kills in 26 or maybe 27 minutes is unheard of in most regions. For the longest time, we weren't getting kills. It was kind of a one team fight and then we'll see what happens after that. At 20 minutes, you might just lose the game. Speaking of losing the game, again, great little between the sticks here from the Ash Arrows. And that's the funny thing. The amount of things that are missing from BLG, and it just does not matter. We are going to see the Keeper's Verdict knock back Elk. Means he's not really there, so the constant DPS isn't there. But the all-out comes in to try and isolate Wayward. And yeah, Wayward has a flash, but does he get out alive? That is the question. They're going to have to try and commit Mark here to try and make sure he doesn't go down. They will lose him anyway. The Pot Blossom tries to get on top of the rest of the team, but I mean, this game is done and dusted. Even without Elk, 4v5 for the majority of that fight. BLG smashed Top Esports. They are just so dominant, and BLG continuing themselves to put themselves up to 12-1. They're still very affirmed to be a top 2 team. It would take a miracle for them and JDG not to be our top 2, but what a way to do it.
This was match of the week, but BLG were the strong ones. They topple Top Esports like it's nothing, and they will secure themselves, not mathematically, but realistically, in that top 2 position. Top Esports were the
mathematically.
Everything but mathematically. Top Esports were the front runners to maybe close this gap out, to potentially make a top 2 race quite competitive. Now at this point, it seems like it will just be JDG and BLG battling it out for that first place position. Great stuff from BLG, and again, just continuing to show us why they are one of our best teams here. And again, continue to not really give in to, you know, things like the schedule and MSI hangover. None of that has been a factor. It has been go, go, go. And they continue to be the best alongside JDG.
I mean, it comes down to how important these head-to-heads are as well. With the only loss to BLG being JDG, technically speaking, BLG have a better games difference. They actually got a +2 today. We'll put them on to +18, I believe, which is 1 ahead of JDG. But you got the head-to-head. JDG owned that. So again, I'm going to triple check exactly how that works, but I'm not sure if it's game difference then head-to-head, because if it's game difference, BLG might have actually found themselves, despite losing to JDG, in a top #1 position in the regular split. We'll have to wait and see. I'll triple check that with our producers, but I mean, this was a 2nd versus 3rd, and it honestly, it could have been 2nd versus 10th. It could have been 2nd versus 14. It would have been the same thing. It's just BLG are just that good, man.
Yeah,
that's not even disrespect to top.
Nope, it's just a bit of a hand sniff here. BLG are good, man, and it's not just down to draft. It's not down to gameplay. I know my analysis is fantastic, but I think we've come to a point now where we've acknowledged, right, what BLG are. They are a monster, and I think this is kind of the part. And I feel like I've started to see JDG already do this, but like the evolution now, like the further evolution. You know, not necessarily, you know, treating the LPL or the rest of the LPL with disrespect, but we've started to see JDG get a little more funky, a little more, you know, free with some of their picks. And I want to start to see perhaps some of that from BLG, not necessarily showing their biggest weapons in the arsenal on stage, right? Because I imagine they're going to be saving things like that for JDG, but, you know, showing that they are, you know, a very, very flexible team with a very deep champion pool. Because I have to say, sometimes it feels like BLG never get pushed off their comfort. And that is something that is quite concerning, right? I feel like Top Esports in this game and this series, giving over Yagao's Nico twice. Not that he was necessarily the key factor in this game number 2. Game number 1, he certainly was. But even doing things like that, it just feels a little bit out of, why would you even do it? So yeah, BLG continue to dominate. And I feel like we know what the story is. It's just about how they're going to continue that same level of dominance when it comes to the other top tier teams. But then also now, of course, looking towards playoffs, right? For the JDG, effectively. That's the crown they're going for.
I mean, like, looking at BLG, like, they've lost, I think, a grand total of 6 games so far this split. 2 of those in favor of JDG, absolutely. But then the rest of the teams, the other 4 losses were once against RA in week 1, once against EDG in week 2, once against AL in week 3, and then it was once against Weibo in week 4. It just feels like, again, they kind of drop a couple of games, sure, but, like, it was right at the early season. The longer this game goes on, they've 2-0'd, 2-0'd, 2-0'd. They've 2-0'd the likes of OMG, another top front runner for our playoffs. They've 2-0'd the likes of LNG, like, you know, again, a top 4, top 5 team. 2-0 top esports. Like the last kind of real kind of, playoff caliber teams they got to face against are RNG, WE, NIP still in the mix, of course. They are the gatekeepers right now, but this is a very real possibility that they finish off the split in a 15-1 position, only dropping to JDG, which again, the MSI champions, the favorites to be the first team to ever run a Grand Slam in League of Legends. I mean, like, this is just incredible stuff from this roster.
Yeah, it is. BLG, it feels like unless we can see some kind of resurgence from, your Gen G or maybe KT out from the LCK, JDG, when it comes to internationals, may just have BLG as the biggest contender. I'm not, throwing aside the LCK.
And they've got their number.
For a strong reason, but JDG have BLG's number as well. So, we know what we saw at MSI, right? It's just a taster, and at the end of the day, the meta can change between now and then. Things can certainly spice up. So, we'll have to see exactly what goes on by the time we hit Worlds. I'm not sure if I heard that right.
We got him. We're gonna send him over. We're gonna send it over right now. We don't need to. Wendy, bring us to the Gigabin.
Thank you so much, guys. Bing, congratulations on another 2-0 victory. I must say, what a game. And in facing for today's game, you guys face against top esports. Definitely a very crucial match, definitely a very strong opponent. So is there any special preps made by the team before today's game? And how do you feel at this moment? 首先恭喜你们，今天又是非常漂亮、干净利落的2-0。其实面对到滔博，他们也是很强劲的一个对手，也是可以说非常重要的一场比赛。那今天获得了胜利，可能在比赛之前有没有进行什么特别的准备？那现在赢下来感觉怎么样？
其实打滔博这场我们都觉得会是一场比较艰难的比赛吧，因为他们也非常强，然后他们成绩也不赖嘛，所以我们打他们，我们是想就是打得非常认真吧，然后就是完美的把我们实力给展现出来，这样我们才能达到之后抢夺在前的排名嘛，就是不能让他抢走我们的排名，所以我们一定要赢下来。
Yeah, to be honest, I must say before today's matchup, all of us thought like it could be a very tough best of 3 for us because top esports definitely they're a very strong team that performed quite good, and also in order to have a better position in the scoreboard, today's match is super crucial. So before today's game, we have already got this mindset that we would like to play more cautiously, more carefully in the actual game. We don't want to make any mistakes. We would like to focus on our performance to show you guys the best in-game contents, to get the score, to secure maybe the top 2 in the scoreboard, because we feel like today's matchup is very crucial. And definitely you guys have shown us a very solid in-game content, but I want to touch a bit more about game 1, because your game 1, to be honest, is not a very smooth start for you because you started with 0-3. The opponent's jungler really targeted on you a lot. But coming to the mid game, coming to the team fights, you played a very crucial role for the whole team. So what makes your K'Sante so strong in the mid game team fights in game 1? 那其实来到第一局，不得不说啊，对于斌哥来讲，并不是一个很好的开局。其实是0-3开局，对面一直在针对你的上路。但是来到中期的团战，你的奎桑提在队伍当中是发挥了非常大的作用。所以说，你觉得为什么你的奎桑提能够在前面虽然受到针对，但在后面还是能够如此的发力呢？你觉得可能你关注的重点是什么？
前面其实我第一波应该是不会死的，就是其实第一波我闪现是没有用出来的，主要是。Elk 选手他就是我还没死的时候他就喊 nice 了，然后就让我放松了警惕，导致我闪牌交出来死了。然后即使我0-3呢，我觉得后面打团我还是非常有发挥空间吧，因为其实我的经济是完全不落后的，然后我的对线也是小优的，所以打团就自然而然可以发挥很好。
Yeah, I must say maybe for the first dive, for me, I shouldn't be caught. I shouldn't be killed because around that time I didn't use my flash. And why I didn't use my flash is around that time Elk just shot out nice. So I kind of didn't pay 100% attention, didn't concentrate on my own game content. Then I got killed. But even I started the game with the 0-3, I'm not that worried because I got a quite good economy. I got a quite good gold. I skill up so well, and also I kind of have a very good laning phase, even though I got caught a couple of times. So I feel like still have a very huge room to perform in the team fights, and definitely I did that. And also, coming into game 2, we have seen this Poppy and K'Sante top lane matchup. Definitely Poppy can be a very popular pick recently in this meta because he can be a very good flex pick and also can perform so good on the stage of LPL, got a decent win rate as a top lane champion. So in facing against Poppy, what's your focus? Because it feels like in game 2, it's more about the rest of the team just played, have so many skirmishes, but we have the top lane 1v1. 那其实也想问一下关于第二局的游戏内容。第二局你也是面对的是波比嘛？其实感觉波比在这个赛季到目前为止上单的胜率都比较高，也是很好的一个比较灵活可以摇摆的一个英雄。然后所以说可能想问一下你上路在面对到波比的时候是什么样的一个感受？我关注的重点是什么？因为感觉第二局前期好像是下面的4个人在大乱斗，然后你们上路就是1v1的感觉。
其实我觉得波比这个版本对线也是非常不错的一个英雄吧，就是在没有一个很好的英雄的情况下拿出来是一个挺不错的选择。然后其实第二把的话也是因为他一级帮了他们中下，然后 TP 上线，所以我是有一些优势的。但是我觉得如果是纯没有影响的对线的话，我觉得波比是可以打回量题的，然后他的对线也是非常不错的。
Yeah, I must say, Poppy can be a very good champion in the laning phase. He can play quite well from the laning phase and definitely very strong pick recently. And why I'm able to get some early game lead is because in level 1, the opponent's Poppy helped the team in the level 1 team fight, and he lost his teleport. So because of that, I can play quite dominantly in the laning phase. But if we just start the laning phase normally, I'm not sure about what could happen still. So I feels like Poppy, this champion, can still play a very good position, a very good role in the laning phase in this meta. And I want to tell a little bit more about the BLG's growth as well, because it feels like maybe previously BLG sometimes can have a bit shaky mid game, but now you guys can always have a very decisive team fights, a very meticulous, all the macro. It feels like this BLG just flawless. So tell us more about the improvements made by the whole team. 那也想谈论一下关于 BLG 的我们小 B 的一个成长。其实之前的时候，可能我们感觉中期好像偶尔好像有一点点打得没有那么稳健的情况，但是现在的 BLG 呢，感觉无论是团战端的发挥，还是你们的运营，都是滴水不漏的。你觉得整个队伍在哪些方面有比较大的一个提升或者成长呢？
我觉得主要是我们现在非常自信吧，因为其实我们自从春季赛输给了港烈之后，我们就没有输给除了京东之外任何一支队伍的比赛了，所以。主要是我们的自信影响着我们，让我们打得更加的轻松，让我们更加能发挥出我们自己的实力。
I must say, it's just because the confidence we have. To be honest, from the spring after the loss against LGD, we didn't lose against any single team except for JDG. So this really helped us to boost our confidence, to build our confidence for the whole team. And also because of that confidence, we can really showcase all our talent on stage. We can just have a very relaxed man side playing on the stage of LPL. So I would like to say that's the improvements we had for the whole team. And definitely congratulations on today's win, and we would like to looking forward to your confident plays in the future as well. 再次恭喜你们，也希望后面你们能这样自信下去。And back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Wendy. And that answer. Sorry, just completely caught me off guard when he was just like, "Oh, why were you struggling so much in that first game, or going 0-3 down?" He's like, "Actually, I was listening to my teammates saying nice, and then I completely forgot I was in a lane matchup, so I just didn't flash." Love that. Such a Bin answer coming into this one here. And Bin not only gets the interview here on our English broadcast, but he also gets himself the MVP. I mean, Gigabin. It's just the way we can put it. It's just Gigabin. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah. Gigabin
didn't die.
He's taking a picture of himself. Didn't die. Did not die in this game. And yeah, given the Cassante, probably shouldn't have been given the Cassante. It's that simple. There's not much to say in a series that breaks down like this, right? Like, it's one which was particularly one-sided, and in this case, it was two opponents who, realistically, we know have incredibly high ceilings. BLG, obviously, going through the more consistent end of that high ceiling.
Currently sitting on their own roof, but yeah.
Currently on their own roof, but like Top Esports just could not, unfortunately, match what BLG are putting out today. And a lot of that was through bin skirmishes, really important. This big catch out here as well really started the big cascading effect. That was the downfall of Top Esports in this game number 2.
Yeah, look, I mean, as much as like everyone might be like, oh, the big thing now is whenever a team loses, they're frauds, that BLG are just that. They're that guy. They are that good. And it doesn't, I really don't think that this is kind of, that big of a shock, to be perfectly honest. I've said it multiple times now that if JDG are playing against BLG, I'll favor JDG, but if BLG versus anyone else, I'm going with BLG. They're just an exceptional talent right now. Such a hungry young roster as well when you look at some of the ages of some of these players. So you know, you kind of Yagao and a load of youngsters running around. It's kind of like, you know, those dog walkers who have like 4 dogs on several different leashes and trying to just keep them all together. It just looks exceptional, and I don't know if it's 100% confirmed, so we'll wait till we get there. But again, you know, depending on how the head-to-head rules work in terms of scoreline, BLG could still get first in regular split. I will wait for confirmation on that. That is not confirmed in terms of game difference and stuff like that. But like,
every
to the end.
Yeah, every league basically has very different rules surrounding who takes what place, right? You know, I think, and now I could also be slandering the LEC rules here. I think the LEC, for example, in the regular season, if you have a team that's tied, I'm pretty sure that it's immediately resolved by head-to-head in the group stage for the top 8.
Seeding, if it's not,
seeding, if it's not, so it's stuff like that. Whereas here, it might not be to do with head-to-head. It could be to do with the series win or the game win percentage inside of the series, and then head-to-head and things like that. So, we will get confirmation for you very soon. But you know, BLG still keeping pace with JDG, and the reality of the situation was for BLG, even though yes, they still have a couple of teams that are fighting for the bottom end of playoffs, right? This was their biggest hurdle for the remainder of the split. If they're doing this to Top Esports, there's nothing to sign to us that they shouldn't be doing this to NIP or to WE. So yeah, this looks like it could be a 15-1 split, and
between 2 teams,
not just one,
which is incredible,
which is absurd, absolutely absurd. Here's today's matches. As like we mentioned, here's the other team that was also right beside BLG, and the only team to have given them a loss, JDG, sat 11-1, 2-0'd FPX, and of course we saw OMG dismantle Ultra Prime by the end. Their series and BLG Top Esports was how we rounded out the day.
Yep, there is our top 4 as well. JDG, BLG, OMG, and Top Esports all in our top 4. So we had 4 out of our 6 teams being the top 4. And there it is. So for the moment, despite the loss, if my eyes are correct, BLG will be ahead because they have a +1 over JDG on the game scores. So despite losing 2-0, if they win more dominantly throughout the split, they just get themselves that first seed, which is kind of incredible. And unfortunately for Top Esports, that match now against OMG is massive. It's so big because OMG now all of a sudden have an opportunity to not only equal in game score but to add an extra loss, so Top Esports can go down to 9-5 while OMG move up to 9-3. That would be such a huge swing of momentum here for OMG as they look to try and improve their 4th place finish in spring.
Yeah, so not only that, obviously OMG have 2 games in hand over Top Esports, don't forget, right? And behind them, on top of that, LNG, their schedule is AL, LGD, TT, and NIP. That is a run of games. One team in the top 10.
It's
one team in the top 10, albeit, you know, you can argue AL have obviously looked a little bit better. TT finally picked up another win. There are a couple of, you know, factors there, but the reality should be LNG should be beating all 4 of those teams fairly comfortably. So if we were to assume that LNG would then do that, that would put them at 12-4, and Top Esports then need to find the additional games back, and yeah, they just don't have that time. If they lose to OMG, the best that they can hope for is actually 11 wins. So there's a world where they could drop out of the top 4 by the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely is. Well, we'll see what LNG can put some pressure on to Top Esports tomorrow. They'll be in our first matchup of the day. Or if AL can keep up that very bit of, you know, kind of slight bit of momentum they've been building up for themselves. And after that, we do have WE versus RA. WE on a bit of a slump, if I do say so myself, just trying to see if they can secure themselves a little bit more of a safer spot in that playoff picture. And then later on in the day, it's a little bit of a battle of the bottom as TT versus IG. Again, both desperately trying to keep their seasons alive. And I mean, a win for either of them does keep them alive, but I think the loser is either on life support or pronounced dead.
Yeah, the loser's dead. The winner is, you know, on that life support. I will say, however, for WE, you know, there's a nice kind of air going into that series, right? Having just beat Weibo, so that's going to feel all right for them. But that being said, it should still be a fairly hard-earned series to try and take down RA. RA still make games very sloppy. They are very, very aggressive. So that's actually a series. A set of days, I feel like you can say this about the LPL a lot, but never sleep on those series which are like bottom of the table or middle, like playing into playoffs, because I promise you, they all deliver more than some of our big games that show up every now and again. That's just the nature of how competitive our league is. So excited for some of those games tomorrow. And again, a couple of, you know, series that definitely have a fair amount of sway on that top 10 bye.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, still plenty of games to be played, still plenty of teams to be able to kind of, you know, work with. But I believe that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much for joining me, Jamada, and bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you guys for watching, and of course, thank you to our beautiful back-end production staff. Without them, none of this will be possible. We'll be back at the same channel at the same time, and we'll see you then.